Jags.
Crowd is huge, and I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you. Good luck today, and if you please take a moment to remove your caps, as we'll have an invocation and national anthem. Good luck.
Happy Thursday, racers. It's a nice day here at Bristol, and we are going to thank the Lord for it. Heavenly Father, thank you for letting us all join here together today on this beautiful weekend in Bristol, Tennessee. We come from all walks of life, all areas in the United States, and here we are up on the mountain today. Please give us a blessed day, safe racing, and give us all happiness and a good, smooth day on the track. Watch over the staff, the officials, the racers, and the crew. Amen.
Thank you, Emily Biondo. If you have not done so already, please remove your caps as we pay homage to the greatest country in the world. Bless the troops and all of the first responders that do everything they can to keep us safe as we play our national anthem before we kick off $30,000 Thursday.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ivy Brandon bringing us the anthem here on ATI Performance Products Thursday at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optima Batteries. We have our door cars round number 1 at the ready. We had one very, very late new entry time run. We got to send down the track before we start round number 1. Should be a great Thursday here at Bristol Dragway, Thunder Valley, for our first main event here at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling. Almost 500 entries yesterday. And our advanced product design carburetors warm-up Wednesday. The decision was made for the remainder of the weekend to not have buybacks due to the incredible support and participation from all of the patrons that have traveled both near and far to be with us. 13 years ago was the very, very first Fling event here at Bristol Dragway. Kyle Seipel, Peter Biondo, and the whole Fling team started this great program that has now grown to 4 events every year. We lost Kyle, but we know that he is up there watching over these events, and he's definitely here with us in spirit. Just looking forward to an incredible 3 more days of racing here at this facility that is just A+. Those of you across the country that are watching our Motor Mania live feed brought to you by Jags and Mickey Thompson Tires, if you have not been here, I'm not even talking about like for a Fling event. I'm talking about like if you haven't been here for an event period. This is a bucket list facility. The dragsters 12 green and 457 there on the new entry time runners. Getting ready to roll. Round number 1. With Joe Nelson and Chad Axford. First 2 down the track today. Again, with no buybacks. Here in round number 1, you turn on a win light, or that entry is done for the day. Nelson out of Morganton, North Carolina in the Lumina left side, and Nelson 18 thousandths of a second on the red light. Chad Axford 11 green, 3 above. Lenova out of Mount Washington, Kentucky will be part of second round, and he will get a very lengthy break, at least in that A entry. Nate Halsey, Glenn Williamson. Halsey out of Claremont, Georgia. The S10 left side, 640. The dial for Nate, Glenn Williamson. Out of Ontario, the 79 Camaro, a little bit late on the starting line, and it did cost him. Nate Halsey, 45 green, 640 with a 7 on the 640. Williamson was 80 up front and 686. Dustin Smiley and Ethan Dean. Smiley went all the way down to the semifinals in yesterday's 15 grander. Grand Am out of Piedmont, South Carolina, 554 the dial. Ethan Dean, Churchill, Tennessee, in our first perfect reaction time today. With that $500 cash from the Harbaughs with friends at AAA Stormwater Management. Also, our 000 Hero coin and $50 bonus is also in effect today. Again, you are perfect on the starting line. You get the win light. You get that amazing Trip Zip coin, the 000 Hero coin, and $50 cash. As we are now into our main events. We gave away 38 of them bad boys at Columbus, and I'm so proud. Jesse Long and Benny Ulmer. Long out of Woodstock, Georgia. The Malibu, 655 the dial for Jesse. Benny out of South Carolina in the Chevy 2, 533 is the dial for Benny. Ulmer, 007 at the start, 536 on the 533 to be good. Jesse Long was Reggie Jackson at the start, 44. And Benny Ulmer's 007 in the other lane. That reaction time is a recipe for not turning on a win light. Caden Harrell. No racer info over on the right side. Caden Harrell. 15 on the green light side of things. but gives it back by 5 thou. Right side will move on. 39 green and 606 at 109 miles an hour, as we apologize. As we have a whole slew of entries, and a whole bunch of people came in last night / this morning, and Jaylene is working feverishly to keep everything straight on that back computer. We will have some situations where we do not have all the driver information. We apologize. We'll get that as soon as we can. It's Todd McKinney and Matt Dattis. McKinney out of Elizabethton, Tennessee. Over on the left side, 675 for Mr. McKinney. Matt Dattis. Vermilion, Ohio. The 98 Grand Am, 619 is the dial for Matty D. Matt Dattis. Perfect. Matt Dattis woke up this morning angry. Perfect for Matt Dattis. 619-1 on the 619. Matt Dattis is mean. Todd McKinney's 19 green and just got squashed by Matt Dattis being 1 total. So Matt Dattis is going to get that $500 cash courtesy of the Harbaugh's AAA Stormwater Management. Matt Dattis will get one of those 000 hero coins. Matt Dattis will get $50, courtesy of Peter and Emily Biondo and the Fling staff, Shane Boney and Bob Heens. Matt Dattis was filthy. Shane Boney going to get to the finish line first, but break out by 3 hun. As Bob Heens was 19 green, dead on 9 to get out around number 1. Matt Dattis, that was pretty special at like 9:11 in the morning. Nathan Schroeder. Out of Iowa, the S10 left side, 606. No racer info right side, 568 is the dial. We are off and away. Right side going to get the win. 25 at the start, 570 on the 568 to be 1 thou in front at the finish. 606 was the dial for Nathan Schroeder. It was 27 at green and 2 hun over the dial, but the most important part of that equation was 1 thou behind at the finish line. That's Rodney Fincham and Steve Collier. Hot Rod in the Vega, 647. The dial for Fincham. Steve Collier, 658. 88 miles an hour for Steve. Out of Huber Heights, Ohio. Collier looking over to the left. Fincham trying to pull up alongside. Not going to get there. Collier ends up on the right side of the numbers. 009. 657.7 on the 658 to be under by 3 thou. Fincham was 30 on the green light and under by 3 hun. Steve Collier will advance. It's Noah Johnson and Garrett Griffith. Noah out of Wilmington, North Carolina. 690 is the dial. Garrett Griffith, who picked up a main event win on day number last. They're at Columbus, to Summer Fling, over at JJ's joint. Noah and Garrett. Garrett Griffith. 21 at the start, 649 on the 645 to be 8 thou in front at the finish. Noah was 25 green. And 4 above is, it appeared that both of our competitors right there was like, you go. No, you go. Go ahead, take the finish line. No, you take the finish line. Garrett Griffith ended up taking it. And 8 thou in front. Sarah Major. Really unique Maverick over on the left side. Just love the stance. That 71 blue oval is set up. 607 is the dial. 760 the number. The 69 Chevelle over on the right side of the racetrack. One little one separate them on the starting line. And we're going to give it to the Chevelle. 21 green, 762 to be 2 thou in front at the finish. Center Major was 22 green and 2 above 1. But behind by 2 thou at the end of 660 feet as the Chevelle will move forward. It's Howard Westbury. Over on the right side, off and away green. 619 the dial and going to come up a little bit short. Howard Westbury. This is 008, 563 on the 561. To get out around number 1. Joey Gary, left side, I believe. And Tim Denton. Joey, 545 is the dial. Be doing the chasing. Tim Denton. 69 Camaro, right side. Lawn, Tennessee. For Mr. Denton. $17 green left side for Joey Gary. Joey going to get the win. 17 and 1 above to be good. Tim Denton, 6-6 at the start, which led to his demise here in the first round. Kenneth Street and Chase McKay. Kenneth, Cedar Bluff, Virginia. The S10 over on the left side. 677 is the dial. Chase McKay out of Romulus, Michigan. Like visions of Star Trek there for Chase McKay. 68 Camaro over on the right side. The Street McKay. 005 in this pair leaves second. And the win for Chase McKay on a double breakout. 001 green, 641.7 on the 643. To be good. Street, 677. You get a 672, 100 by 5. 005. Street, under by 500 there on the double breakout. Chase McKay. We'll move on as David Young and Larry Hamby. Hamby out of Orlando, FL, the 55 Chevrolet, 673. David Young out of Philadelphia, Tennessee. Young, Hamby, David Young, 005 and 5 above to be comfortable. Larry Hamby was 26 green and 6 above to be a first round runner-up. There's Noah Pollard and Nah Moore. Noah out of Greenwood, South Carolina. A 78 Camaro left side. Nah Moore out of Atwood, Tennessee. The Camaro right side, 69 model year. 680 or 587.2 on the 585 for Nah Moore. Will get the win. 118 on the mile an hour. Snugged it up down there to trip 04. Noah Pollard. 636 on the 634. Red light start left side by 6,000. Tony Owens out of Pikeville, Kentucky. We're going to come back around and play again. 640 on the 642 on a free data acquisition run here this morning via the red light. 636 or 634, excuse me. For Brian McCown, over on the left side, Sean Brown, the 67 Chevy 2 out of Durham. 550 the number. For Brown. So McCown left side. Sean Brown right side. McCown, when we were here last fall, was best appearing car. And here we're going to have a true start win. As we know, Kyle Seipels up there looking down on us, smiling. McCown left first and was 6 red. Sean Brown left second and was 39 red. And via true start, will be defeated here in round number 1 as Marco Abruzzi. Left side in the S10 out of Ohio. 627 is the dial. Right side 698. There for the S10. .009 is second off the starting line. 003 over in the right lane. You see brakes and a breakout. They're on the right side of the racetrack. Got to the finish line first by 26 thousandths of a second to break out by 8 thou. 009 for Marco. And one above to be good. Scott Albrecht, right side. The Jackson, New Jersey, the 67 Camaro turns on the red light. Left lane will move on, 23 green and dead on 2. But all those numbers are inconsequential. As Scott Albrecht turned red by 2 thou. Robert Holton and Tanner Miller will be our next pair. All of our friends on the Motor Mania, Jegs, Mickey Thompson live feed. Racer, that number, I'm gonna take the over on your prediction right there. Take the over. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Tanner Miller and the Vega Wagon. Robert Holton. The South Carolina, the Mustang, and it's going to be Tanner Miller. 001 and 1 above 3. Tanner, 639 on the 638. And 001 right down there is good. Robert Holton is 15 at the start. Under by 6 thou and had no shot. It's Kevin Pollard and Gary Kimball. KP out of Virginia in the Love. Gary Kimball, Concord, North Carolina, 610 is the dial. As we are in our Group A door cars. Both drivers separated by one little teeny one. And Kevin Pollard will get the win as he pushed Gary Kimball out. Gary got to the finish line by 35 thousandths of a second to be 2 under the dial. Kevin Pollard, 009 and 3 above. Will get the win. This is Rick Needham Jr. and Chris Smith. Rick Needham Jr. out of Cleves, Ohio. 586 is the dial. Chris Smith, the S10 out of Pittsboro, NC. The S10 right side. 14 on the green light. 602 on the 558 for Chris. Will be good. Rick Needham Jr. was 40 on the green light effort and a tenth above. And those combinations of numbers rarely will result in a win light. It's Bug McCarty. Hazelhurst, Georgia. And the Olds from McCarty Auto Parts. 603 is the dial. Doing the chasing. Right side is going to bow out. Bug got to the finish line and snugged it up to 3 thou at the finish. 19 green, 2 above 2. Out 603 goes 605, 2 to be good. 10 green, 3 above, no good right lane. Josh Burrow and Matt Cook. Burrow out of Kaufman, Texas. Burrow 608. The dial in left lane, Matt Cook. Hendersonville, NC, the 76 Vega Wagon. 623, the dial for Mr. Cook. Red light start for Josh Burrow by 4 thou. Matt Cook, 17 green and a free sniff of 623, and he's going to take a whiff of 624 at 109 miles an hour after Josh Burrow was red by 4 thou. He, of course, runs dead on the dial. 6082 on the 608. Telling you, 70% of the time it happens every single time. Red and dead on. Andrew Sturck and Ken Clark. Sturck out of Amaranth, Ontario, Canada. Fox Body Mustang, 639 the dial. Ken Clark out of Stewart's Draft, Virginia. The S10 right side. We are off and away. Ken Clark is in control and going to get the win. 20 down there on the starting line. Put 654 on the scoreboard and 658 on the racetrack. To be a couple hun in front at the finish. Andrew Sturck was a little bit late. 56 on the green light effort. And almost 3 hun over the dial. 641.8 on the 639. To be a first round casualty is Joe Jules Rudin. Kenrick Roundtree. Jules Rude, Stony Point, NC. Kenrick Roundtree, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, the 69 Camaro. Red light start for Joe. By Brett Favre. 4 red for Joe. Kendrick Roundtree's 003 up front. On under by 3 Hun, which is totally fine. 571-1 on the 574 for Kendrick Roundtree. Who advances via the red light is Robbie Breeden and Aaron Vale. Breeden out of Cincinnati. And that S15. Gonna bow out here in round number 1. Aaron Vale is 14 at the start. 6:45.8 on the 6:45. That makes 22 total. Breeden had to be dead 0 to have any chance and was not. This is Nick Hastings and Chad Duke. And a shocking development. Nick Hastings was still involved in the racing well until late last night. Before bowing out. I believe at 8 cars, if I remember correctly. And Chad Duke, Wilmington, North Carolina, the Camaro. 546, right side. Hastings in the trusty T1000 gave up a couple at the start. Chad Duke, you see the brake lights and ends up getting the nose out in front. Is going to get the win. 549 on the 546. Duke was 12 at the green. Nick Hastings was 3-3 at the start. Got down there and decided the only decision to make was drop. And hopefully Duke was going to be too quick, and Chad Duke was not. Ended up getting the win. Takes out Nick Hastings as Chad Duke. Gordon Wan over on the right side. Port Charlotte, Florida. 76 Vega Wagon for Gordon. 633 is the dial. Doing the chasing. Red light start for Gordon Wan. Left side's going to get the win there. 661 after being 25 at the start. On a free data acquisition run here in ATI Performance Products first round. We've already given away our first $500 cash for the first perfect light, courtesy of the Harbaughs of AAA Stormwater Management, as Matt Daddis was just flat out filthy. Perfect dead on 1 to be 1 total. They're in the first round. Steve Sisko, Sean Carpenter. Sisko and then over the left side. Outer New Jersey, Sean Carpenter out of Elm City, and Carpenter is going to dispatch Steve Sisko. 007 green. 595 on the 592 to be 9th thou in front. Sisko tried to make the right call down there at the big end. Sean Carpenter ended up on the right side of the win light. Sisko was 25 green, 2 above 1, but 9th thou behind at the finish. As Tracy Guffey and Lou Greco. Greco in the GTO over on the right lane, 578 the dial. Guffey, 67 Camaro left side. 623 is the number. Guffey is green. Lou Greco is green. Lou Greco is going to be your winner. 11 at the starting line. Ted is going to run 578, goes 5795 to get the win. Tracy Guffey, Shelbyville, Tennessee Camaro, was 28 at the start and 2 over. Lou Greco, we got to come back and play again in round number 2. Jared Pennington, right side, 602, and the slow Nova, 540 the dial. For the O's Cutlass left side. Green and green. Jared looking over the left. Here comes the Cutlass. Jared Pennington. 13 total. 006 dead on 7 for Jed. 29 green left side. And there was no way that Cutlass was going to turn on a win light as Jared had him packaged up. 006 dead on 7 for Jared. And he'll be up in a little bit to call a lot of the action today. But hopefully he's really, really busy with his racing program deep into the day. There's Barry Woods and Roger Thornton. Red light start for Barry Woods by 7th out. Roger Thornton, 20 on the green light. And dead on 8. Corvette will be back around in round number 2. Barry Woods turns on that red light here in round number 1. Yeah, James, 532. You're way light. Better add about 90 plus to that. Going to be over 600 today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, kids of all ages, dragsters, Group A dragsters. Group A dragsters. Get you headed this way, please. Group A dragsters. Let's get you headed this way, please. There's Ryan Barnes. Cameron Fredrickson. This is a very good matchup here in round number 1. Again, dragsters, Group A dragsters. Let's get you headed up this way, please. Group A dragsters. Let's get you up this way. Barnes, Fredrickson. Fourth thou. The difference in the reaction times here with these very two talented young men. Cameron Fredrickson on a double breakout is going to advance. 007. 623.8 on the 626. Ryan Barnes was 11 up front. Took trip 02 at the finish. And ends up 4 thousandths of a second on the wrong side of things. Cameron Fredrickson takes out Ryan Barnes here in round number 1. Sean Lingerfeld and Tommy Plott. Tommy in the Mustang. Lingerfeld in the Beretta. Tommy and Sean. 539 the dial for Plott. And 539.8 is going to be the win for Tommy Plott. 4th thou in front at the finish line is Sean Lingerfeld. Was 10 green and 560 to 4th thou behind at the finish. Tommy Plott will move forward. It's Travis Colangelo. Red light start. Over on the right side, Travis Colangelo is going to be your winner. On a free run for fun, 35 green and 566. Will be the win for Travis Colangelo. There's Trey Sasser and the Gremlin. Odell Davidson. As we're already violating one rule of the Gremlin. You know, it's don't feed it after midnight. Don't get it wet. Don't get it in the sunlight. We're already getting Trey's Gremlin in the sunlight. Odell Davidson, Bean Station, Tennessee. The 82 Camaro. Red light start for Trey. Odell, 28 on the green light start, 669 at 101 miles an hour for Odell. Trey Sasser, after being red by 11, goes 682. It's Mark Payne. Over on the left side, again, dragsters, Group A dragsters, get you rolling, please. Peter Biondo.
Yeah, and I know the text service, if you signed up, it's working, but some of the texts are just a little bit delayed, so stay tuned in also on the FM dial 100.9, please. And right now, we need Group A dragsters. Bring them up, please. We're ready for you. We got all open lanes, Mike. In the meantime, Mark Payne is going to turn on the wind light. How about 018, one above, 113 mile an hour, 595, just about wide open, and car not on file, 10-3 above, no good. How many 000 coins did we give away so far?
1.
And I have the Brodix leaders for you.
Oh, copy that.
Don Quisenberry in the dragster side, 3,000 pack. And Matty D, 1,000 pack on the door car side.
I mean, 1 pack, is that good? I mean, it's all right. That's Kendall Little and 2 mil 1 year Jeff Verdi. And the Top Gun Firebird, 597. The dial for Mr. Verdi this morning, Kendall Little out of Texas. And Verdi is in a spot above. A little bit late on the starting line. And Kendall Little takes out Mr. Verdi. 16 green and 2 above to be good. Verdi was 37 up front, 6 flat. At 113 miles an hour for Mr. Verdi. Be a first round runner up. See, we don't have first round losers. We have first round runner ups. This is Greg Walker. Over on the left side. Walker in the Camaro is off and away. The Mustang right side is going to get the win. 16 green and 3 above. Once again, we have just a slew, a cornucopia, a plethora, a horde of cars that we are still feverishly working. To get entered into the system, we appreciate everybody's patience. Queen Jaylene is back there cranking away. It's Donnie Smith and Cody Blankenship. Donnie out of South Shore, Kentucky in the S10, 652 the dial. Cody Blankenship out of Grundy, VA, the IROC. 598 the dial for Cody. Cody a little bit late, ripping the finger off the button. Donnie Smith's in a good spot. And Donnie Smith's going to get the win. 21 green, 3 above. To be comfortable, Cody, 60 on the green light. 599 at 113. To be on the wrong side, it's Caroline McCarty. As we are nearing the end of our Group A door cars. Literally 2 pair and a single before we roll into our Group A dragsters. Caroline McCarty. Wheel standing Rambler wagon. 6-12 for Caroline. It's Carol's kid. The right side very nearly got timed out. Caroline. Green ripping it down there. 36 up front. 6-16 to get the win. Tightened it up to 5 thou. Right side was 85 on the green light and under by 3 thou, but still behind by 5. There at the finish line, Caroline McCarty. Moving around number 2. Left side, the S10 651, Thomas Marlowe right side. Out of Texas in the Camaro. 625 the dial for Thomas. As we're pre-staged. Bumping in. Green and green. 8 thou the difference in the two. The S10 looking over to the right is going to get the win. 14 dead on 3 is 17 total. Thomas Marlowe was 22 on the green light start and had no shot. Completely locked out of the barn. Final 2 in our door car category. Here in Group A, Michael Norrod. Pegram, Tennessee. Yellow S10 right side. Not on file over on the left side. Apologize for that. Both S10s heading down 660 feet. Michael Norrod, 27 at the start, dead on 8. To be 11th thou in front. Left side was 24 green, 2 above. It's Michael Norrod. We'll close out our Group A door cars. Moving to our Group A dragsters. Start off with Mike Nelson and Brian Cam. Nelson out of Newland, North Carolina, 506 the dial. Brian Cam out of Pacifica. The Thomas Bear School of Drag Racing and Team Lucas Oil. BK, a resident of Pacifica, California. 504. As the Professor Thomas Bear, watching over his pupil, Mr. Brian Cam. Tree, down and away, and Cam is red by 2,000. Mike Nelson, 30 green and 3 above on the numbers. Cam was 2 on the red side and 1 above. But Mike Nelson.
This guy's juiced up and ready here.
It's Wayne Vernon and Haley Whitted. Vernon out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. 558 on the dial. Haley decided on 515. That winged Miller dragster on the Motor Mile side of the racetrack. Red light start for Haley by 20 thou. Wayne Vernon's 97 up front, 3 above to get a winning time slip. Haley about by 20 thou, and it is my extreme pleasure to welcome for the first time this week the guy who is definitely number one in the program and number one in our hearts for the first time in a couple of years at a Fling event. Jared Pennington going to pick up the mic and call some action. I'm so happy you're here, sir. Great to see you.
Thank you so much, Mike, and whoever that number one guy and in everybody's hearts and all that stuff. Before he gets here, I'm going to call a few laps, and then when he comes in, he can take care of a little business. But great to be back at the Fling. Man, what a blast. Already got a wind light out there, so that's exciting. And now I'm going to be back calling some laps where it all started way back, I guess about 12 years ago now. So this is the 13th event, but it was 2010. Man, what a crowd. I've got Steve Hawkins and Jaden Lawler. Hawkins getting a head start in the left lane. There is a significant difference on the starting line, and that is the right lane, Jaden Lawler. Lawler moving on 11 and 33 thou above, getting to the stripe, 12 thou in front. Hawkins is 29 and 27 thou over, 56 total. Comes up a dozen short. Next up in the left lane, driver not on file. The dial in is a 430. Now on the mountain, I mean, that's fast anywhere on earth, but on the mountain it's ridiculous. Tom Doyle in the right lane, dial 534. Doyle getting basically a second head start. You're leaving 1 second in front, you're going 530s. We are in Group B. No.
Group A drag.
We're Group A dragsters, that's correct, yes. Group A dragsters is what we're in. And there's a pile of them. I mean a pile of them. Oh, Doyle in control. And that's what happens when you're getting chased by a second. It's just tough. Doyle leaves 005, gets there a 10th to break it out 11 thou. Had to take 89 or less, basically 90 really, the way the numbers read. Left lane dead on with a 4 and was a 10th behind. Kind of gives you an idea. The left lane was scaring a $100 bill when they left. Scaring it. Doyle 005 had, let's just say it was 86 thou advantage up front and rode it through and broke it out. Oh boy, here we go. Got some Canadians here. What is that, Jay Ballou? Oh, Beaulieu. Okay, there it is. It's pronounced in the bottom of the screen. Just got to look at it. Cody Witt in the right lane gets the win, 24, 23 thou above. Cody gets there 11 thou in front. Beaulieu is 12 and 46 thou over. And killed some of that too. I think Beaulieu got behind, took a negative 11 thou there. There's Josh Owens next up in the left lane. 488 is the dial. Right side is Shane Thompson, all the way from Henderson, Nevada. Basically Las Vegas. The good part of it. The nice, clean part. That's a rough city, but it's nice. 18 thou in the hole is Thompson, and made it up, but had to do something extra special. Left lane 001, 18 thou above, that's 19 total. Shane Thompson's 19 on the tree, had to go dead 0, got there 8 thou, broke it out 8 thou, had to go dead on with a 0 and hope the wind light fell his way. Pretty tough lap right there to start your day when your opponent lights it up 001. So Josh Owens advances to round number 2. Joe Gary next up in the left. JoJo on a 454 dial. Jerry McGraw right lane. Out of Nebraska. Plattsmouth, Nebraska. That's pretty cool. We don't get a lot of Nebraskans. 448 is the dial for McGraw.
I'm going to say, there's a city in Pennsylvania that some racers are from. I cannot wait for you to see it on the screen. I don't want to tell you what it is.
Okay.
Perfect.
Can't wait. Only 3 thou separate them, so closest to the dial's probably going to get this done, and it does. 23 dead 2, 25 total. McGraw is 20 dead 5, 25 total. That leaves it down to the 10 thou, and it was 7 10 thou Joe Geary's way, sending him to round number 2.
I want to go there and start a fight.
Next up, driver not on file in the left lane. Little S dime over there, dialed 642. Junior Hodges in the right lane, dialed 479 out of North Carolina. Hodges going to give up a big old head start. So we're in Tennessee, so big old still applies here. Big old is something we say in Alabama, and big old is what you say in Tennessee. Nice little wheelie there in the left lane. There's 11 thousandths difference between them. And how about 001 take 12 to be 14 thou above, 15 total in the left lane wheelie machine. Hodges is 12 and 15 thou over to be a dozen behind. Left lane, the S10 moves in around number 2. Here's Barton Nelson. Oh yeah, we've got the perfect 000 coins in honor of our great friend Kyle Seipel, who we lost way, way too early. Kyle, one of the masterminds behind this product. So anybody lights it up a bag of donuts, they're going to get this coin. And that's everybody. Yeah, Mike says everybody. Nelson's in trouble right here. Right lane, 14, 2 thou under. Double breakout win. Nelson tripled him up and then some. Nelson's 51 up front, breaks it out 200. 200 behind at the stripe. Bart just needed to find that brake pedal really good.
$50 cash.
Oh yes, Mike says you get the coin and $50 cash. I only missed that by 6 thou. Can I get 1/6 of it, Mike?
No.
It doesn't work that way. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess I need to try harder. Greg Duffield in the left lane, 494 is the dial. Tanner Theobald in the right. I believe Tanner's out of Idaho. Utah, okay. Okay, Mike's home area. That's good stuff. He lights at 4 thou red. He's still on Pacific time. Set your box on Eastern time.
Mountain time.
He's on mountain.
Utah.
Oh, that's right. Utah is, because it's a lot of mountains out there. It makes sense, Mike. You know what? That makes sense. There are mountains, so you should be on mountain time. 15 and 5 under for Duffield. Moves into round number 2. Theobald lights at 4 thou pink. Andrew Conrath in the left lane from Pleasant Unity, Tennessee. Pleasant Unity. I bet there's not a mean person at all. You must have to move if you're from Pleasant Unity, Pennsylvania, and they deem you as a bad person. Bo Sanders dialed 488 in the right, 600's head start for Conrath. Sanders, 16, take 2 to be 300 above, 46 total. 21 and 27 thou above in the left for Conrath, it's 48 total. But if you're from Pleasant Unity, you just get the ticket and you go, ha, good job, Bo. Really good run. Really good run. Let's try that again sometime. Ron Campbell, 486 dial in the left lane from Bean Station, Tennessee. That's a top 10 name. Josh Baker in the right. This guy's always on a heater. Always on a heater. From Lancaster, Kentucky, dial 463. Baker giving up almost a quarter. 23 Hun head start. Left lane couldn't get off the starting line. Baker sets it down to go 15 above for the win. 14 on the tree. Campbell way late with issues on the starting line, just going to coast it on through. Josh Baker into round number 2. Here's Buddy Fleener in the left lane. 487 is the dial. Got Greg Hicks over in the right. Hicks all the way from North Las Vegas. That's the good part too, the north side. Hicks is dialed 479. Greg's number is A001. So that tells me Greg was an early arrival and was first in the gate for the dragsters. Shout out to Lisa King. Thank you so much, Lisa. Your words are too kind. Thank you, Jake Hodge. I appreciate that. You know, I can find a little luck from time to time, mostly bad, but I can find a little good luck every once in a while. Speaking of good luck, Greg Hicks has got some. He's 23 on the tree, not what he wanted to be, but he's 300 up front. And he gets the win. Lights it up, dead 7 to take 16 thou. 30 pack for Hicks. Not a 30 pack for Fleener. He's 54 and 8 thou under. So Greg Hicks moves on. Brandon Barker next up in the left lane. Brandon could be podcasting out there right now, talking to his many followers. 508 is the dial out of Ontario, Canada. Gonna have a lot of Canadians here. It's great. Great to have folks being able to cross the border and get down here and race with us. Very, very cool. Right lane, not on file. 474 is the dial. Big advantage for Barker, but he breaks it out. 33 dead 0 in the right. 33 total. Barker 19, take 31 to be 17 thou under. Had to trim that back to 14 or less. Basically cut that margin in half. So, you know, if he took 7 feet, needed to take 3.5 feet. Right lane moves into round number 2. Next up in the left, not on file. 449 is the dial. And I know I'm not looking at the Motormania TV live feed brought to you by the great folks at Jegs and Mickey Thompson. I'd like to thank both of those wonderful companies. We're Strange, round number 1. I'd like to thank the great folks at Strange. Got some awesome sponsors, over $60,000 in products getting in the racers' hands. And that's not even including the purse, which is huge. Ivy Brannon in the right dial, 454. So anyway, I know people are saying, well, that's so-and-so in the dragster. Look, I'm a door car guy. All dragsters look alike to me. I apologize. I don't want to offend anyone. They're all long, skinny tires in the front, big tires in the back. I don't know one from the other. Ivy 16 thou red, left lane moving on, 15 and 1 thou under the dial.
How much fun would it be if their wheels were reversed, if the skinny ones were in the back and the big ones were in front?
You know, it would be a lot of fun to race against them because I don't think they could repeat very well. But unfortunately, those darn things repeat exceptionally well. And they're running really fast at the finish line, which makes it even more harder to race them. Josh Ludke in the left lane. Josh, another guy that's always on a heater. Coming off a good weekend in Columbus, 465 is his dial. Here's Jeff Taylor. Taylor all the way from Apache Junction, Arizona, dial 470. Now it's nasty. That's a nasty pair right here. Woo! Double breakout. 7 and 8 thou under gets the win for Taylor. Ludke, 006, take 15. To be 22 thou under. Ludke only had a thou advantage up front. It's a double breakout, so that means he's got to take a thou or less, which only leaves you one other number, or just totally screw it up and get behind, and you win that way as well. But unfortunately, he rolled it through 15 thou and could only stand to get there 1. Whoa! Whoa, we need security in the tower, please. Security. I told you to be watching for this guy, and somehow he slipped by. You must have walked through the back door. Good to see you, Champ.
Hey, how you doing?
Talking about guys that's always on a heater. Got Champ in the booth. 5 flat, dial in the left, not on file. It's a dragster. Danny Bennett in the right, dial 485. Left lane's 20, and lighten the scoreboard, 22 thou above, 42 total.
I've never heard of this guy.
42 total beats Champ 73% of the time, every time. Danny Bennett's 3, thou red, dead 7. Somebody grab a puke bucket for Danny. If he's had breakfast, make it a big one. That is not what he's going to want to see right there.
You need one of those.
Left lane. If you go to the left lane, we just don't have you on file yet. 457 in the left. Jeff Sarah in the right. Another guy that's always on a heater. He's on about a 26-month heater. I mean, how good would it feel to just go out and win consistently for like 2 years plus? 4 years plus, Mike said. I do a podcast and talk about this stuff every week, and I still don't know exactly. I can't remember what everybody's won. But, Sarah, it's a pretty good guess. You can just say, coming off a big win last week, and you're going to be right most of the time. When I'm wrong, I'll just be wrong. Sarah dial 484 can go 439. Oh boy. Sarah, 006, take 119 thou to be 6 above. He probably just got tired from whooping the gas. What do you call that, Champ? Is it whooping the gas? Is it whomping?
I say ripping.
Ripping it? Oh, he's ripping. Ripping that gas. Left lane left way late with trouble. And that will never, ever beat Jeff Sarah unless he's red.
I mean, anytime that your reaction time is greater than that of the oldest human being currently living on the face of the earth, and you're alongside Jeff Sarah, that rarely works out in your favor.
Great comparison, Mike. That is good thinking. I couldn't think that fast. I appreciate you mentioning that. So that's going to be my new thing this week. Like, whew, that guy was really old when he left. Marty Martin in the left lane, 455 is the dial. Steph Fuller in the right, dial 473. Oh, left lane was premature. Got a premature baby in the left lane. By 8 thou. Marty lights it up 22 thou under. Steph Fuller was around my age. And y'all know I'm no puppy. Steph lights it double nickels at the starting line, then goes 12 thou above. Feel like I'm starting to get in my groove. Starting to get in my groove here, Mike. I really feel good. Luckily, I got in my groove very early, and I'll be in my groove for the next 912 dragsters.
Well, you certainly look like you look like you're in your groove.
Well, I appreciate that. I really do. You know, like a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich would really put me where I need to be. But Hamilton, moving on. Sam Hamilton, 002, 11 thou above, 13 total. Kendall Payne, no chance there, 44 up front. Then goes 21 thou above the dial to be 5 hun behind at the stripe. Appreciate that, Andrew. JJ Champ is a bottom bulber that doesn't get out very much. He didn't know who Champ was. JJ did. Mike Morgan and KC Pesnell. K Sizzle from my home area rolls them through. Sizzle into round number 2 from Gardendale, Alabama. 1 mile up the road from Coburg Racing headquarters. 18 and 2 above, almost 3 over. Gets to the stripe, 26 thou in front. 23 and 7 above for Mike Morgan. Sizzle moving ahead. Left lane, 426, not on file. You know, I used to put like movie star names. It's, excuse me?
Courtney Grisette.
Gesundheit. Courtney Grisey. Grisey? Grisey, okay. It's good stuff. Courtney, dial 426.
On the mountain. Getting down. Female.
Miss Courtney going to give up a bulb and a half head start to Shallon Broussard out of Louisiana.
Louisiana.
5 flat dial for Broussard. Never right down. Yeah, try to get to the starting line there. 9,000 hole, couldn't get it done now. 26, one above for Grisey. Broussard. Grisey and Broussard. That's a tough matchup for names. Broussard's 35 and 17 thou over, 7 thou behind at the stripe.
Louisiana. Once in Louisiana, what's the first thing that pops into your mind? Louisiana. What about you?
Shout out to my boy, John Siegel. It kind of looks like I'm parked by him, but I'm not because he's not here. But he's jumping on a big bird coming in this evening. JJ Champ got to the 3rd round once in a points race.
True.
He hung the ticket on the wall of his trailer. Really cool. McKenna Brown in the left. Jegs entry, 458, or Jegs on the side of the car.
Send a picture of it to his mama.
TJ Harper, also dial 458. This is heads up. Let's put it on the pro tree. Anytime it's heads up, we ought to just go pro tree. It's not heads up anymore. McKenna is a hun and a half in front and gets a win light. 006 and 7 hun out in front. Harper's 21 and 8 above.
I was thinking anytime it's heads up, it should just be like comp eliminator, no breakouts, first to finish.
Yeah, who can go the farthest under? That's a really good point.
I never got shot.
That comp eliminator, that stuff's hard to understand.
Just go fast. But not too
But not
fast.
too fast.
But not too fast in eliminations.
Top 10 name in the left lane, Noah Rambo. Rambo dial 461. Greg Showns. Nobody corrected me. I nailed it. 460. Damn it. 467 is the dial. 6 hun head start. There's 14 thou separating them on the starting line. The left lane had the advantage, and Rambo blows away the competition. 009, 25 thou above, taking 3 thou at the stripe. Shawns, 23 and 14 thou over, 37 total. Comes up 3 little ones behind. I'm on a cordless mic, so I'm leaving it hot. I want to make sure everybody in the room understands that and knows it. The mic is staying lit. Kevin Burkett in the left lane. 491 is the dial. Jimmy Chavis Jr. in the right. Dial 477. 11 red in the left, 10 green in the right. 10 green is more gooder than 11 red, and Jimmy Chavis moves into round number 2. 10 and a thou under. Burkett is 11 and 2 thou under. So that really just, or excuse me, 11 red. So that really eliminated him from the get-go, but that one's going to be a handful anyway. If Chavis knew he could go under and maybe was planning on killing a little, that one's going to be hard to handle. Chris Wallen, 492 in the left. Right lane not on file, dial 469. Champ?
Don't know that one.
No chance, okay.
It's got a real roll cage.
It's the one with the scoop and the big tires on the back.
It's a dragster.
Yeah. It's probably a big block, style 469. 3 thou red in the left lane for Wallen. Not on file. Moving on, 009, 6 thou under. Right lane advances to round number 2, where there is no buyback the rest of the weekend, folks. No buyback. Peter and Emily made the call. The crowd is huge. If you've ever been to Bristol, there are rigs parked at the Food City about 7 miles from here.
We got 7 rigs parked in the center of the oval.
Yeah. There's rigs on the straightaway and the winner's circle over at the Motor Speedway. This place is slam packed. By the way, you Super Pro racers, y'all get some really big rigs. Really big. I mean, they can haul everything. Donnie Quisenberry in the left, Scotty Watts in the right. This is nasty. Right lane's got him cut in half, but it still wasn't much. Oh my goodness. 4 take 15 to be 10 thou under. Had to take 5 or less. Left lane lit it up, 8 dead 1. Quisenberry. 9 pack moving into round number 2.
It's Nomad Addis.
Robert Pettis next up in the left, 467 is the dial. Right lane Keith Thomas, dial 505, almost a 3/10 head start for Thomas. You know, another thing about you Super Pro racers, some good looking folks out here. I mean, even the men. There's some good looking men out there. And I can say that because I'm very comfortable with my masculinity.
Tanner Theobald's right there. I mean, he just doesn't.
I thought that was Tanner. That guy takes really good care of himself, Mike. He's a total opposite from us. Keith Thomas, 15 and 13 thou over. Let him sit in here for hours on end and see if he can keep that shape. I bet he can.
Round is a shape. That's true.
Thomas moving into round number 2. Pettis is 31 and 6 thou under. No good there for Pettis. Keith Thomas with a nice winning lap. Here's Lee Dixon next up in the left, 475. Scott Jorgensen. Is the J silent? Is that Jorgensen? Or is it Jorgensen?
I say Jorgensen. I mean, he's from Florida. How exotic is
Nah, I'm going straight Swedish right here.
Jurgens?
535 for Scott. Man, Tanner is a good-looking dude.
He looks even better Saturday.
Jorgensen. 002. Scotty J. Taking 10 thou at the stripe. A deuce, take a dime to get some green lights on your board. Jorgensen to round number 2. Dixon, 51 and a thou under, no chance. Scotty J into round number 2. Chris Ferguson next up in the left, 459 is the dial. Not on file in the right. Dial 473. Yeah, I don't want to give everybody false sense of confidence here because some of y'all don't look, some of you ain't looking that great. But Tanner, dude's got it going on. 4th thou advantage in the left and a win light. When you're 4th thou in front on the starting line and you go dead on with a 2, that's going to win a lot of the times, champ. A lot of the times.
Every time.
91% of the time, every time. 19 dead 2, 21 total. Champ says that'll win every time. I'm not good at math, but I'm going to trust you on that one.
All right.
23 and 8 thou under for the right lane. No chance there. Ferguson's 21 total versus the 23 tree. Derek Hubbard next up in the left lane. Derek's old foot brake racer, dial 452. It's out of Lake Mary, Florida. Jacob Stallworthy out of Idaho. Those Idaho racers are good. Watch this right here. I said those Florida racers are good. Yeah, Hubbard, 006, 23 thou above, 29 total. Stallworthy was locked out, 40 up front. Still on Pacific time. Or is Idaho on Mountain time? That's on Mountain. There's mountains there too, ain't it, Mike? I'm getting good at this.
Yep.
So he's still on Mountain time. Pacific time would have had him 50.
Your math missed a little there. He was 33,000.
What was he?
33,000.
Oh yeah, he was 33,000. Yeah.
That's okay. Yesterday, Hicks was up here and we were talking about geography, and he was like, I don't need to know right angles and stuff. And I'm like, no, Hicks, that's geometry.
That is good stuff. Yeah, geometry and geography. They are different. Left lane not on file, 465. Right lane, Chris Garrett, 447. Brandon Williams in the left. Oh, Williams left 001, but got 2 thou behind. Took -2. Garrett, 10, dead 4, 14 total. Brandon's 001 and 15 thou above to be 16 total. Just 2 little ones in the hole. Not on file in the left, 450 is the dial. Michael Shoop in the right lane from Hagerstown, Maryland. I think Hagerstown's where Mason-Dixon Dragway is. He's dial 482. Oh, it's Jesse York. Muncie, Indiana. Only a thou difference up front. Right lane had a thou advantage and gets the win light, dead 9, 25 total, 17, and 6 thou under for York. Got there 14, needed to take 8 or less.
So Parker Theobald chimed in and said, if you think Tanner's good looking, we really need to see Tanner's, younger brother.
Oh,
Parker's not wrong.
No. The Theobald boys are good-looking men, real good-looking men. And again, I can say that because I'm very comfortable with who I am.
It's Marco's birthday today.
Left lane not on file, 449 is the dial. Right lane, Steve Collier, the Louisiana Steve Collier. Dial 466, 10 thousandths advantage for Collier and a win light. Dead on with a 2, 12 thou total, 53 thousandths up front at the stripe. Left lane 20 and 45 thou above.
We also called Tim Barbara's husband. Because he always forgets to think.
Left lane is Barbara's husband, Tim Markaglew. Let me make this quick. Peeps is in the right lane, so I got time. It's going to take him a while to stage. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Timmy Markaglew. Happy birthday to you. 458 is your dial on your birthday. And for a great birthday present, you get Peeps Pennington. Happy birthday, bro. 471 is the dial. Not related, Peeps Pennington in the right lane. Those are the Skinningtons out of Texas. We're the fat ones from Alabama. Oh, this is nasty right here. Oh my goodness. 8, take 2 for Preston. 18 total. Markaglew 005 and 15 thou above. 20 total to be 2 thou behind. That was a nasty, nasty lap. Peeps, you should be very, very ashamed of yourself, young man. It's the man's birthday. Have some freaking respect. Christopher Schneider in the left lane. 514 is the dial. Cameron Manuel, Big Cram in the right, dial 476. About a half a bulb head start to Schneider. Schneider, part of that Stainless Works crew. Oh, and he comes up 4 thou short there. Big Cram 15, take 4 to be 17 thou above. It's 32 total. 19 and 17 thou above for Schneider to be 36 total and 4 thousandths behind at the stripe. Big Van Domino in the left lane. Staten Island, New York. Big Vin, part of that Numidia Dragway crew. Great place to race. I'm going to get there. It's bucket list place for me. I'm going to get there one day. Big Vin's dial 458. Not so Big Vin anymore, by the way. Big Vin's just a habit that I have. But he not nearly as much Vin as he used to be. Looking good, too. That's a good-looking man. Dakota Wells in the right, dial 455. Vin out in front. Give it a couple of skivvies right there to go 2 above for the win. 15 and 25 thou over, 40 total. Dakota Wells is 37, got there 13, broke it out 10 thou, had to take 3 or less. Brent Martin, next up in the left, 487 is the dial, out of La Plata, Maryland. That's where my buddy Rob Robertson's from. I don't get to see him much anymore, but that's his home area. So shout out to Rob Robertson. Right lane, Race Kid. Race fresh off of a $50,000 victory Sunday in Darlington, maybe even into Monday. It was a late one. He's got a thou to work with here, and he works with it. 22 dead 1 for 23 total. Martin, 23 up front, had to go dead 0 and hope it fell his way. He got there 14, broke it out 14. Schuyler Wagner in the left, dial 485. Marlos Goetz, or is that Goetz? But anytime you got the name Goat in your name, that's top 10. I mean, we got a lot of people here. I might need to stretch my list to top 20, but right now I'm going top 10, and Marlos has Goat in his name, so that has to qualify. So, Marlos, you're top 10 at the moment. Could get pushed out. There's a 7 thou advantage for the Goat. Oh, couldn't get it done. Wagner, 12 and 14 thou above. That's 26 total. Marlos, 5 and 21 thou above. That's 26 total. The margin of victory to Wagner was 0.0004. 4 10,000ths. Neither driver on file. So this will be John Wayne in the left lane, dial 498. And Lauren Roberts, or Lauren Green. It was Lauren Green. That was Bonanza. Dial 479 in the right. I mean, I think John Wayne was the better cowboy because the movies were about him, but, you know, it's hard to beat Lauren Green. Pa was a pretty good cowboy. 12 thou separate them. Advantage left lane, win light to John Wayne. 009, 15 thou above, taking 1 little one at the stripe. Nasty lap there, 9 take 1. 21 dead 4, not a bad lap in the right lane for Lauren Green, but John Wayne did prove to be the better cowboy. Left lane 482 is the dial.
Yes, there may be something at the top end in the motor mile thing.
Thank you, Joanne. I think they're headed that way. Right lane is Philip Pennington, not related. He is, again, part of the Skinningtons out of Texas. They are much smaller than we are. We're the fat ones from Alabama.
Hey, Big J.
Pete, what's up?
Listen, first of all, it's a pleasure to have you back, my friend.
Pete, it's good to be back. I hate that I had to beg you to let me come back for so long. You finally caved in. But
I caved in.
Yeah, you've been telling me, Jared, we really don't need you, but thanks for asking, and you finally let me come back, so thank you.
Well, I'm gonna hope your voice is okay. One of my best friends out there in the pits, I need you to sing happy birthday to him, Tim Markerglue.
Well, I just got him when he was on the starting line. He didn't hear it, but Timmy, if you're listening, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Timmy Markerglue. Happy birthday to you. If you get with me anytime after lunch tomorrow, that will not be possible. Be happy birthday to you. Tim, we appreciate you spending your birthday at the Fling, my friend. Again, not on file in the left, Philip Pennington in the right. Pennington giving up 8 Hun head start. It's the Jegs and Mickey Thompson. Motor Mania TV live feed. I'd like to thank those great companies for bringing this live coverage to everyone across the world. People will be watching this literally across the world. 3 thou red in the left, Pennington 20 up front, 9 thou under. Pennington moves into round number 2. That's been said a couple of times prior today. Tony Owens next up in the left, 490 is the dial. Jamie Holston in the right, dial 445. This is Strange Engineering, round number 1. I'd like to thank the great folks at Strange. They're putting up a nice $500 prize for the best losing package in this round. My boy Holston was here for all of our foot brake races. That's where you don't have the aid of electronics and you're controlling everything manually. And Jamie was here for both of those that we had up here on the mountain this year. He's probably going to be in the round 2, and he is. 008 takes 17 to be 22 thou above. Owens 19 and 28 thou over, no good. Jamie Holston moves into round number 2. Jack Collier, speaking of good-looking man, and Jack, I'm sure you're a good-looking man, but I was talking about Jamie Holston. He's lost like 70 pounds, got himself in good shape. Love that guy. Jack Collier in the left, 455 out of Louisiana. Johnny Ezel in the right, dial 459 out of Louisiana. They come all this way just to square up. Only 4 thousandths the difference up front. And Collier makes it work out his way. He was behind at the start, but he works it out. 17 dead 8, 25 total getting to the stripe. 2 Hun in front. Ezel's 13 and 32 thou above. Well, I appreciate that very much, Mark Wessler. Oh, somebody's walking back with a collector. Might need to see Scott Lemon get some of those collector tethers. Hold that bad boy on. Corey Gulitti won him a dragster already this weekend. He's going to win round 1. 13 and 5 above. Ooh, Corey, easy there, big fella. Easy. 13, 58 thou over, almost 6 above to take 4 thou. Corey, you had done enough at 3 Hun. You just took 3 Hun more and trimmed it out of there to get their 4 thou. But when you're young and really talented and you can see everything, that's what you do. Nice work, Corey. Not 13 in the right and dead on. Come up a little short. But that's when you go back and tell, they say, what happened? Say, man, 4 thou. I lost by 4 thou. You don't have to tell them everything. You just tell them, shoot, he just got me right at the end. Left lane 514, not on file. Cody McDaniel in the right, 456 is the dial. 2 Hun advantage for McDaniel, but the left lane makes it work. 35, dead 1, 36 total. McDaniel, 15, 21 thou over, 36 total. McDaniel, 458 at 141. So I'm no math wizard, and I don't know much about racing, but I've got Marco Peravalaris just stepped in the booth with me. Marco, I'm going to say 458 at 141 is just down a tick on mile per hour.
A tick or at least 10.
They were both 36 total. McDaniel got their negative 0005, which means the left lane was in front by 5/10 thou. McDaniel trimmed too much out of it to come up a little short right there. Ray Miller, the third in the left, 455 is the dial. Cliff Carr in the right, dial 489. As my good friend Marco Peravalaris, part-time announcer at the Fling, part-time media guy, part-time a little bit of everything here, and full-time racer, joining me for a few laps here in the booth, Marco.
As Cliff Carr is 22, take 11 to be dead 8 for the win. Jed, it is truly an honor. Ever since I've picked up a mic, I've dreamed about this moment, and it is truly an honor.
Well, it's probably more nightmare than it was a dream, Marco, but I'm glad you're here, and I appreciate those kind words. Always a pleasure to hang out with you no matter where we're doing it, but certainly an honor for me as well to get to spend a little time not only here on the mic at obviously what is easily the biggest, baddest top bulb race of the year with this crowd that we have and this setting and everything that we're blessed to be around this weekend. But to get to spend some time with you in the booth is very humbling for me as well. Left lane not on file goes 10 thou red. Right lane is 18 up front. And then goes dead on, Marco, with a 415. Now I realize the mountain doesn't kill the fast cars as much as it kills a slow bucket like mine, but that car's probably going to run high 4.0s in normal air somewhere.
And I would say, Jed, being that car had a 104 60-foot time, going 415 at 177, that 60-foot should be about 500 or 600 quicker than that. So I would say that car at a sea-level track is capable of dipping into the 3s.
Very good point. Very good point, because the left lane was going 450s and had a little better 60-foot than the right lane. The right lane went 415. So.
Probably went into that MSD grid and pulled some timing.
Not on file in the left, hitting the wind light, 004 up front. Then goes 39 thousandths under the dial as Kevin Poitras in the right lane. Lights are 16 thou pink, and then goes dead on too. That's a little salt in that wound, but Poitras hopefully has a second entry. Well, I'm sure he does, and can come back and correct that with the next one. There is no buyback in today's program, and there's no buyback in any of the day's program. This is run 2, and 1 comes back all weekend long. The crowd is just massive. It's not going to allow us to have that additional buyback round, Marco, as you know. So very appreciative of Peter and Emily and the Brain Trust here at the Fling to come together and say, all right, how can we make sure that we give the racers the best experience possible and crown some champions? And this was the only option.
Well, absolutely, Jed. And not only we don't want to necessarily, it's kind of hard to say, but don't want to wear everybody out by running till, early in the morning type of thing. Some decisions are really tough, but it's all in the best interest of the racer.
Always is. Very good point, Marco. That's the main thing Peter and Emily and anyone in their circle are trying to accomplish, is to give the racer the best experience they can. These are 2 really good laps right here. Left lane, 004, dead on with a 0. 4 packs, Marco, are very difficult to deal with.
Well, Allison Lloyd, racing with a very heavy heart, to be throwing down 4 total, she's making her boy Sean up there pretty proud with laps like that, I'll tell you.
No doubt. He is definitely smiling from above and guiding her along. That was a really solid run. Josh McDaniel, not a bad run whatsoever. 009 and 17 thou above, but it was 200s plus behind at the stripe as Allison Lloyd rolls through with a 4 thou package. Who you got over there now, Marco?
Left lane, I got Roger Thornton at a 472 in the race tech out of Virginia. How about you, Jed?
Right lane, I've got the guy they call Champ, Stephen McCrory, out of Georgia, dial 469. Uh-oh. Champ got some work to do right here, and he does it. Wow.
Ouch. That's all I got to say. Let's just say left lane had to take 69 or less.
Yes, brutal. 006 and 71 thou in front at the stripe. Broke it out 2 thou. Had to take 69 or less. Champ must have thrown the laundry out. He's 19 up front, had a 13 thou deficit, and then goes 56 thou above on the binders to send Roger through a bunch. Roger is going to hate that ticket.
Well, when you feed that much stripe, the only way I can think of it, Champ probably hit the scramble button.
Probably did. He was there to be seen, and then he wasn't. Trip McCarty in the left, Donnie Burleson in the right. Trip getting a little over a 3/10 head start. Burleson made up some of that on the starting line, and then gets it done. 007 and 18 thou above, 25 total. Tripp is 14 up front. He was only 7 thou behind, so he had a chance. But he stopped her pretty good down there as well. He goes 38 thou above to be almost 300ths behind at the stripe. Tripp, a young talent in this sport that's going to make his name known for a long, long time, Marco.
Well, the McCarty group, Bailey Ferraro, Corey Galletti, all of them together, they just make a great team, and you are absolutely right. I wholeheartedly agree.
Donnie Burleson has been making his name known for quite some time, and he's doing what Donnie Burleson does, getting win lights.
And in a new whip.
Oh, he's got a new whip?
Brand new, just put the motor in on Monday, Jed.
Well, from here, they all look the same to me, Marco, but I'm sure it is a very nice piece because Donnie Burleson don't ride in no scrap heap, so he's probably got a super nice piece. I'd like to go check that out. I do like Donnie's stuff. Coy Collier in the left. 460 is the dial. Speaking of young talents, out of Bossier City or Bossier City, I'm not sure which one it is, Louisiana. Right lane not on file. Dial 444. And somewhat in control. And gets it done. 13, take 12 to be 13 thou above. That is a 26 thou package. Collier's 25 up front, so had plenty of work to do there. I think it was 13 thou above to be a dozen behind.
Well, Jed, as we always talk about, using the exact advantage that you have on the starting line or less as far as the margin that you take at the finish line. There was a 12 thou separation in reaction time, and the right lane took exactly 12 thou. So whether it's a double breakout or you're both over the dial, that's a good move to take that margin or less specifically.
Excellent point. It's like he knew. Boy, wouldn't that be handy if you knew that when you left? Like if you had something that just showed you the reaction time advantage or difference?
Geez, it'd be like a video game.
It'd be awesome. Douglas Marsters in the left. Colby Fuller in the right. 16 thousandths advantage for Fuller and a win light. Colby 008, 13 thou above, 24 ahead at the stripe. Marsters is 24 and 21 thou above. Left way too much room for Colby Fuller right there.
Speaking of young talent, that's good driving on both ends. And
no doubt.
Give that kind of an advantage on the starting line. I'd say 8 or 9 drivers out of 10 that are here this weekend, they'll make you pay for that.
Yeah, you are correct with that. 8 or 9 out of 10 is probably a solid number. Where's home for you, Marco?
Sonoma, California.
Beautiful.
Just San Francisco, beautiful Sonoma Raceway. I love it.
Yeah, so you're used to seeing rolling hills and mountains and those type things. So this is not uncommon scene for you, but this is a beautiful, beautiful facility, much like what you get to see on a regular basis.
Well, it's definitely incredible. As Lester Atkins getting behind 39 to go 2 above, did not have the advantage on the tree. Left lane was 003 and under 4 thou, needed to take 35 or less. I'm seeing a common theme here. A lot of guys that are either in a double breakout situation or don't have the advantage on the tree. It's first thing in the morning, they're lighting up the wind light.
Yeah, very good point.
There.
Yeah, and you obviously, as the day's going through and we're starting to rise in temperature, you're also starting to lessen your humidity, and this place can get a little tricky between these two big hills and everything that's happening out there in the atmosphere. So you got to be on top of your game here at Bristol and keep a focus on the weather.
Absolutely.
Sean Parker in the left, 444s on the board. Timothy Thomas in the right, dial 465.
5 thou separate them, wind light. Timothy Thomas getting behind yet again to light up the wind light. 008, 12 thou above is 20 total. Sean Parker was 13, take 19 to be 12 thou under. Needed to take 7 or less.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. Yeah, that was a tough lap right there. Thomas turned him loose to go 12 thou above. Obviously, Parker had the advantage, but you don't always know that either till somebody's dropping you a little bit and killing a couple late and you don't catch it. So that was a tough lap there for Parker.
Yeah, and you don't know. I mean, if only we had a crystal ball and knew if we were going to get dropped.
Wouldn't it be so much easier?
Oh, yeah. 1,000
Charles!
wind light to Sugar Shane Carr. 11 take 8 to be dead 4 is 15 total. Ricky
Charles, I didn't know you was going to be here.
Is 10 and 13 thou above. Sugar
Awesome,
Shane,
bro. Good to see you.
I think, was 1 thou red yesterday for the loss, and he's obviously rebounding pretty well with his first entry.
Yes, very well. I apologize for leaving you hanging there for a second, Marco, but Chef Charles just stepped in the tower.
Chef Charles, what a guy.
I mean, this guy's incredible. He'll make a tadpole slap a whale to get to his groceries when he cooks them. You hear me? A tadpole slapping a whale is a big deal. Chris Stein in the left lane, 419. I love Chris, but his car is obnoxious when it leaves the starting line. It's loud. Jerry Hollingsworth in the right, dial 526.
It's a pretty big split in dragster to dragster matchup yet.
Sounds like we're at the NHRA race and Top Fuel just ran. Stein, 19 and 9 thou under. That was a big split, you're right. Over a second head start when this dragster is a big split for sure, especially when one is dialed sub 530. Hollingsworth lights at 15 thou red and then goes 13 thou under. Chris Stein into round number 2. It is Strange, round number 1. Our great friends at Strange are helping out with the best losing package of the round. We thank those great folks for everything they do for us. And I'm sure, Marco, we've got quite an audience over there on the Jegs and Mickey Thompson Motor Mania TV live feed. We like to thank those folks for their support. Of course, 2 legendary brands stepping in to help out and bring the action to the folks around the world. Very cool of both of those companies.
Well, we're thankful for each and every one of our sponsors. Over $60,000 in hardcore product giveaways just this weekend alone.
Unbelievable. Left lane not on file. Right lane J.R. Lockhart. J.R. was a runner-up in last night's 15 grander. Comes up short in round number 1. He's 46 up front. Probably still tired from racing a while. Goes dead 5, but that was not good enough for 21 dead 3 in the left lane, 24 total, getting to the stripe, 27 thou up front. Left lane moves into round number 2. $60,000, over $60,000, Marco. It's like they have a prize for everything. I mean, they can come up with prizes for the most off-the-wall stuff just to make sure that people are being rewarded for being here, regardless of what they're doing on the racetrack. It's about as cool a format as it gets.
Absolutely, and you know, with so many races out there nowadays, I mean, so many great races being put on across the country, and these sponsors, they have a lot of options, and as a business, it's really hard to give any kind of donation, but I'm telling you what, we are extra thankful that for the relationship that we're thankful to have with each and every one of the event sponsors.
Very well said. It's definitely a very generous group supporting the Fling each and every time they open the gates. Jordan Parker in the left, 458. Speaking of guys on a heater, this guy's won back-to-back weeks, 100 granders. Did it in Columbus, did it in Darlington. That is absolutely stop, drop, and roll. You're on fire material. Kyle Cotrera up front, 5 thou, and rolls them through. 2 take 6, Marco. That's the kind of laps that wins you 100 granders on a regular basis. Kyle continuing to knock them down, moving into round number 2 with a 28 thou package as Parker's 007 up front, but 27 thou above to leave Kyle some room.
You know, most of the time, Jed, when you see 2 take 6, there's a little bit of excitement in there, but all I can say to that is that's just Kyle Cotrera doing what Kyle Cotrera does. And that's all I got to say.
Well said, Marco. You guys are like a well-oiled machine in here. Attention, the pits will take Group B cars with an odd number. Group B cars with an odd number to the lanes for round 1. Group B cars with an even car number. You are on standby.
Thank you, Pete. Yeah, that was kind of ho-hum for Kyle Cotrera for sure. Fred Hagberg in the left, 493. Michael Pascal in the right, dial 475. Again, a couple of very good reaction times up front. Makes it very tight racing end to end. Oh, that was nasty right there, Marco.
Oh, man, Jed, all I can say is if, again, going back to the whole crystal ball concept, if you could know that you were going to be 10 on the tree and somebody in the other lane was going to throw down 8 total on you, I'd be like, that's just not fair. That's racing at the same time.
It definitely puts some salt in the wound. When you're 10 dead 7, you're 17 total.
Yes.
That makes it tough. 9 thou at the stripe for Hagberg.
Thank you.
Left lane, 486 the dial, not on file. Right lane, another young talent on fire right here, Donovan Williams. This guy is winning at a very regular clip right now. Got it started at Montgomery early in the year with a $100,000 win, and just that set him on fire, man. This guy's going nuts right now.
11 thou separate him. How about Donovan Williams? Behind at the start, but snugs it up to 14 thou to be 1 above. That'll get it done. Left lane was 10 on the tree, and Jed, his left foot was feeling strong this morning. 489 at 129 to go 3 above.
Yeah, that's strategy that you have to be careful with when you're sending elite racers through to get there first. That's a tough strategy. You really just got to stay disciplined and make your run in your lane and just go dead on. That's the mission, Marco. Go dead on, and if he can beat it, let him beat it. But don't leave him 3.5 hundredths extra room down there, because that's usually going to end up bad.
That's a great point. Stick to your game plan, as Peter says. Checking in with everybody on Motor Mania TV. Over 1,100 watching now. Looking at the chat. Great to hear from all of you. How about Victo? My buddy Victo.
That's my car owner. Victo's my car owner. Yeah, I'm a part-time driver in the shopping cart there, bro.
And I got news for you. The shopping cart's been getting some upgrades lately. It's better than it was when you drove it.
Really?
I can tell you that. Oh, yeah.
Well, I can't wait to get back out to Vegas and wheel that bad boy. Left lane not on file, dial 495. Right lane, Mark Kidd. West Coast hitter right here in the right lane out of Twin Falls, Idaho. Mark is dialed 469.
Mark and Race just been on an absolute tear lately. Mark in round number 6, I believe, broke an axle and got it fixed for today. He's in control, but unfortunately is not going to light up the win light. He's 009 and 4 above, as left side driver not on file is 32 dead 6. Going to be good enough.
Yeah, if you tell me you got Mark Kidd in the other lane and you're going to be 32 dead 6, I'm going to tell you, man, I hate that for you. Sorry it didn't work out, but it did work out this time. Mark Kidd not going to like that one at all as he lights it up 43 thou over. Cortland Carter next up in the left lane out of Lubbock, Texas. Cortland dial 466. Noah Lewis in the right, dial 453. As we're getting a mic change here in Marco's lane. See how this works out.
Well, let's put it to the test.
Y'all let Marco know on the live feed there if you're hearing him a little bit better.
Right, Cortland Carter is a thou, red, dead 3. Ouch.
Puke bucket. That one.
Especially, I mean, Jed, there's times, my father says it best. When you go a thou red or so, you're best off just crossing out the other lane. Just say they had a perfect run. Just to make you feel better.
Very good point. Yeah, just let out and coast. I agree. Right lane was 43, I think, for Noah, and I'm not real sure what the run looked like in comparison to the dial-in, but it had green lights on the board. That's really all he cares about.
Appears that Jordan White is taking a competition single, is 007 and 1 above to be 17 total. That's not a bad lap to start out the morning.
Jordan White still races?
Oh yeah. Even though his Nova might be apart, Champ's got 2 cars here and says, Jordan, why don't you come out and race a little bit? And for not having raced really much at all this year, he's making a good showing.
Well, that is odd if Jordan's making a good show, and I thought he was just full-time Facebooker, but I guess he found some time to get out here and race. Good to have you, J-Dub. Nice 007, 10 thou above. Marco, as we are getting to the end of Group A dragsters right here, and Group B, I can't remember if it was odd or even that Peter called, but he did make the call out. I could probably look at my text. If I had my readers on, I could read it, but I can't really read my text. So I'm going to depend on you and those young eyes of yours.
That might have been a time shot. I'm not going to say anything.
Some people just think parts is parts, but not us. Because we know when you order any of the over 1 million parts at jegs.com, you get the whole company. Expert advice, day or night, from the pros who know how to make you go. From now on, get your parts and your smarts only at jegs.com. Selection, service, and sweet satisfaction. That is jegs.com.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Congratulations to everyone on being a part of something so special with this massive car count. And Nate even told me to give everyone hugs for him, so I'm going to set up a huggers booth and just start passing out hugs for anyone that wants one. That'll be later on in the weekend for sure. But Nate, all kidding aside, bud, we love you. We miss you. You are the voice of the Flings, and certainly it's not as good a product without you as it is with you. And I know that you wish you could be here as well. So go to your meetings, do your job, take care of your family, do the things that sometimes we just have to do instead of go racing, and get back to the Flings real soon, my friend.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Grab the motion. You're going to take the lead.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Right, and here's some technical difficulties on the mic, and he's just back there working his magic. So Lou, we appreciate that very much. Just all the racers coming together for anything that's needed up here. I mean, you guys are the best. I mean, Jed, I'll never forget that first time you came out to Vegas and you requested all kinds of different drinks, food, you name it, and man, that percentage of what you got, I mean, I would say it was ask and you shall receive. I've never seen anything like it. But then again, what I learned awfully fast is it's the one and only Jared Pennington. If he ain't happy, then nobody's happy.
It was an incredible response. You know, we kind of had some fun with some of the requests. You know, sometimes somebody would come to me. Jeff Foster came to me one time and said, see if you can get us some ice cream. And I requested some ice cream, and it was ridiculous. Quick response. I got cobblers and cakes and cookies and, plenty of Coke and milk and everything else. It was really cool. But there's that enthusiasm and that spirit out there in Vegas, Marco, is incredible. That's a great atmosphere.
Coast to coast spirit as we're in the Group B. Left lane with a huge advantage on the starting line, and luckily converts it into a win light. 13 and 2 above. Right lane, I'm just going to say, was behind at the start, and 4 above. Jed, it doesn't register with me. I got to be as nice as possible. I have a hard time announcing any reaction times, like over a 30 even. I have a hard time with that. So,
well, I get that, because it's not easy to say someone was late and do it with grace and not embarrass them. We certainly not trying to embarrass. We've all been late, bad late, so we get it. So I think it helps when racers are up here and we understand, you know, a little bit about what's happening in the car. Oh, Jason Rich. Now that is an absolute beast right there in the right lane, but he had a big advantage up front. Not real sure how that got away from him, but he goes 11 above to be 17 thou behind. He was 11 up front and had 54 thou advantage, but Johnson had plenty of room to go 42 thou above and get there 17.
Well, Jed, I will say I've been getting word that Lou Greco has worked his magic on both mics. So Motor Mania TV, how are we sounding? Not really the content, but just let's go with volume.
Left lane, David Holton gets to win 35, 19 thou over. Gets to the stripe 2.5 hun up front. As Randy Marisette comes up a little short there, 26 and 5 above. So that's a good thing. We've got Lou Greco helping us out and definitely dialing us in on the sound there, as we've got something holding us up on the racetrack. We'll see what that is and get that straightened out. But definitely happy to have Lou Greco here getting us dialed in on the sound. He is the guy that is the leader of the band that is going to be handling our music at the Racer Appreciation Party tomorrow evening, and that band is called Trainwreck. However, Lou is anything but a train wreck. He's anything but that on the racetrack and off. So very appreciative, Lou.
Well, looks like we're getting some great feedback. So Lou,
all right,
I'm officially going to say thank you very much for all your help. You are the man.
Just getting a little bit of a sprinkle, really light drizzle. All we're going to do is just going to have to go out and put a blower on it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So one of those Bristol drizzles that's not on the radar and not expected, not supposed to happen.
Is that a brizzle?
It is a brizzle, yes. I do. Very good, Lou. Very good. So we've got one of those, but they're letting us know it is very light, and it's going to take minimal effort to get this straightened up and get the racetrack back in tip-top shape if it's getting any damage at all. So this shouldn't take long. We'll get things rolling back here very quickly. And you said if Jed is not happy, no one's happy. And I'm very blessed and fortunate to have my beautiful bride, Jenny Moe, here with me this weekend. She sent me a text and said, that couldn't be more true. If you're not happy, no one is happy. I'm not real sure how to take that, Marco, but I think I understand where she's coming from.
Well, Jed.
Jessica Cameron, who's already claimed that $500 bonus, thanks to the Manuel family and the West End Opera House. The last lady standing here on a Thursday, trying to get around Paterka and the dragster. We got door car versus dragster, door car versus dragster, and door car versus dragster in the 3 pair that are left. Paterka's dialed in at 482. Cameron's dialed in at 631. Tree begins to drop, and a red light start for Jessica Cameron by 0.006 of a second. Now it's Cameron Manuel and Chase Mead, which, by the way, kind of had a little birdie tell me that if you want to ride along with Chase Mead and if you got Twitch, apparently that's the place to be to get kind of the in-car camera view from what Chase Mead is doing. 646 the dial for the Camaro and Mead on the left side of the racetrack. Cameron Manuel dialed in at 469 on the right side, and this time it's the dragster that goes red. Coming straight out of Indy, 582 the dial on the left side of the racetrack, Chris Baer. has got that 466 for the dragster over on the right side. Pre-stage bulbs are on. There's going to be 2 door cars and a dragster, or 2 dragsters and a door car. We're going to find out right about now. Win light goes to Diagnolo. Chris Bear was 054 on the tree. And then goes 465.6 on a 466. Diagnolo dead on 7 to be 7 total. Get that man a 000 hero coin. Paterka's rolling out of the water box with a 482 dial. Chase Mead is rolling out of the water box with a 646 dial. And we've got lights dropping on the Christmas tree already. Red light to start. Chase Mead by 0.006 of a second. He clicks off a little early. Goes 599, 96 miles an hour. And by the way, he was better than 036. And we are about to find out who's going to be parking it in the winner's circle. Pete Diagnolo, Eric Paterka, the final 2 standing. Here on a Fuel Tech $30,000 to win Thursday. Diagnolo taking over the left lane, dialed in at 582. Eric Paterka, the dragster on the right side, dialed in at 483. 1 win light stands between each of these drivers and a big $30,000 payday. We stay green, 0.009 of a second, separate them in reaction time, and Pete Diagnolo goes back to back. Coming off of the win in Indy, rolls in here on Thursday and does exactly what he did last year on Thursday. Takes it all the way to the winner's circle.
Get the celebration underway here tonight. We'll be back at it early tomorrow morning. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for your winner on a Fuel Tech $30,000 Thursday. Let's hear it for Pete Diagnolo.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
You know, it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the 3rd time in the last 12 years here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at beyondoracing.com.
For those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited, while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
Sprinter. Obviously, you look at me and you know I'm not. But if I were a sprinter and I am going to a world-class event full of the best sprinters on earth. You know, I might say that's going to be an expensive trip. I got to do this, I got to do that, I've got to train. I'm going to skip that one, I think, because I know it's going to be full of world-class sprinters. This event is full of world-class talent. We know how difficult this sport is. At its easiest level is still extremely difficult. You pair that with a massive car count, so there's obviously lots of single-digit packages out there waiting in the pits to come up here and run down the track. We know that you got to be sub-15 package in most cases to have a shot at winning a round, much less the event. And we understand the difficulty in achieving that. Yet, we still show up, we still stop and buy the fuel, we buy the groceries, we take the time off of work, we prepare our hot rod, we might even throw some new tires on it just to make sure we're good. We change oil. We do all this work and preparation to come be a part of something extremely challenging. It says a lot about the spirit and enthusiasm that people have to come attend an event like this, because a lot of the pleasure of being here is not just when you stage at this beautiful facility and go down the racetrack. A lot of the pleasure is spending time with guys like you and, you know, meeting Peter Biondo and being out there in the pits. I'm parked in front of Anthony Bertozzi, one of the best racers that's ever lived, and I'm parked right by him, and he comes over and talks to me this morning as I'm preparing my hot rod, and I'm sure he's going to cook me something good to eat sometime this weekend, or maybe many times. So just being here in the atmosphere and the pits and spending this time with people is part of the reason we do what we do.
Absolutely. And I don't know, it just seems like anytime somebody, like a family friend, comes out to a local race and they really see, they get to witness the environment and everything that goes on both on and off the track, it's inspiring, even at, you know, a more novice level. But again, you made a great point. I would say that the separation from just like a weekly foot brake, you know, streetcar only type of race to, you know, events like these, you know, any of the Flings or any of the other large events, and the separation of talent, if you compare ability to ability, it's not that marginal if you think about it. I mean, if anywhere in the country you go, if you're going to go to like a weekly foot brake race to here, it's going to be difficult to win no matter where you're at. So anybody that feels accomplished on any level, a win is a win, period.
Absolutely. You know, we hear it a lot as we look through social media, and we hear people say it in person. Man, if you can win there, you can win anywhere. That really applies to every track in America, at least, and certainly our Canadian friends and our friends south of the border that attend our events. I'm sure they feel the same way. There is no easy track to win at anymore, Marco. They are all extremely difficult. You know, I started racing in 1984. I don't know what you were doing in 1984, Marco, but that's when I started racing. What job did you have in 1984? Yeah, exactly. So I started then. Well, when I showed up at the racetrack, I was one of the guys that couldn't win the race. You know, I was just one of the guys that were filling in and making runs for the winners to get in the way of the winners so they could make their way to the winner's circle. That changed, you know, after I raced 10 years or so, and I got halfway decent at it. But there was about 15% of the crowd that you could count on winning. You could literally just about pick the winner out of the crowd that showed up, and there were big crowds back then. Now, 97% of the crowd can win. You know, it's huge numbers. Everybody out there is capable of turning on win lights and beating anybody else in the pits. So it just makes this such a challenging sport. But also, that's what fuels a lot of people. It fuels me. I love to come here and try to outskill my opponent. You know, I enjoy the announcing, I enjoy the interaction with everyone, and I'm blessed to get to be here. But mainly, what I enjoy the most is trying to outskill my opponent. I really like that challenge.
And you said it best just now, Jed. I mean, you and pretty much every driver here on property, they enjoy the challenge. And, you know, it's something to be said for as far as, you know, all the accomplishments between all these racers. I mean, NHRA races, you know, they give you an option in the national event entry to where you can enter individual accomplishments. If that was an option at this race, and if, for one, I mean, it would be a difficult task in its own to enter all the accomplishments, but I don't know, with all the accomplishments between all these drivers, if we even attempted to enter half of them in the computer, we'd probably overload the hard drive.
I couldn't imagine having to read through the accomplishments of the racers at this facility this weekend. I mean, I couldn't imagine how many millions of dollars have been collected by these racers over the years and the decades that they've competed. And again, you look out here, you look in the staging lanes, and every time from our point of view where we're sitting now in the announcer's booth, every time you look up in the water box or on the starting line, it's a pair of winners that are battling one another trying to get to round number 2. And with no buyback in the program this weekend, due again to the massive car count, that's a way of saying thank you, racers. The no buyback is a product of you showing up in massive numbers, and we're thankful for each and every one of you. But when you look out here and know now that there's no buyback opportunity, Marco, 2 goes down and 1 comes back, it adds another element of pressure to what's happening out on the racetrack here in strange round number 1.
Going back to the video game analogy a little bit ago, I mean, you know, basically, you know, growing up in a lot of these video games where you're given a certain amount of lives, and essentially with no buybacks, you're on your last life and you are fighting for your life. Now, looking at the chat, I mean, we have still over 1,100 people tuning in, and just looking at these comments, Going Bracket Racing just asked a great question. You know, I've never actually thought about this, Jed, and this would be a great discussion for Motor Mania, and even just between you and I. Going Bracket Racing says if you could win 10 local races or winning any day at the Fling, money aside, which would you pick and why?
Well, I would definitely pick the Fling, but, you know, I'm blessed to have won some local races over the years, but I've never won anything like this. I did win a 20 grander at the OG Million many years ago.
I remember.
That was a pretty special day, probably one of the most special that I've had. But winning something like this, not just because of the attention that you get, but I think the sense of accomplishment that you have, because there's no way you get from round 1 to round 9 or whatever we'll have of this without being paired up with some people that you admire, that you respect, that you've watched compete and win at a very high level. So I think that the level of competition that you're going to go through at something like this just puts a sense of pride on a final round win light that can't be matched. No offense to the local level, because I've local raced all year and loved it. I absolutely love local racing and can't wait to get back and do it next week when I get home. But you put so much into an event like this, Marco. You plan so much and you work so hard on your equipment to try to make sure you're tip-top. I drove all night last night after I got off work yesterday to be here. So there's so much effort that goes into something like this. To achieve that final round win light just has to have a sense of accomplishment that really it couldn't be matched.
And especially doing it here, going back to I mean, what you just said really puts forth the idea that any win is a win. You know, we love our local racing, and I mean, it's such a great, you know, in most cases, a very laid back atmosphere, and, you know, still just a tough group of racers. But, you know, a lot of times when, you know, you're bench racing with friends, having dinner, or just having any kind of discussion in the shop or wherever it is that you're at, talk about, you know, hypothetical situations like dreaming, you know, winning a race like the Fling. And I will tell you, when it all comes together, it is so surreal that when the win light comes on, you get the time slip, and it's not even really registering what's going on. You come down the return road, and you see your family just in tears. They can't believe what's going on, and you're all saying to each other, man, can you believe it? That's something that you can never replace, and that is something that will stick with you for the rest of your life. And those are memories that you just can't get back, because that's something that you just play over in your head so many times, and when it all comes together, it's just, you can't put it into words.
Come up the return road and see my family in tears a lot, but it's usually not in celebration. It's usually like they can't believe I just got hammered like that again at the racetrack. So I'm used to seeing my family in tears for sure. By the way, shout out to my boys at Going Bracket Racing, Casey and George. They have their show on YouTube every Tuesday. Guys, check them out. These guys really do a wonderful job of discussing what is happening in our sport from a result standpoint at times, but they really talk about the big important subjects in our sport. They've got great ideas. They feed off of one another very well. It's a live, active show where they're discussing maybe who's chimed in on the chat and everything else. Really good show. Going Bracket Racing on Tuesdays on YouTube. Check those guys out. Really, really cool dudes, and appreciate what they're doing for the sport.
Absolutely, and that's such a great question, and you know, I mean, I've been enjoying this discussion so far, and I've been getting word just listening to the radio here, you know, in the other ear. I'm hearing cars firing up, and we're going to be doing some final touches on the track, and we're about to get back into some racing, Jed. I'm excited.
Yeah, now that is good. I'm sure people are tired of hearing me gas bag a little bit, so I apologize for that, but we were filling some time and hopefully keeping you somewhat entertained, but I know everybody's here for the racing, so that's what's most important, and we'll get back to that shortly. Again, just one of those goofy little Bristol drizzles, a brizzle as my man Lou Greco called it, and didn't show up on the radar. It's not supposed to happen. But there was a little chance of that today. Hopefully that gets it behind us and we get moving forward with wonderful weather the rest of the way. You know, it's the sun was creeping up over the mountain this morning, starting to look a little bright and warming things up a little bit. It went back in. This right here is where that tree is beautiful. The tree looks so amazing out there with this cloud cover. That's going to lead people to crushing it, number one. Number two, if your last hit was in the sun, I would advise you to put, 4 thou in. If you were pretty good in the sun, 4 thou right here wouldn't be a stretch. Okay, so do yourself.
It really feels like if you can win a spring fling event, it's one of the most prestigious events you can win, because a lot of really good bracket racers show up, and it's just a really tough atmosphere.
These are some of the best bracket racers all over the U.S. There's a great turnout this year, and I'm going up against the best of the best, trying to put my best foot forward. I think it's been really awesome. Definitely being challenged out here.
If someone asked me about spring fling, I would tell them to come and enjoy it, because it's a great time.
It's a full week of racing and a lot of beautiful cars and a lot of good competition.
If I was asked by anyone whether or not they should come to the Spring Fling, I would say absolutely. It's the best race on the West Coast. I would absolutely recommend it. Go Spring Fling team.
Any fling so far this year, I can promise you that. And as far as, you know, big buck bracket racing, I don't remember one that is going to match these numbers or that did match what we're going to see. But there possibly has been one, but a single class in these type of numbers this year is more or less unheard of. So kudos and shout out to Peter, Emily, the staff here at the Fling that works so hard, and there are many members. The staff here at Bristol Dragway for giving us a great place to compete. And this list of sponsors, it's just incredible. You could literally talk about a sponsor every few minutes of every day and maybe not even cover them all and give them their due. It's over $60,000 in hardcore racer products that are going into racers' hands, and this doesn't even include, you know, the money that people are earning out here on the racetrack, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, even when we roll into Group B, you know, the first perfect light, Jerry, we get into Group B, the first perfect light's going to get $500 on a small check from our friends at AAA Stormwater Management, the Harbaugh Group. So Matt Daddis made it really anticlimactic in the A group, like second pair out was like one total. Like I said, all the prize vault open. We have prizes going on all day long as we work our way through ATI Performance Product Thursday. We'll crown a $30,000 winner. You know, really, I mean, there wasn't a lot of precipitation that fell, but it's just been a little bit constant, just a little spitting. You know, sometimes Mother Nature is just a big old colossal race-hating fun bag, and we have to deal with that. But we have all the tools that we need, and it's going to be a matter of moments before we fire cars back up.
Yeah, we'll be back going shortly. Again, not any real significant damage to the racing surface or the surrounding area, so this is getting behind us, and we'll be ready to go here shortly. We appreciate everyone's patience. Racers, if you did happen to get some extra drizzle on the car, we would ask that you go ahead and get those wiped down. Really just want to eliminate any opportunity for any water to roll off of someone's vehicle on the racing surface, cause additional cleanup or issues for you or the one behind you. So if you could look those cars over real good, make sure that you're getting any of the excess dew off of them to make sure that we keep our racing surface clean and ready to go.
Hello and thanks for watching our video. Today Mazir Enterprises would like to help you take a look at your starting system, most especially the main cable side, and help you to troubleshoot problems such as poor cranking speed, kickback, and intermittent solenoid clicking. So let's take a look. If you're changing to a Mazir starter from another type of gear reduction starter, there will be an increased electrical demand on the solenoid side. Our starters can demand up to 40 amps to activate, and rarely are start switches and neutral safety switches rated this high. If this is an issue for you, please see our video for our start relay, the WIK 400. To begin the test, you'll want your batteries fully charged. Set your voltmeter on 0 to 20 volts. The battery should check between 12.5 and 13.2 fully charged. And now we're going to crank to get a baseline while it's under load. Next, we'll perform the same test, except with the leads connected at the starter. So what we saw was 11.1 volts under load at the battery and under 9 volts at the starter. That's over 2 volts lost through the system. A good car is going to be about 1 volt lost through the system. So what we're going to do now is check at the different points in the system so that we can isolate which components are causing the loss. Now we'll check the back side of the switch. So after checking at the master cutoff switch, we now know that we have a small loss through the primary wire, a small loss through the master cutoff switch, but over 1 volt loss through the main cable running from the front to the back of the car. It's quite common for these cars to be set up with cable that's too small for the job. We recommend 1/0 cable, fine stranded, high quality wire. So what we're going to do now is we're going to change that cable out and see how the voltage check improves. All right, so we're just completing the change out of the cable as well as the installation of the new master cutoff switch. In an attempt to make this system as good as it can possibly be, we decided we needed to get rid of that extra 0.5 volt drop. So the final thing is to check the system again, front and back, and see what the voltage loss is. Let's check it out. So with the changes we've made, we've got a pretty good result. We've got about 1 volt loss in this car. The spin is much faster, and under hot cranking conditions, it's going to be much more reliable. Thanks for watching our video, and please contact us if you have any questions about these products or any others.
Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power to weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
Years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Well, Jared Pennington, noise is good. We like noise.
Yes, we love to hear this kind of noise. This is what we came for right here. We got Jake Baird in the left lane, dial 561. Jeremy Kessler in the right, dial 566. So getting kicked back up with our door cars here in Group B. Group B door cars currently getting after it. No rabbit. Oh boy, trouble there in the right lane. Left side will cruise through for the win, 58 and 5 above. Right side Jeremy Kessler just going to ease that one on down. And after Kessler got safely to the top end, we'll resume with Mike Osting. Osting out of Georgia, dial 551 in the left lane. Larry Murray. Murray? Larry Murray, I like it. 582 in the right.
Lucky Larry.
Big advantage for Mireille and a win light for Lucky Larry. 28 and 28 thou above, 56 total. Left lane could have went dead zero and would have been behind 30 at the stripe. I'll let y'all figure it out if you're decent at math. Ted Barnes in the left lane out of Ontario, Canada. 679 is the dial for Ted. Cool little 72 Datsun over there. Norman Vaughn in the right. From here in Tennessee, dialed 630. 13,000 is the difference up front with the advantage going to Vaughn in the right lane. Oh my goodness. That one is going to hurt. 29, 48 thou above for Barnes. That's a 77 thou package. Vaughn was 16. So he could have went 600ths over the dial and got the win, but broke it out a couple of hun. Got to the stripe 800ths in front. TJ Luter, 630 in the left. Jason Gill, 607 in the right. Gill turns it 6 thou pink. Luter advances to round number 2, 16 on the tree, and 7 above the dial. I think that's an upside down 9. Ivy Hutto in the right. Ivy out of Jessup, Georgia, in that Chevy Twice wagon, dialed 607. Fairly even on the starting line, only 3,000ths the difference up front. And Ivy gets there dead on with a 1, 25 dead 1, 26 total. Lone is 22 and goes 6 above the dial. Ivy got a little stripe down there, but the rule is you only have to let out if you're breaking out. If you're not breaking out, there's really no point in letting out of the gas. And Ivy knew it was dead 1. Doug Moles in the left, 549. Lewis Trentham in the right, dial 548. Couple of good looking Chevy 2s right here. Red for Moles, left lane, right side Trentham moving on, 009, dead on with a 5. That was going to be a difficult lap to handle right there, 14 total. Nice run there for Lewis Trentham. That's my dude right there, Lewis. Moles, 12th thou over, but left over a 10th too soon. Felix Hutchison in the left lane, 593 is the dial. Austin Brown in the right, dialed 641. Nice wheelie there for Austin. Only 2,000 separate them. The left lane gets the double breakout win, 20 and a thou under. Beats 22 and 3 thou under. Austin Brown was 2 thou behind at the starting line, so it was a double breakout, which means you got to be 2 thou or more behind at the stripe, and was only 0005 in the hole. Sending a win light in the left lane. Chris Gulitti in the left lane, 535. Brian Tolson in the right, 626. Gulitti moves on. 26 and 10 thou, or excuse me, no, he just lets out to go almost a second over. Not real sure if Galitti's got troubles, but he let way out of it and he's coasting through. I saw the door open at one point. It's an odd way to get some fresh air, Chris. It appears to have stopped on the top end. No, maybe it's still moving.
Barely. He's gonna make it.
Yeah, he did make it. Left lane, 4th thou red for Brian Kennedy. Tommy Cable, Mr. Fling, moving in around number 2, 19 and 35 thou above. And Jason O'Terry in the left lane. 708 is the dial for Jason out of Pennsylvania. John Scott also from Pennsylvania in the right. Dial 596.
Love that truck.
O'Terry going to get a little over a second head start in the Firebird left lane.
That's a problem.
Red in the right lane for John Scott, sending Jason O'Terry into round number 2. How about 34, dead 2 for Krusty. 36 total. 32 thou above for Scott after the 8 thou red light. That one was going to be hard to overcome. Chuck Griffith next up in the left lane. Beautiful S10. I love that step side single cab, 647 dial. Troy Williams Jr. in the right lane. That killer S10 that the Williams boys drive. Troy with the advantage, but couldn't get there. Wow. Wow. Troy 6 above. 14 and 3 above for Griffith, getting there 19 thou in front. T-Dub, 10 up front, and the truck either gave up or he put a whole lot of woe in it to go 585 at 102. Jeremy Joyce, left lane, 618 is the dial. Mark Price in the right, dial 566. Only 8 thou separates them. Advantage Price, win light Price, 11 take 19 to be 32 thou above. That is a 43 thousandths package. Joyce is 19 up front, but goes 43 thou above to be behind by 200ths. Did that little drizzle bring some kind of crazy weather pattern? I mean, or is it just a little slow from yesterday? Lots of questions need to be answered right now. Donald Brown in the left. 537 is the dial. Robert Hetzler in the right. Dialed 637. Exactly 1 second head start. Nice little wheelie pop there in the right lane. Brown chasing. Brown gets it done. 19 and 2 above. Gets there 12 thou. Hetzler had the advantage up front. Was 11, but goes 44 thou over to be a dozen behind at the stripe. Jonathan Edwards next up in the left lane. 671 is the dial. Todd Wood in the right. Wood dialed 619. Wood spent some time with us on the mountain at the Labor Day 250K foot brake race here just a few weeks ago. He's back trying to hit the top. Get some of this money they're giving away. Left lane Edwards getting about a half a second head start. Big advantage in the left lane, and Edwards moves on 13 and 4 above, almost 5 above. Getting to the stripe 400s in front. Todd Wood pretty late there, and then 29 thou over. Here's Carson Brown. Local young gun in the left, 625 is the dial. John Corbin in the right. Old buddy JC out of Virginia, dial 593. Advantage, and it's in Corbin's lane, and John Corbin gets the win. 002, take 33 to be 4 above the dial. Brown is 32 up front and then 43 thou over. So 75 package for Brown. Left way too much room for Corbin after he lit it up 002 on the let go. Shane Maddox next up. Maddox Race Cars entry in the left lane out of Piedmont, South Carolina. 549 is the dial for Shane. Richie Brown in the right from Jacksonville, North Carolina, over on the coast. Dial 565. Big red light for Richie Brown. Maddox moving on. 13 and 17 thou under for Shane Maddox. Takes his 86 Mustang into round number 2. Here's Paige Smith. KB. Paige Smith next up in the left, 650 is the dial. Chuck Roycraft in the right out of Minnesota. Minnetonka, Minnesota. Or Minnesota. In the 70 Nova. Big fan of the Novas. 33 Hun head start. Going to Page in the left lane. Page lights it 003 red. Roycraft is 006 on the green side, as my friend Nate Hershey would say. Roycraft moves in around number 2, 22 thou above, 28 total, as Paige Smith puts salt in that wound, goes dead 9 off the 003 red. Hank Youthelton and Troy Akers. Akers with the advantage up front, but Hank gets it done. 16, dead 8, 24 total. Well, Akers is 004, take 26 to be 6 thou under. Had to trim that back to 20 or less. Puts the wind light in Hank's lane. Doug Milner next up in the left lane. 557 is the dial out of Delaware. Right lane is Scott Taylor from Portage, Michigan. Dial 486.
I've always said every time you hear Milner, you just think instead of the Pontiac, you should be driving a yellow 32 Ford.
Yeah, exactly. This is a 73 Pontiac, so I guess that's an Astor, not even a Vega. Yeah. 12 for Milner and a wind light, 3 above. Taylor leaves 004 red and then goes 36 thou under. So we're seeing some red lights. Guys, there's been some 3 reds, 4 reds. Big Jed said just a little bit ago when it was quiet, the tree looks beautiful. Throw your 4 in there. Throw your 4 in there. I'm trying to help you folks. Don Cox in the left, 538. Chuck Miner in the right, dialed 621.
You're not saying. You're just saying.
It's just advice, Mike. What you do with it's up to you. Chuck Miner is going to get himself a special prize.
Ooh!
How about perfect take 10 to be dead 3? Chuck Miner left the starting line with a bag of donuts. and took it all the way to the stripe, dead 3 for a 3 thou package. Don Cox 25, 12 thou under, no chance at all, as Miner collects that awesome Spring Fling Triple O Kyle Seipel coin and a $50 bill from the folks here at the Fall Fling.
You know, we gave 38 of those away at Columbus.
38.
38.
Wow. Steve Breeden and Tim West. West with the advantage, Breeden with a win light. 44, dead 2, taking 14 thou at the stripe. As West is 33 up front, had an advantage there, but goes 27 thou above to be a little behind by 14 thou and put Steve Breeden into round number 2. 30 how many, Mike?
38.
38.
And
so
which means 19 hundo. 19 hundo.
Just for people going perfect. What an awesome deal.
Yep.
And then the coin with our friend Kyle Seipel picture on her face on it. That's really cool as well. How about 7 dead 0 for Justin Logan? They ain't playing out there, people. They're not playing. These kids quit school because of recess, because they don't play. 7-pack. 10 and 3 above for Victor Dukes. Left him well out of the game by 33 thou. 7 dead 0 for Logan. Nailed it. Here's Brian Jones in the left. 573 is the dial. Right lane, Skinny Kenny. Kenny Underwood. Dialed 620. Red for Jones. Kenny got away with one right there. 53 on the tree. And then lights it up dead on with a 2. Wind light going to Underwood, moving him into round number 2. Just got a text. New phone, who dis? Got a text says, back on the mic. Thought you retired, LOL. And great to hear you again. Not sure who that was, but I did retire. And I'm still retired. But, you know, when Mike Eames calls and says, you want to announce with me or not? Or are you just going to be a little sissy and stay home? You say, hey, I'm in, bro. I'm coming.
How come you didn't answer the call the other like 19 times?
How about another coin right here? Chuck Sanders, perfect, dead 7. 7-pack. That's 7 packs back to back, and then a 3-pack in front of that. It's getting stupid right now. AJ Ash, 15. 10 thou above. He's 25 total. He got 18 change. That's a tough lap for AJ as Chuck Sanders goes perfect on the tree, gets the coin, the $50, and a win light.
Kind of sound like Oprah. You get a 7-pack. You get a 7-pack.
Everybody is getting something special here at the Fall Fling. John LaBouche, just John in the left lane. And Dalton McKinnon in the right. Dalton leaves 4th out pink. 2 above the dial. Just John, 28 up front, and then 27 thou under. Almost average perfect. But we don't do averages. So Just John will clean that reaction time up. He'll come back ready to go for round number 2. This is the guy they call Loose Change in the left lane. That's my old buddy Jason Overstreet in the Vega. He's dialed 684. Nathan Hamilton in the right, dialed 565 out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. Change leaves it a foul red. That one's going to hurt. And then goes 17 thou under. As Hamilton is 34 and 13 thou under. Hamilton moves into round number 2. Loose Change left a thou too soon. So Chuck Miner had the first 000 reaction of Group B. He got $500 cash on a small Fling check. So he gets the Happy Gilmore, or maybe the unhappy Gilmore since it's a little one. Pretty cool deal. Courtesy of AAA Stormwater Management. Thank you, AAA Stormwater Management.
Yeah, the Harbaughs did a great job with that. We'll get to do that again in Group D. Unfortunately, Group C, you don't get a chance to do it, because you already had a chance in Group A as Chad McKee turns red by 2 thou and Eek. Cullis, he's not going to be very happy when he grabs a time slip, as William Rosenbaum out of Tennessee in the Malibu was 63 at the start. All right, Jared, it's like, is there anything worse when you're like 2 red, 1 red, and your opponent in the other lane is 60 green?
The only thing worse is a bamboo stick driven under your fingernails. That's the only thing worse than that. So yes, there is something worse.
I was thinking, I got something else that could be worse. Cody Wiggins and Frankie Denton Jr. Cody out of Kentucky in the El Camino is going to bow out here in round number 1. Frankie Denton Jr. 009 green and 2 above 1 for Frankie will get it done. All right, 002 red and your opponent is like 60 green. Is that better or worse than Alabama losing as like a 21-point favorite?
Alabama losing any game is more worser than anything else on earth.
No, it's not. It's glorious. It's so good.
But losing as a 21-point favorite, yes, that is pure misery.
You got lucky against Texas.
I agree.
However, you did win. So
it's funny how the harder you work, the luckier you get.
Yep.
So, they were fortunate for sure, but how about 16 and 2 above for Kurt Harrington, moving in around number 2, 9 thou in front at the stripe. Steve Hilton in the right was also 16, but goes 29 thou above to be 9 thou behind. So Kurt Harrington advances. Colin Estes next up in the left out of Illinois, dialed 612 in the Pontiac. Good looking ride over there. I love that 65 Pontiac. Roy Sams in the right from Virginia, dialed 644. Little 88 Trans Am. Got her shoved in there and staged and ready. Nine thou red in the right, left lane. Estes moving on, 10 on the tree. And he'll cruise out the back door, 21 thou under. Colin Estes advances to round number 2. Thank you, Rhonda Smolinski. I appreciate those kind words. And Jordan White, I thought you retired too. The only difference is one of us should have stayed retired. I won't say who. Kelly High Note. High Note's a top 10 name. I like it. 612 in the left, Josh Kessler in the right. Beautiful 95 Cutlass, dialed 504. $24,000 advantage for Kessler in a win light. 008, dead on with a 9, 17 total, getting there 31 up front. 32 and 13, or excuse me, 16 thou above for High Note. Stephen Dustin, 599 in the left. TJ Pascal in the right, dial 581. Nice little wheelie there for TJ, but he's still got work to do. Oh yeah, left lane. How about 004, take 005 to be dead on with a 0. 4 thou package. Pascal needs a puke bucket. 7 dead 2, 9 total, got 5 change. His opponent was less than half of that. That is pulling in the lanes all wrong, my friend.
Yeah, the Sidewinder was pretty mean to Pascal this morning.
If that was the Sidewinder, then I couldn't agree more. Seth Street, 584 dial from right up the road in Richland, Virginia. William Daniels in the right. Daniels dialed 701 from Newland, North Carolina. Daniels doing what he does, getting the wind light. Moving on, 16 on the tree. Ooh, goes 55 thou above. Easy there, William. 21 red for street, 3 above, no chance.
There's not many B cars left. You need to get ready. These all door cars. Oh, these all door. Yeah. So you're up. So C. Okay. Yeah. You gotta go get ready.
All right, I'm going to call this last pair right here, and my man Mike Eames is going to take the mic back over. Michael Combs in the left lane. 656 is the dial. Got the S-Dime from right down the road here in Bluff City. Chris McGuire in the right from Virginia, dial 569. Combs family had that hot rod here for the BT Labor Day 250K that we had here a few weeks ago, foot brake race. Got her back on the top this time. Only a thou difference. It's going to be tied at the stripe. That'll be Combs getting a win light. 13 and 12 thou above for Combs. He moves in around number 2 as McGuire is 12, take 22 to be 9 thou under. Needed to take 13 or less. That wraps it up for me. I'm going to hand it back over to the baddest dude I know, Mike Eames.
Because C door cars to the staging lanes, please. C door cars, and that means Jared Pennington has got to go 2 for 2. C door cars, get up in the lanes, please. Is Billy Labor and Herb Bailey. Billy had a ton of Wanda. Is going to get the win, 20 green and 2 above 4 to be good. There for Billy. Herb Bailey. Herb Virginia in the S10, 16 green. It was a little better at the front by 4,000 and 3 above. Going to be a first round runner up is Brad Bustle and Tony Hall. Brad out of Sherrills Ford, North Carolina in the S10 left side. Tony Hall, the Nova, 76 model year. Cedar Bluff, Virginia, 639, the dial-in for Tony Hall. Get the head start by 3/4 of the bulb, and it's all over right off the bat. Brad Bustle, led by 18. Tony Hall, a free look at 639. He's going to look at 640. At 106 miles an hour, there for Tony Hall. Anthony Bertozzi and Jesse Ray. Bertozzi out of Virginia. 95 Oldsmobile left side, Anthony 604. On the American Water Heater scoreboard, there that left lane, Jesse Ray, 24 green in the Nova. Bertozzi is much better. Bertozzi, 001, 4 above is good. Jesse Ray had 599 on the scoreboard, 602 on the racetrack. But was 12 thou shy at the finish is Anthony Bertozzi. Back in round number 2, Amanda Manuel and Don Tipton. Amanda out of Louisville, North Carolina in the S10 for the Manuel family, who graciously bring us the last lady standing. The Manuel family and West Coast Opera House bring us that great prize. $500 to the last lady standing. Here Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Side-by-side S10s. We're off and away. Amanda left side, Don Tipton right side out of Tennessee. Give it to Amanda Manuel. 008. Said going to run 640. She goes 640 with 1. That is 9 total. Don Tipton was Michael Jordan at the start. And if you're going to be 23 green, well, you better hope your opponent doesn't throw 9 total at you, and that's what Amanda Manuel did to Don Tipton. Amanda Manuel. See in round number 2 is Jason Thompson and Jason Sizemore. Thompson out of Tennessee, the S10 left side. Sizemore, Kyle's Ford, Tennessee. Right side of the racetrack. Red light start for Jason Thompson by a bunch. Sizemore was Jimmy Johnson at the start and dead on 3 to be 51 total. Generally, 51 total gets dispatched, but here Jason Thompson's 164 red and 51 total is good. Spoon Davidson, red Camaro right side or left side. Ernie Elam out of Kingsport, Tennessee, literally right down the road, 68 Camaro. Over on the right side, and Spoon, red light, red car. 3 in front of green for Spoon. Ernie was 004. 618-0 on the 617 for Ernie to move on into round number 2. Spoon, after being led by 3 thou, was a hunt over. There's James Hinkle and Walt Baker. Hinkle, the Grand Am out of Kentucky, 501 is the dial. Baker out of Kentucky, the 68 Camaro, 21 on the green light start. 6907 as Hinkle turns her red by 56 in the Grand Am and then runs dead on the dial. As Walt Baker will proceed. Jack Foster and Dean Miller. Foster, the 63 Nova. Left side of the racetrack, that all-white hot rod 585 will be leaving first. Dean Miller in the Cutlass out of West Virginia. Big red for Jack Foster. Dean Miller. Get the gift wrap win there in round number 1. 494 on the 493. But Foster was 1, 2, 4, 4 red. And I'm going to say there's a whole bunch of numbers in that delay box that Jack Foster didn't want to have in there. It's Michael Illig and Gary Williams. Illig out of Michigan in the Cavalier, 540 the number. Gary Williams in the Boss Lady Camaro out of Bradenton, Florida for Team FTI. Gary Williams is going to turn on the electricity his side of the racetrack, 21 green and 6 above. To be 500 in front at the finish line, 23 on the green light for Mike. And then a 10th over, and no good. Donnie Gibbs Jr. and Jamie Tupper. Gibbs out of Mooresville, North Carolina, 656. The estimated performance here in round number 1, Jamie Tupper out of Canada, 002 right down here, 586.4 on the 583, 660 feet down there. Will advance. Gibbs was 57 at the start and locked out as Jamie Tupper. We'll put one of the Team Canada cars into the second round. It's Lane Dickin. Dickin in the S10. 608 is the dial. Lawrence Hinkle. Lancaster, Kentucky. The 69 Camaro right side, 568 will be doing the chasing. Almost a full bulb will be the head start for Lane. Red and red. Not a true start. As Lane Dickin left first and was 12 in front of the green light. Lawrence Hinkle was 007 red, leaving second. As Lane Dickin more in front of the green light by just 0.005 of a second. Lawrence Hinkle will advance into round number 2. As that last pair concludes the end of the B group, first pair in our C group here in Strange round number 1 on ATI Performance Products Thursday with Donnie Smith and Lucas Walker. Donnie out of South Shore, Kentucky. The S10 left side, 656 on the board. Lucas Walker, 606 the number for the Mustang. One at the hit and gives it up to Lucas Walker. Lucas was 21 at the start. 3 above, 609 on the 606, and we'll get the win. Donnie, 600 over the dial, going 662 on the 656, and Lucas Walker will take that 88 Mustang into round number 2. There's Logan Westmoreland and Kevin Brannon. Logan out of Troy, South Carolina. 68 Camaro left side, and Kevin Brannon, your million winner. At the Vegas Fling in April, in the Houck family dragster. But here's in the Monza. Brannon, 573 the dial. Here comes Logan up on Kevin Brannon, but Kevin Brannon, 003. In front by 100 at the finish line will get the win. 575 on the 573 for Brannon is good. Westmoreland was 17 on the green light start. And goes 547.8. About a hunt behind at the finish, Kevin Brannon. We'll come back around and play again as Jesse Edens and Jeff Verdi. Jesse out of Elizabeth, Tennessee. In the Maverick, 609. The number for Jesse here in round number 1, Jeff Verdi. In the GTO, Verdi was dispatched in the Top Gun Firebird early in Group A. Green and green. Jesse and Jeff giving it $2 million 1 year. Jeff Verdi, 18 at the start, 6.276 for Jeff Verdi. Jesse got to the finish line first by 9 thousandths of a second to break out. 2 thousandths of a second was 27 on the green light start. 9 was the difference on that reaction time. And Jeff Verdi gets around Jesse Edens, Dustin Smiley, and Ben Willis. Dustin had a deep run yesterday. Advanced product design carburetor Wednesday, all the way down to the semifinals before turning it red. 557 the dial for the Grand Prix out of South Carolina. Ben Willis out of Alabama. The S10 right side, 659 the number for Ben. And the pair in the water box is 10 out of 10. We'll talk about that here in a minute. Dustin Smiley, large starting line advantage over on the left side. Ben Willis in a tight spot, not going to get the win. Dustin Smiley was 13, 1 above 1. 558 on the 557. Ben Willis, well, the reaction time was 64, gave up 0.05 of a second, and that led to his demise. Kevin Pollard in the Love. Nick Hastings in the T1000. That's how we pulled into the staging lanes this morning. Pollard left side, Hastings right side. This is colossal here in round number 1. Pollard bumping in. Away and away. Kevin Pollard left side, Nick Hastings right side. Nick Hastings locks out Kevin Pollard, and Kevin Pollard was 12 on the reaction time. Nick 002 said he's going to run 6:14. 6:14 with an 8. That is 10 total. Kevin Pollard, 12 green. Tried to get down there, but was completely locked out. 594.2 on the 595. As Nick Hastings and Kevin Pollard in a pretty special one there in round number 1. Hastings ends up on the right side of things as Noah Pollard. And I believe it's Jacques in the Chevelle. We've had some number changes, etc., etc. '69 Chevelle right side, gonna bow out as Noah Pollard. 5 thou the advantage on the starting line. Noah was 35, the Chevelle was 40 on the green light start. Noah 6:39 in the Camaro. We'll move on. The Chevelle was 40 green and 7 above. And a first round runner up as Mitchell McKinney. Mitchell McKinney and Steve Collier. All right, attention in the pit area. Ben Willis. Ben Willis. I need you up in the tower if you would, please. Ben Willis. Ben Willis, I need you up in the tower if you would, please. Mitchell McKinney got down on the ladder in Wednesday night's festivities. The Newland, North Carolina Camaro, 647 the dial alongside Steve Collier. Collier locks Mitchell McKinney out of the barn. 10 green, dead on 4 is 14 total. Mitchell was 15 on the tree, and there was nothing Mitchell McKinney could have done to move the wind light over on his side of the racetrack besides be better than 15 on the tree to give him a chance. Steve Collier, that S10 out of Ohio, moves into round number 2. Nate Halsey and Na Moore. Halsey, red light start in the S10. Na Moore, 23 green, and a free look at 588. It was 587.3 at 118 miles an hour for Na. Halsey, after being red, is then a 10th quick at 6:38 on the car, 6:28 on the racetrack. As Moore will move on, Sean Lingerfeld and Bob Haynes. Lingerfeld, Greenville, South Carolina in the Beretta. Bob Haynes in the Malibu out of Fergus, Ontario, Canada. Just great having the Canadian contingent here with us in Bristol. Tight on the starting line. 4th out the difference between the two, and Sean Lingerfeld turns on the wind light here in round number 1. 10 green and 1 above is good. Bob Haynes, 14 at the start, said he's going to run 7:02, go 7:08. In that round 1 defeat was David Young and Chad Axford. Axford was the first pair out this morning. Turned on a wind light in his A entry. Trying to go 2 for 2 in the Nova out of Mount Washington, Kentucky. David Young out of Philadelphia, Tennessee. Red light start for David Young. Axford is going to go 2 for 2. And Axford was 6 total. 005, 6:14-1 on the 6:14. Chad's been pretty good both rounds this morning. David Young red by 4th out and then 594 on the 593. Let's bring up Todd McKinney and Benny Omer. McKinney, 675. The dial will be leaving first. It's just a shade under a full tree will be the head start for Todd McKinney. Benny Omer out of South Carolina in the 62 Chevy 2 right side. in Group A. Picked up a win in Group C. 008, 537 on the 534 will get the win. McKinney was 21 at the start. 681 on the 675 as Benny Ulmer had him covered on both sides of the racetrack. It's Todd Whitted and TP Tommy Plott. Todd out of Cedar Bluff, Virginia. The Olds Cutlass. As I look to my left and I see the Legends of Thunder Valley, one of the prominent names on that front of the main grandstand, Warren Johnson. Just got to think about WJ with those powerful cutlasses back in the day. A red light start for Todd by 4th out, Tommy Plott. It's an easy one here in round number 1, 18 green, 3 above. There for Tommy Plott in the Mustang. Brian Griffin and Matt Daddis. Griffin out of Trenton, Tennessee. 593 is the dial. Alongside Matt Daddis, who threw down 1 total in the Grand Am this morning. Here he's in the Starfire. Matty out of Vermilion, Ohio. Red light start for Brian Griffin. Matt Daddis, 11 on the green light start. Said he's going to run 6:33, goes 6:301. There for Matt Daddis. It's Howard Westbury and Chase McKay. Westbury out of Harleyville, South Carolina, the 67 Chevy 2. 564 the dial for Mr. Westbury and Chase McKay. Romulus, Michigan, 68 Camaro right side. Have the opportunity to leave first. 644 on that Motor Mile scoreboard. Westbury a little better on the starting line, looking over to the right at Chase McKay, and Howard's going to be looking at the win light. 005 green, 1 above 1 is 16 total. Chase McKay was deuce reacting to green and was on a casual, leisurely 105 mile an hour parade lap because there was nothing Chase was going to do to turn on a win light in his lane. Is Noah Johnson and Lou Greco. Noah out of Wilmington, North Carolina. 694 the dial. Lou out of Pennsylvania, and that's 70G TO. 578 is the dial for Lou. So 2 full bulbs and about a half of a third will be the head start given to Noah Johnson. Lou Greco will be in hot pursuit. One little teeny tiny one, the difference in the reaction times. And the win light to Greco, 11 green, in front by 4th out at the finish line. To go 579.2 on the 578 to get the win. Noah Johnson, 10 green, 1 above 7. But the most important number of that equation was Noah Johnson was behind by 4th out at the stripe. Lou Greco will move on as Rod Fincham and Gordon Wan. Rodney in the Vega. Hot Rod's thrown 645 on the scoreboard here in round number 1. Gordon Wan in the Vega wagon out of Port Charlotte, Florida. 633 is the dial. Fincham is away. Fincham is defeated in round number 1. Gordon Wan, 19 green, dead on 9, and his 9th thou in front. Fincham was 007 and 3 above the dial, and 9th out behind of the finish line. Gordon Wan will take that Vega wagon into round number 2 as Robbie Breeden in the S15 out of the state of Ohio, the Natty to be exact, and Heath Bamberger Northport, Alabama in the Nova. 621 is the dial for Heath. Robbie Breeden. 709 the number. Tree down and away. Breeden stole a couple at the start. Heath trying to steal the win light is not going to make it happen. 11 green, 711 on the 709 for Robbie Breeden. 37 green for Heath Bambarger. 621.5 on the 621, but it was 37 on the green light start. And Robbie Breeden tightened it up to 4th thou down there at the finish line to move into the second round to Shane Boney and Glenn Williamson. Shane out of Minnesota, the S10 left side. Glenn Williamson out of Ontario, 79 Camaro. Decided 686 for the dial here in round number 1. Here in our C group door cars. Boney. Win light atop of his scoreboard, 008. 607 on the 602 is 5 above. And good. To move into round number 2 is Bug McCarty and Michael Norad. Bug out of Hazelhurst, Georgia for McCarty Auto Parts. And the Olds. 606 the dial for the Achieva. And Michael Norad out of Tennessee in the S10, 631 the number. Drivers separated by 0.02 of a second. Bug and Michael. Give it to Michael Norad. 13 green. 632.4 on the 631 is 5 thou in front at the finish line. Bug McCarty was 11 green. 6.081 in that round 1 defeat is Rick Needham Jr. and Odell Davidson. Rick Needham Jr. and the Cobalt out of Cleves, Ohio. .597 dial. Odell Davidson, 669 the number. Out of Bean Station, Tennessee. 82 Camaro right side. A nickel separating the drivers right down here. And a breakout win going to go Odell Davidson's way. Rick Needham Jr. was 009, got to the finish line first by 38. To break out by 0.12 of a second, needed to tighten it up 26 or less. Did not do so on Odell Davidson. It's the round 1 win light as Tracy Guffey and Kylie Thaxton. Tracy out of Shelbyville, Tennessee. 67 Camaro left side, 625 is the dial. Kylie, Butler, Georgia. And that 81 Chevette. And as we are in Group C door cars. Here in round number 1 of ATI Performance Products Thursday. We did have a slight weather hold a little bit ago. We're going to way through round number 1. Guffey and Kylie. Tracy Guffey, 18 green and 3 above, is 9 thou in front and the win light. Kylie Thaxton was Walter Payton at the start. Goes 6.476 after that 34th thou reaction time. And Tracy Guffey will take out Kylie Thaxton. Robert Holton and Roger Thornton are our next pair. Holton out of South Carolina in the Mustang. Roger Thornton, the Camaro Roadster out of Virginia. Both drivers are pre-staged. Holton left side, Thornton right side. As we are still pre-staged. Holton bumps in. Thornton follows. Red light start for Roger Thornton by 19th foul. Robert Holton is 25 green and 554 on the 555 on the data acquisition run. Roger Thornton, after being red by 19, is one above. 567 on the 66. And another very delectable first-round matchup, Garrett Griffith, Marco Abruzzi. Garrett left side. Picked up a win on Saturday up at Columbus. The Summer Fling, 647 for the young man out of Kentucky. Marco, Warren, Ohio, the S10 right side, 629 the dial for Marco. Garrett Griffith flat out missed the tree, and Marco did not. And Marco Abruzzi breaks out by 0.06 of a second, taking 35 at the stripe. Garrett Griffith was 31 green, did what he had to do on the big end of the racetrack, 647.2 on the 647. As Garrett Griffith, that young man is supremely talented. Got around a pretty good hole shot of Marco Abruzzi. To light up the lamp and moving around number 2 is Josh Burrow and Sean Carpenter. Burrow out of Kaufman, Texas. 609 the dial. Carpenter out of Elm City, North Carolina is perfect on the starting line. And a win light. That'll get Sean Carpenter a 000 hero. Spring Fling coin and $50. Courtesy of Peter and Emily Biondo on the Fling team. Trip zeros for Sean Carpenter, taking 8th foul. Josh Burrow was 28 up front and one above. But Sean Carpenter is going to get one of those amazing Spring Fling Trip Zero Hero coins. It's Caroline McCarty and Aaron Vale. Caroline out of Hazelhurst, Georgia, and the Rambler left side, 614 the dial for Caroline. Aaron Vale, 645 the number for the Trans Am out of Indiana. Caroline is going to be your winner in this pair. 16 on the green light start, 617 on the 614 to be 4th thou in front. Aaron Vale, 53 on the green light effort. So Caroline McCarty had Aaron Vale completely locked out. As Caroline was 46 total, and Aaron Vale was 5'3" with the green light and had no chance. Trey Sasser and Ken Clark. Trey out of LaGrange, North Carolina in the Gremlin. 679 the dial for Trey. He turned it red in his first entry in the A group. Ken Clark out of Stewart's Draft, Virginia. I believe he made it through cleanly with the A team. 657 the dial for Ken. Sasser will leave first, and Sasser is red and red in both entries. 2 in front of the green light was Trey Sasser. Ken Clark was 13 green here at the 13th Fling at Bristol. 658 on the 657 for Ken Clark. We'll move on. This is Andrew Sturck and Cameron Fredrickson. Andrew Sturck out of Amaranth, Ontario. 583 is the dial for Andrew. They're in a Corvette Roadster. Cameron Fredrickson out of Riverview, Florida. The 79 Malibu wagon for Cameron. in the Malibu in a good position. 200 advantage on the starting line. They're going to get the win. 003. 625 on the 622 is good. Andrew Sturck, 26 at the start. As Cameron Fredrickson sent Andrew Sturck through. Breaking out by 3 thou, taking 14. But Cameron dumped the nose of that Malibu wagon and sent Andrew through, and he broke out. That's Tanya Street and Jay Hill. Tanya out of Richlands, Virginia. The S10 left side, 642 is the dial. Jay Hill out of Mount Vernon, Missouri in the Prelude. 97 model year for Jay. Red light start for Tanya. Jay Hill will move on. 570 with the 8 on the 570. After starting his run 29 thousandths of a second after the light turned green. Tanya was red by 10 and then dead on 4. And out in round number 1, Jordan Arnold and Teddy Atkins. Jordan out of Knoxville, Tennessee. 639 the dial for Jordan. Teddy, 631 and the Nova right side. Bluefield, West Virginia. Red light start for Teddy. 74 in front of the green light. Jordan Arnold was 56 on the green light start for Jordan. And then goes 636 on the 639 for Jordan. Teddy was 5 above the dial after being 74 red. It was Ryan Barnes and Matt Cook. Barnes on the Camaro. .645 the dial over in the left lane. Matt Cook, Hendersonville, North Carolina. Got 624 there for the Vega wagon here in the first round. Our strange first round. Again, $500. We'll go to the best losing package. Here in round number 1 from our friends at Strange. Matt Cook gave up 0.04 of a second on the starting line to Ryan Barnes. Barnes goes 647.0 on the 645 after being 23 green. To get out of round number 1, Matt Cook, 63 and 2 over. And no good. Nathan Schroeder and Shelly Elrod. As we are in a brief holding pattern.
Well, race fans, good morning, and welcome to Las Vegas Motor Speedway as we get ready to go with the 2022 version of the K&N Spring Fling Million presented by Optima Batteries. We've got racers that have joined us from across 3 different countries, from the United States, from Mexico, and from Canada, coming in to race for big money here today. And once again, we are going to crown a champion who will join the prestigious list of those who have gone before to claim the title of Million Winner here in Vegas.
Get your Million Tech card. You never know. You never know. You could be the one standing in front of that Spring Fling Million banner today.
Schroeder and Shelly Elrod complete the burnout. Schroeder out of Iowa in the S10, 606 the dial for Nathan. Shelly Elrod, Port Clinton, Ohio, the 67 Chevy 2, 627, the number for Shelly over there on the right side. Have the opportunity to depart the starting line first. Schroeder in the S10 will be in hot pursuit a couple of tenths after the light flashes green. Elrod stole a couple of hundredths on the starting line and got the win light of the finish line. 002 and 5 above. Shelly 002 of the hit, taking trip 08 at the finish line for Shelly Elrod. Nathan Schroeder was 27 green, 2 above 5. Shelly tried to give it back, but was still 8-10 thou in front at the finish line. Shelly Elrod will advance as Mark Payne and Thomas Marlowe. Payne out of Waynesboro, Virginia. The 67 Chevy 2, Thomas Marlowe out of Mesquite, Texas. The 90 Camaro right side, 624. The dial in for Thomas. Red light start for Marlowe. Group C dragsters, need you headed this way, please. Group C dragsters, need you headed this way as Mark Payne will advance via the Thomas Marlowe red light. Marlowe was red by 22 thou, and Mark Payne was 90 on the green light. Eek. Thomas Marlowe's going to get that time slip and probably drag the battery charge around a little bit out of frustration. Once again, Group C dragsters, need you up in the lanes, please. Group C dragsters. We held you back a little bit, but let's get you up here, please, as quick as possible. Group C dragsters, let's get you up. There's Jamal Woodridge and Joel Julesrud. Woolridge out of Evington, Virginia. 661 the dial for Jamal. Joe Julesrud, Stony Point, North Carolina in the S10. Julesrud, better at the start and better at the finish. Turn on the win light for Joe, 13 green and 3 above will be good. Jamal Woolridge was 26 on the green light start and 5 above the dial. And Joe Julesrud, who lost 1 entry earlier in Group A, gets his 2nd entry here in Group C through. Again, our format here at the Flings: Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. We are towards the end of our Group C door cars. And we have called Group C dragsters into the staging lanes. Once again, Group C dragsters, we've called you into the staging lanes. If you would please All right, Peter Biondo, who's right down there trackside, right around 400 feet, says we're good to go. Let's fire him up as we take a look all around Thunder Valley. We did have a brief weather hold a little while ago for just the slightest of sprinkles. We're supposed to have some potential, a little bit sprinkles here for the next little bit. But we believe in good karma, and we're good people, so we'll see what happens. It's Caden Harrell. Sean Brown been fired up. Caden out of Madisonville, Tennessee. The S10 left side, 672. Sean Brown, Durham, North Carolina. 67 Chevy 2 right side, 551 the number. Sean is in a big deficit on the starting line in Caden Harrell. Throw 17 total. 10 green, dead on 7. We'll get the win. Sean Brown was 70 on the green light. And dead on 7. And is completely locked out. This Caden was 17 up front. Or 17 total, and Brown was 17 or 70 at the start. Ashley Smith and Cody Spears. Ashley in the Cobalt out of North Carolina, 520 the dial. Cody Spears, the S10 right side, 698 the number. There for Cody. Red light start for Cody Spears by 12 thousandths of a second. Ashley Smith gets that first round out of the way. 27 on the green light, starting 4 above. For Ashley Smith, Cody Spears, after being red, was then too fast. It was Peter Biondo, who is their trackside, just gave the call to hold him up. There's Biondo down there, seeing something he does not like. As I look to my left, and clouds surrounding us here at Thunder Valley. So Peter's making the call. We're going to back everybody up. We are going to be in a little bit of a holding pattern for the next little bit, as we are right in the middle of ATI Performance Thursday. Here's Strange, round number 1, nearing the end of the C Group door cars. So we have pushed everybody back. We'll be on a brief weather hold, hopefully for just a matter of moments before we get back to round number 1, or Strange round number 1. Here at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling, presented by Optimum Batteries.
Up the trophy, joining the ranks of Bo Butner and Scotty Richardson, Peeps Pennington, Randall Reed, Luke Bagaki, and Jeff Verdi. Jeff Verdi, the OG of the Spring Fling Million here.
The official car count is 260 today.
It's going to be $285,000 to tonight's winner.
Who's ready? 285K. Showgirls, Limousine, Cosmopolitan Suite, let's roll.
Racers, the time has come. The Spring Fling Million is about to get underway. Racers, let's go racing.
And as our good friend Kyle Seipel would say, let's roll. Round number 1, life-changing money.
Kevin Brannon and Spencer Massey. Coming in the Nova out of Texas, the tree begins to drop. Spencer's dialed in at 647. Kevin's dialed in at 460. 5,000 separate them in reaction time, and the wind light below the rabbit. Kevin Brannon on a double breakout. Kevin was 005 on the tree. Take 2,000 at the stripe to beat 2,000 under 459.8 on the 460. Spencer Massey was right behind him and ends up 5,000 under the dial. Massey with a 10,000 light breaks it out by 5,000, but Kevin Brannon, the rabbit, is going to claim the victory and will become racer number 7 to etch his name on the wall of history here at the Spring Fling Million.
For those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Grab the motion. You're going to take the lead.
At National Trail Raceway, getting set up for the Summer Fling. I'm with the starter here, Bill, and Bill is going to do an example of how stage lock can help you.
Okay, this is going to be an example of the no stage lock, and my car red lighted and it didn't move. This, we're going to say for the sake of argument, this is your left front tire. You've staged really shallow. You go on your rev limiter. The tire stands up a little bit, and it uncovers enough light to trigger the stage beam and give you a red light.
So the wheel didn't move. All he's doing is putting a little bit of pressure on the wheel, and that fraction of an inch of movement is can cause a red light. With stage lock, that protects you from the possible red light there. Starting line, I wanted to show you guys and gals the blind setup that we bring to each Fling event. So it's a nice blinder, nice divider, but what I like about it the best, if you come around this side, you'll see some LED lights to keep the Christmas tree lit up. So at nighttime, you won't have any problem of picking out that top bulb. And we had a seminar yesterday. We spoke about how at nighttime some people struggle. I believe that that's a game changer. I think every tree, every track, every event should have that type of blinder that lights up the tree like that. So as we were getting going this morning, we did our usual track prep. They cleaned off all the beams, checked the rollout. The rollout is 11.5 inches in each lane. I watched them measure it. I actually measured it myself. So lane to lane, you guys have nothing to worry about there. At this track, they are a stickler for details. Ever since JJ and Jay Livingston took over at National Trail Raceway, that is why we come here. You'll see flat black. This is freshly painted flat black outside of the groove. And you say, well, that's not pretty. It's not shiny. You know, why is it there? Well, it's there to prevent false reds, to prevent shine. And every morning we'll paint it flat black to keep it fresh. And anytime we spray, when we do track prep, we'll put mats down so that it stays flat black. Hello racers, we are at National Trail Racer for the Summer Fling, and I'm here with track manager JJ and the starter and track prep guy, as they call him, Bill. The main reason for this discussion is to talk about stage lock. So, especially in the last few months, there's been a lot of controversial. It's a controversial topic, right? So, what I know about it is that it protects the racer from false reds. And what I mean by that is guys who stage really shallow, if they deck it and the car vibrates just a little bit and you don't have stage lock on, it can drop the red light. With stage lock on, it protects you from that. Bill and I were on the starting line yesterday and he showed me exactly how it works, and you have 1.25 inch rollback of quote-unquote protection. So with that said, if it's so good, why is it controversial? Bill?
I think the main controversy about it is guys think it affects their reaction time, which it can. The way it would affect your reaction time is if you stage and you hit the button and your car rocked back 1 inch out of the beams. You just gained 1 inch of rollout. The fact of the matter is, in that scenario without stage lock, you'd be red, you wouldn't have a chance. With stage lock, you're green. You're going to have a late reaction time on the slip, and you're probably going to be a little bit quick, but you still have a chance to run that round.
Yeah, and especially the rounds that, well, like I mentioned, the example of decking it and it vibrating, the car vibrating, and Bill showed me put just a little bit of pressure on a shallow stage tire, on a mock-up tire we had out there yesterday, and just a little bit of pressure of simulating the car vibrating from decking it, you can turn a stage light on and off, which it's real finicky. If with stage lock you don't have that. The second controversial point is when you talk about the stage lock sender going across the track, there's a theme of people saying that, well, if you stage left to right laterally, it's going to affect your reaction time. What do you have to say about that, JJ?
Well, to stage laterally, to have an effect on your reaction time, you would have to stage so far out of the groove, you would be within a foot of either way, of either the inside or the outside. And at that point, that's not where anybody stages. So you'd have no traction compound. You wouldn't stage there because that's not where you would stage. So to have an effect on your reaction time, you would be so far out of the groove, you don't see that. That's not happening. So to me, that's not as controversial.
And I'm not trying to sell stage lock. I'm trying to educate myself and the racers out there.
I do, as I mentioned, use stage lock and have used stage lock at every single Fling event since 2010. NHRA uses it at all their events. So I believe in it. We have less false reds. With the amount of cars and amount of laps we have going down the track, we have less false reds with stage lock than if we didn't have it, comparing it to other events. Now, is there a perfect world out there? No. I'll say this, whether you're using stage lock or not, the track preparation is most important. So we went out there yesterday and painted flat black on outside and inside the grooves, per Bob Brockmeyer of CompuLink Specs. If you don't do that, you're going to have issues whether you have stage lock or not. So that's a must. Cleaning the beams is a must. When I ask Bob what's his biggest headache and that causes problems, he says that it's tracks that do not keep up on cleaning the beams every morning. Bill says spider webs. I mean, you have to stay on top of it. So stage lock or not, that's the most important. But I am a believer in stage lock. I, as a racer, raced for 20 years in NHRA. Never felt like I had a bad reaction time. If it was, I felt like it was me. So with that said, I hope this video educates the general population a little bit.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
Hello, racers and race fans. My name is Peter Biondo from the Spring Fling events, and I'm joined with Craig Marilis from Sonoma, California. Craig, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, Peter. How are you?
I'm doing great. This is going to be a treat, Craig, for the audience because we're going to dive into a hot topic, electric cars and drag racing, more specifically bracket racing. Craig, I'm going to call you an innovator. I'm going to call you the leader of the pack in the electric cars. Tell us how you got started in drag racing and how you ended up getting so serious with a Tesla, with a delay box, bracket racing.
Yeah, so boy, that goes back to 2018 when I ended up doing my first street drag race at Sonoma Raceway. A friend of mine we were mutually in a car club, and we were doing autocrossing and EV or electric vehicle, electric go-kart racing. And yeah, I ended up going into street class and really falling in love with the first night of taking a hit and realizing what bracket racing was all about, a game of milliseconds, and had no idea. I mean, I grew up right next to Edgewater in Ohio and would hear the drag cars go down there every night and go out and see them and remember, the Blue Max and Don Perdome and Shirley McDowney and all that other stuff, and loved it as a kid. It took me 50 years to finally get to the track and be on the other side and actually drive the car, and had a blast. Kyle did me probably one of the biggest favors he ever could have done. And he kicked me out of street.
You're speaking of Kyle Seipel, correct?
Yeah, you bet, Peter. I couldn't believe the amount of support that came from that man and interest in what I was doing out there. I mean, they wouldn't let us run street class anymore after the first year. And so they put us in comp rod, and for that class at Sonoma is basically you can run a delay box, you can do whatever you want. There's no crosstalk, but you can go off top bulb if you want. So there was a bunch of cars there, and I really didn't even know what top bulb racing. I was, just getting introduced with street and foot brake, so it was all new territory for me. Saw these guys that were doing top bulb stuff, and I'm like, wow, I'd like to. I don't want to be, I want to compete. I want to see if I can do what these guys are doing with it. So, I did a little bit of digging and bought an accelerator pedal off of eBay and bought some wiring and figured out how to basically build an EV trans brake, and the rest is kind of history with having a delay box in it and starting to do NHRA racing up at Sacramento in pro and super pro with it and just loving it, having a good old time.
So when you, on a typical weekend at Sonoma, when they have their bracket series, you run 2 classes?
So if they're doing the ET, I'll run pro and super pro. Yep. And I'll put the box in and out of the car and use the trans brake and blinder and go deep. And, if I'm going pro, it's kind of an odd setup. The car's pretty slow leaving the beam. So, I've got to go deep with it. And I blinder third bulb and just use your terminator button on it into my EV trans brake and launch that way in pro. And then in super pro, hook her up to a delay box and go off top bulb. Yep.
And that's very interesting. And tell us, Craig, tell us about some of the interactions you had with Kyle Seipel, who is the manager of Sonoma Raceway at that time. Like, what was a typical conversation, or like, what would you guys talk about?
Well, I mean, in the tower, I don't want to bring up all the conversations with what he was struggling with there. I mean, I don't want to revisit all that. I'd like to focus on really the interactions about racing and him coming up and just like filming what I had going on in the car, or paying my entry fee on some little money race that I felt like I was in over my head, and he's like, no, you're my horse in this race, I want you in there. So he was so cool and supportive about it. You'd hear on the radio or on the announcing where he's betting on me and the announcers betting against me and stuff. So anytime I'd win, I'd go up there and give him a thumbs up and give him, that I won him $20 or something like that. So I totally appreciate the interactions I had with him. I felt very, very fortunate to know him for the short amount of time that I did from 2018. Yeah.
Well, most people who got a chance, who were lucky enough to get a chance to Kyle Seipel, realized he was a giver. He was always giving, helping people, especially with racing information, whether it be weather or strategy. So you're definitely one of the lucky ones, and you're joined by a lot of other people. So let's dig into the controversial topic, electric vehicles. We're right at the point that there's no denying they're going to make their way into drag racing. We're at the transition phase, in my opinion. Speak to what it's like running an electric vehicle at Sonoma Raceway. Do you have a lot of, is there some bad blood there, or is everybody supportive, or do they think you should be running separately, or just talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, Sonoma's pretty good, I got to tell you. I mean, the guys that I race with at Sonoma, you might get some heckling once in a while or something, but it's all in. it's like anything. And I wasn't doing good until like the last half of last season, things started coming together, right? And like anything else, if you get successful, and maybe I was getting a little too successful on some of this and getting lucky, and I had a streak of wins at Sonoma just on Wednesday night stuff, right? Not like NHRA. NHRA is still difficult for me to compete in at the, kind of the ET Division 7 level. But if you get to that point, it's kind of human nature. You tend to, maybe mess with the guy that's on top a little bit and try and get in his space a little. And that's cool. That's part of what's going on with racing. It's a mixed bag. Even the guys that don't like the fact that I'm bringing a Tesla, that don't like racing against an EV, we got no problems having a conversation about anything else and shaking hands and whatever. I mean, so I totally respect, and to be quite honest with you, Peter, if the shoe was on the other foot, I see it. I mean, I get it. It's something different. And I don't know all the answers to it. I don't have experience running anything but this car yet, so it's hard for me to be a good judge to say if this car has other advantages. But all I can tell you is what this car is like to me. And to me, the number one thing is like staging it right. Like that's the biggest struggle for me, is still putting it in the right spot. And this system I got set up here helps me do that, right? So I've got a system kind of like a stage assist or whatever you want to call it, that I can set the accelerator pedal to whatever position I want, essentially, and then modulate the brake pedal to go in or turn it down low and try and just go smooth in or whatever. But I think that this car, from what I'm learning, again, I'm a noob at drag racing, really. I haven't been doing it a long time, but since it leaves the beams kind of slow, it seems like it's more important that thing's really staged where it needs to be, so you can have consistent reaction times and even your ETs as well. So, that this has made a world of difference. Trying to foot brake and stage one of these things is a challenge. You don't have the inertia of your torque converting your flywheel and everything. You're trying to take a dead, rotor essentially and spin it a little bit and have that car. And to me, it's hard to control. Maybe other guys have better success at it, but I would think that doing a transmission, an automatic transmission, again, I can't really speak to it, but I've seen guys bump them and they're pretty dang good at it. So ETs, the biggest thing for me, battery temperature, state of charge, wind speed, but not for the air density obviously doesn't matter to me at all. But wind speed does for cool. There's a big exposed area underneath the car where the battery's at, basically from the front wheels to the rear wheels. Underneath it, that's all battery. So if I've got a lot of wind blowing through and it cools that battery down, then it suffers on it. So those are the things that I worry about. And sometimes it doesn't run its number. I mean, I broke out last night and Wednesday night. It was my fault. I had 2 hun. I took the stripe by 2 hun and broke out by 15. So, I should have tightened it up a little bit better and done a better job. But that's all part of racing and learning how to drive the big end. That's what keeps me coming back every time.
Yeah, there's always room to learn, that's for sure. I've been doing it for 30 years now, and I still learn something new every time I go to the racetrack. For you guys who just tuned in, I'm talking to Craig Maralise. He is an innovator in electronic vehicles, EVs, and he has a Tesla with a delay box. Craig, the common perception is that I hear is those damn things don't care what the weather is. They're just going to print tickets to the 1,000th all day, all weekend long. What's the reality?
Yeah, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. I'd say it's no better than a good drag car. My experiences running the NHRA Division 7 ET stuff. It'll swing 5-6 hun on me sometimes. And I don't really know why all the time. Sometimes I can put a number on it and maybe not. I've definitely been able to put a number on it and not change it. But then I'd say that's not. I don't know how often I can do that. Most of the time I change it. I'll dial up or down, a couple on it, couple hun on it. But yeah, it's like anything else, if there's any moisture, that's a big problem. Obviously, losing a little bit if especially on a Wednesday night and we get condensation out of the exhaust of a street car or something that gets out there. Everybody's got the same problem with that, and I'm not immune from that. There's definitely positives to it. Not having to worry about air density, moisture. So all that stuff doesn't impact the car. Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about air density or a lot of the weather variables or any of the weather variables, but you do have to worry about, if I'm understanding you right, battery, the state of the battery, as well as battery temperature seems like it's a big thing. What else? Staging the car is a challenge.
Staging the car is super important. Yep. Ripping a good light, driving the big end, that regard, it's similar to, I think, the other, hitting the tree and then driving the big end right. I don't see much difference, really, between them. Yeah. There's.
Well, I will tell you this, Craig.
Go ahead.
I was watching the live timing for a few of the events, and about a month and a half ago, I wrote down all of your incrementals. I was basically spying on you. I wrote down all of your incrementals, and then I took Marco Paravolaris's Nova, which is a good bracket car, and Ted Seipel's Ferrari, and I basically jotted all the numbers down on a sheet of paper. And obviously it's not a very big sample, but I did have about 10 runs from each of you because it was a 2-day race and you all went rounds. Your car, the Tesla, you run it up that day, as a matter of fact, but your car was, I'd say, about 15 to 18 thou was your spread at the 330 over a course of, let's just say 7 to 10 runs, which was ironically the same as the other two cars. So Marco Paravolaris, his conventional car, and Ted Seipel. So I can tell you from my point of view, your statement that the EVs they're good, but they're no better than a good bracket car has a lot of truth to it, because I saw it with my own eyes.
Yeah, there's exceptions that happen. I've been totally impressed, and other people have seen it, but it happens on good drag cars too. Sometimes you just have days that everything clicks and you don't even know why. It's just the car does a good number, and so it'd be interesting to see long term on how it all shakes out. I appreciate you taking the interest and checking that out on that. That's interesting information to hear. Yeah.
So how do you see? I know NHRA is for, well, how do I put this? I know NHRA, from what I've heard, is open to electric cars coming in and playing with the rest of everybody. And I think they're going to start, if I heard it right, they're going to start with their own class, possibly. Hear a lot of different things, but they're not opposed to it, that's for sure. And I don't understand enough about it yet, but I know it's coming. And one of the reasons I wanted to have you on here is, electric cars aren't voodoo. They're not going to run dead on zero every single time. I think we all should keep an open mind to it, and because it is the future. At some point, there's going to be more and more of those and of EVs, and we're going to end up all playing in the same sandbox.
Yeah, I mean, the kind of the new blood thing. I hope we can get new people. I'd love to see the tracks not have issues with car counts, and if the EVs come into the races, I get it, they're boring sometimes, especially if you get an EV on EV run, it's a whole different experience. What do you do in that environment? We need to make it interesting. What kind of other sounds can we bring into it? Can we play somebody's favorite rock and roll music out of the car when you're staging the thing or something? I don't know, but yeah, it's different for sure. But from a driver's perspective, I still think a lot of the exhilaration and just the thrill of racing is there. I mean, to be quite honest, I get a little bit of an adrenaline hit every time the dragster or door car next to me does a burnout and we get ready to stage and do the thing. So I love running gas cars just because of I totally appreciate what's going on over there in the other lane. So I don't know what it's going to look like if it ends up just being an all EV class. We don't have enough cars in there to do that yet. I know that's kind of the goal, and everybody says that's a good idea. And how many if we had an opportunity to run some of these bigger races or something, can you do an EV on EV until you're down to a car or something and fold them in? Or I don't know what a good way to do it is. Or when do you just put them in with all box cars or so? Who knows? I think time's going to help for us all to learn a little bit more of what the capabilities really are in these in the long run. And I trust everybody's going to figure out to get it into the sport as best as we can. And so, it's best for the sport for everybody involved. Hopefully we can get as the tracks living for get them on long-term, usage and just keep this sport alive. So, yeah.
Craig, show us a little bit, since you're sitting in your Tesla, show us what you got going on there.
Sure. Right. So this is kind of bread and butter here. This is, I got your button for the trigger into the delay box. I got, my power that basically lets me, I can set whatever. This is kind of a beta test mule unit that I've got. Danny Hoff has got the same thing on the East Coast. I got bump down, bump up on it. It's like anything else. You stage the car, you try and figure out if you did good on your hit, and if you want to take a little time, out of it or put it in it, I've got the opportunity to do it. So I basically got the setup the same thing as the dragsters or other door cars that have a delay box and bump up and bump down. The only thing that I've got is, instead of like a stage assist that you guys know more about, I've got that ability to kind of crack the throttle or the accelerator pedal a little bit for staging assistance.
And you're, like I mentioned, you're a leader. You're the leader. When Kyle and I always talked about electric cars, you were the name that always came up. So you have a program that if someone buys a Tesla and they want you to set that car up, quote unquote, with a delay box, you'll fly out there and do it.
That's what I did with Danny. It was kind of a special deal flying out and installing it for him. I'd do it for other people, but I'm trying to get some documentation and videos together, install process. The thing that is a little dicey on it is you remove the airbag for the knee airbag underneath the steering column to kind of get down to the wiring and put the wiring harness on the pedal. Other than that, it's pretty basic. You just I'm just nervous anytime working on airbag stuff, so I try and take a little bit extra caution there on that connector and everything. But other than that, you can put it in about an hour and
wow,
put it in and out of the car in about, I'd say, less than 60 seconds. Like, I can switch between Pro and Super Pro in probably about 30 to 60 seconds on it, set it off to the side, have it completely unplugged from the car. So yeah, as far as from an operator's perspective, I tried to learn over the past few years of using it and make it easy, make it how I wanted it, to get it in and out of the car, to make it quick, and I don't have to think about it. Right, I got enough stuff just trying to deal with the race that's in front of me than trying to worry about, did I put this jumper back in or all that other stuff. You just unplug it now, and you plug it in, you race, you unplug it, you still race. So it's just going from top to bottom is as easy as that.
And do you potentially see this as a side business for you, to go out and set up Teslas for people to bracket race?
I'm working on the next version of it, and I'm totally open to putting it in other people's cars that want to race it, not just Teslas, but any other EV, a Rivian, or it doesn't matter to me the technology. Almost working a drive-by-wire car, but I suppose we shouldn't go down that path, because I don't know if that's if we've talked about that at Sonoma a little bit, but that's kind of but yeah, if somebody wants to run it, EV Rippers is kind of a company that we're starting up a little bit here, and you should be able to Google that pretty soon and to a website. Not quite yet, but yeah.
Interesting. One last question for you, Craig. The big fear of a Tesla catching fire and all the rumors that a race promoter or a race track manager will not be able to put the fire out. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's a valid concern. There's no doubt lithium ion batteries of a certain chemistry have a runaway propensity if they ever catch fire, right? They just take off, needs a lot of water to cool them off. It's not, you're not putting out the fire, you need to cool the battery down. That's the nickel, cobalt, aluminum chemistry that's in this car. There's a couple of good sides to, I hate to say good sides to it, but there's considerations you need to take into account. These cars are pretty darn safe. You know, them catching fire is really quite a rarity. You have to bang one up pretty bad and do physical damage to it to get the cooling system, the internal cooling system that's operating on the car to stop. If that cooling system stops working and you're in a race environment, you need to get that car somewhere else, because if it catches fire, you got a problem. There's no doubt about it. The likelihood of that happening, I think, is pretty low. There's other battery chemistries that are in play right now. If you talk about lithium ion, there's a lithium ion phosphate chemistry that doesn't have the same propensity of running away, and that Tesla's using that in a lot of their stationary storage. It doesn't have the same energy density. It's like 15% less energy density. But, you know, it might make sense for guys to take a little hit. It's be a weight hit, to have a little bit more in the car, to have the same power or same energy density, I should say. But you don't have to worry about the fire issue. So I think that should be considered in this type of environment. But if it did happen, like if, you know, I think tow hooks, I think everybody should have a tow hook that's running an EV, period. If you have an issue, get that car off the valuable real estate out there, hook it up and drag it somewhere. I mean, you'd have to have safety things put in place there. You know, if I had my three-layer Romex, you know, Nomex suit on, I'd feel somewhat safe of approaching it and getting a hook on it at least and trying to drag it out of there. But I hear it. I'd hate to see any track get damaged to it. I haven't heard of a car in a racing environment that actually caught fire. I think all the ones that I've heard of have been in street accidents where they get banged up pretty good. I don't think that I've heard of one. I mean, there was some software failures that some of the other manufacturers have had where they're not cooling the batteries appropriately when they're charging them and such, and they catch fire away. Tesla's beyond that. You know, and I think, you know, you'd have to have a pretty new car that would suffer to something like that. So, like I say, you know, if you don't bang one up bad, I don't think it's a worry. And if you do find it, get it out of where it needs to be as soon as you can with a tow, you know, tow the thing somewhere else and get it out of the way of people, and just have the fire department come and deal with it, because it takes a lot of water to cool it off and keep it cool so it doesn't catch back on fire.
Well, I really appreciate your perspective and the time you've taken. You're an innovator in my book, and you're leading the charge with these EVs. As far as, I mean, you're the only one I know that's put delay boxes in Teslas. So I don't know, very impressive, man. I appreciate your time. And any final thoughts? Do you have any? I mean, do you have any goals of winning a big buck bracket race when the time comes?
You know, I'd love to run my Tesla in whatever race that I can, that I have an opportunity to. You know, I still got the day job that I gotta put the priority. But I'm hoping to see you at Vegas in a rental, so I'll be out there, and I'd like to shake your hands, to say hello, and hang out with some of my North California, my new friends that I've made drag racing, and meet other drag racers from across the country and say hello. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we look forward to seeing you and following more of your success stories in your EV. Thank you, Craig.
Thanks, Peter. See ya.
Bye.
Well, you know, it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years, here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at beyondoracing.com.
Looking for high performance? When you want high performance, there's only one place to go, jegs.com. Jegs.com has the largest selection of high-performance automotive parts on the web. When you need high performance, Jegs.com has the part you want, when you want it. Want performance? You've got it. Jegs.
Hello, racers. We have the privilege of being joined with the voice of NHRA, Alan Reinhardt. Alan, how you doing today?
Pete, I'm doing good, and the privilege is really mine. I'm grateful to come be a part of this. I've been following along what you do for, well, basically since you started.
Yeah, and then, well, let's go back to the start, 2010. A lot of people don't realize this, but you were our first announcer at the Fling in 2010.
Yeah, back in Bristol, Tennessee. I remember it well. It started off being the 1,000-foot compromise race because, you know, you were in an area where so many of the races were running a mile and you were bringing in a lot of guys that used a quarter mile. So you decided to go split the difference and make it a 1,000-foot race. And then we ended up the last day, because of weather coming in the night before, running 8th mile. I remember that vividly because I raced that day. Do you remember that?
You drove Dan Fletcher's car.
Yes, I did.
And
how
did that? I think you had a good. You had a good reaction time, right?
Yeah, I was 012. The guy that I was racing was 004, and I had never driven the car before. You had this stupid rule, but we're going to start here. You have this stupid rule about no time runs on Sunday, no matter what. So even though I hadn't raced the rest of the weekend, I couldn't even get a practice run. So Dan puts a number on the board and says, you should be pretty close. Don't let off the gas unless you really know. So I went out there and hit the tree. I was 012. Todd Whitehead, I was racing, racers, right? Elephant. I'm out there and I'm looking. I don't see him. So I kind of eased back off the throttle a little bit. And he went, woo! And I went, damn, he's got a fast car. So I get back to the pits and Dan says, why'd you lift? And I said, I didn't see him. He said, didn't you see his dial? I said, no. He said, you got to pay attention to that, you moron. So I got to go visit your wife, and I got back in for round number 2. And Tommy DeLago, like world championship crew chief, Tommy DeLago just cleaned my clock. And that was the end of my spring fling driving.
And speaking of, first of all, that's hilarious because I forgot all about that. You drove Fletcher's car. And I know you guys were pointing fingers at each other on why the loss took place. But you, Alan, you were the originator of calling Emily the, what'd you call her?
The goddess of forgiveness.
There it was.
If you made some kind of a mistake or sinned and were unable to advance, you could go see the goddess and she would forgive that and let you have another chance. I thought that was like kind of cute and endearing, and you fired me for it. So I guess that's a whole different story.
I have a different take on that, Alan. I think you got so popular so fast that you just didn't pick up your phone anymore. But one day we're going to have you back at the Fling when your schedule permits, if you're cool with that.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to. I'd love to come back out and get involved with that. I actually wrote an article about it. It was one of my national dragster columns a bunch of years ago, and I'm sure somebody could find it if they wanted to dig it up. But I remember one of the lines is like, I've never in my life spent so much time saying 003 light leaves last, or 006 take two, get out of the way. And it was really, I've done a couple of big dollar races in the past before. I did a couple for Mike Fuquay before, but that was the first time that I really got exposed to the shark tank that is big dollar bracket racing, especially back there in the Southeast. And it was a pretty impressive lesson to learn, which of course is why I said on Sunday, hey, why don't I jump into this and see what happens to me? And what happened to me is I got kicked in one shin and came back and tried to get kicked in the other shin, and that was the end of it.
You know, I have to go. I'm sure there's video somewhere of you running that car, Dan's car. Do you remember, was it his stock eliminator car, did you say?
Which it was the stalker.
And he had a delay box in it?
He did not have a delay box in it. I was just leaving off the bottom.
You were 12 off the bottom bulb?
Yeah.
Dude, this is, I mean.
Well, I used to be a pretty good bracket racer before I started announcing. Now, we're talking, you know, back when the cars had wooden wheels. But my little racetrack out here, I started 3 days after my 16th birthday, because you couldn't run without a driver's license. And I know you'll be able to relate to this because I know your history some. But my mom's 4-door LTD with a 351, it's like shoe polish number on the window, baby, and let's go. And had some success with that car before I ended up getting my own cars, one of which I still have, my 67 Mustang, which I've had since I was like 17 years old. But I was a pretty good drag racer. Now, I'm not saying I was Chinese L, but I was a pretty good bracket racer before I started announcing. So now I'm certainly not as good as the guys that are out there, but I felt like it was like maybe a little bit of the blind squirrel thing, but at least I wasn't embarrassed, right? If I'd have gone up there going, okay, here we go. Oh, look, I'm 258 on the tree, then I'd have been hearing about that until the end of time. So I was pretty proud of the fact that I was at least not embarrassing.
I'm going to say that's impressive. You've never sat in a car before. We all know how anal Dan Fletcher is. You're going off the bottom bulb. Like, can you just recall the conversation, like when, as far as hitting the tree, RPM, like where, just talk about that a little bit. Or did he just say, here, I'm putting you at 3,200 RPM, as soon as you see the bottom, smash it and go?
Yeah, that's pretty much what he did. You know, walk through, obviously, you know, all the procedures in the car and some of the stuff. And just one of the things that will always stick in my head, and his line lock switch in the stalker is a toggle switch on the dashboard. Now, I've always had push buttons everywhere, and I'm literally thinking to myself, a toggle switch on the dashboard. But I guess that keeps you from screwing anything up. So he walked me through the procedure, and I sat in the car and went through it mentally like a dozen times in the staging lanes. And he told me, he said, I've got you set up pretty solid, and you know, do this. Said, you know, plant the brake, leave. And it just worked out. I followed his instructions. You know, obviously he's made so many runs in that car, and he and I are about the same size. So it wasn't like it was going to be 300s quicker or 300 slower because of that. So he had her dialed up pretty good, and I just wasn't smart enough to look and see how fast the guy in the other lane was. So when I got out there and went, I can't see him, I must be safe. And then I'm telling you, it was like, oh, where did you come from? But
well, I guess it's good for us that it shows that it's harder than it looks, right? Like the numbers are the numbers, and I get caught up in it a lot. People will say, yeah, man, what's the matter? Some of these guys are all over the place. Like in Vegas, you got wins, you know, you got changing variables, but it definitely is harder than it looks. But I think that's a great story. I totally forgot about that. Let's go down that road a little bit, Alan. Obviously you have some talent. Do you ever, and obviously you are the voice of NHRA, and that's your bread and butter, but do you have any aspirations to race at some point, or is just life's too busy?
You know, at this point, I simply don't have time. I think my calendar's hanging over there on the wall. I've got a good old school paper calendar, but I think I've got 42 weekends booked this year. And that just doesn't leave a whole lot of time to do it. I enjoy being able to get in a car from time to time. There's a guy on this side of the country named Chris Hall that has got a big block 1970 Stalker Camaro. And I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, he won the Vegas points race. And when he had come up in the tower, he said, hey, I just wanted to let you know, I appreciate, you know, you say nice things about my car. And I said, dude, it's a great car. It does huge wheel stands. It's, you know, when I was a kid, I had a buddy that had a 70 Camaro, so I got a little bit of a soft spot for those things. And we got to chit-chatting a little bit. He said, well, if you want to drive it sometime, I'll let you make a couple of hits, do some wheelies. Man, I'd love to. Well, 4 years later, we did it last week. The week between the national and the regional, the week before your Fling race, they had a Wednesday test and tune. He didn't need any practice, and he said, look, it's yours. So I went up and made a couple of hits, did a couple of wheelies in it. I'd like getting behind the wheel once in a while. I'm not sure, as competitive as it's gotten now, I think it would take me a long time to get up to speed to be able to race with the guys. You know, it's like anything else. If I do it 5 days a week and you do it twice a year, I'm going to be better than you. And I just don't have the time to invest to get good. And I'm really competitive. If you and I get into a contest and you're better than I am, you're more skilled, that's wonderful. But if you and I get into a contest and I lose because I suck, that really annoys me. And so I just don't want to put myself back in that position where I know I'm better than this, but I'm just not in practice. And so I end up getting my butt kicked every week.
Well, how about this? We sign you up for a Fling whenever your schedule allows, right? You announce, and then we'll try and reenact you and Fletcher one day, you driving Fletcher's car, and you'll have some fun one of the days. Does that sound good?
Yeah, I'd love to. I did. If you got a minute, just one other quick story. This goes back, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago. Same thing. It was a Vegas thing. Tom Gaynor, who is a racer out of Washington, his son was not coming back to run the points race, so he had a stocker that was just sitting around. And he told me, look, if you want to drive it, drive it. It's a C-automatic 4th gen Camaro. And I said, sure. And so went up on the 3 time runs. I was red all 3 times. And so I go up for first round, and I told myself, I'm not going to be red. I don't care what happens. I'm not going to go 4 times to the starting line and never see a green light. So I went up, sat on the tree, turned loose. I was green. I was like 275 green. For whatever reason, the guy I was racing was 450. So I get away with it. And so I get back into the pits, and Tom comes up to me and he said, you can't do that. And I said, I wasn't going to red light 4 times in a row. He says, look, I adjusted the car. He said, you were consistent. You were just quick. He said, I adjusted the car. I adjusted the RPM. I adjusted the tires. Trust me. If you do what you're doing, you're going to be green. You're going to be fine. You got to trust me, but you can't just sit on the tree. And all right, you're the boss. So I go up for the second round, and I'm racing Leo Glassbrenner. Now, for those who don't race on the West Coast, Leo's a pretty big shark out in this part of the world in stock and super stock. This year, he won the Winter Nationals and the Arizona Nationals, both in stock. So to get away with something with him. But I get up there, and I'm leaving first, and I'm going, trust your car owner, trust your car owner, trust your car owner. And I get in, and I get on the 2-step on the brake, cut the thing loose, and the front end comes up, and out of the corner of my eye, I see the green light come on. And I literally looked at Leo, and I said, your ass is mine. And as the car flies out there and sets down, the shift light comes on. So the car shifts 1-2 all by itself. You know what happens when you're just so happy and proud of yourself that you see the shift light, you push the shifter forward? It shifts 1-3 and goes, buh. So Leo just comes up, parks on me about 800 feet, and he's literally smiling at me when we drive across the finish line. And so I get back to the pits, and Tom Gaynor comes over, and he says, man, I'm sorry. I owe you an apology because I don't remember. I was 20 and Leo was 35, whatever. I was in the game. And he said, I have no idea why the car slowed down like that. I said, I can help you with that. I know exactly why the car slowed down. And so I told him, and he said, we've all done that if that makes you feel better. And I said, no, it doesn't. If you did that, you're an idiot. And I did that, so I'm an idiot. But and I've teased Leo about that for 10 years now. And really good guy. And he's sorry, but he comes up and I regularly, this is the guy that ruined my career. But I enjoy getting behind the wheel from time to time, more for fun. I just got to get my competitive side out of it so I can get in there and just go have fun.
Yeah, well, like you said, you jump in it once a year and you run against guys who are their knives are much sharper, so to speak.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean you can't come in and have some fun.
Well, if we can set it up sometime, I'd love to. And I also appreciate, and I don't know if it comes across or not, but I like to go out and just remind myself of what it's like to be hanging out in the staging lanes. or what it's like to be called up and then be sitting there for 20 minutes going, what the heck are they doing with, and what the racers are going through on a regular basis. And I like to think that makes me better at my job. I don't know if that's true or not, but I like to pretend it does.
Absolutely. It absolutely would give you a different perspective or a new perspective. So let's talk about that a little bit, Alan. As mentioned earlier, you're the voice of NHRA. At the national events, you're the best at what you do. And if you can, you've been around the sport for how long? 3 decades?
Yeah, a long time. NHRA bought me my first plane ticket 31 years ago, 1991. I actually worked the Phoenix event a couple of years before that, simply because it's my home race. And just like now, if there's a local announcer that's good and wants to come out and kind of give it, try out with us or work with us for the weekend, we'll find a spot for them. So that's kind of where I got started. And then they decided that maybe I was worth taking a chance on.
Well, the chance was well received because everybody enjoys your commentary. You have that voice, you have the knowledge, especially in stock eliminator. You and I sat down and talked about that recently. You have a lot of knowledge in stock, and you can tell that you really enjoy what you do. Take us behind the scenes a little bit. What's challenging? What do you love about your job? What's challenging about your job? Take us a little bit behind the scenes of what goes on with Alan Reinhardt at a NHRA national event.
The biggest thing that's challenging about my job isn't at the national event. The biggest thing that's challenging is the travel and the time away. Now, I'm single and I don't have kids, so I'm not missing out on school plays or little league games or any of that, and that probably makes it a little bit easier. But I also get, somebody will call me and go, hey, we're going to the lake this week. It's going to be the biggest party of the year. You got to, and it's like, yes, nah, I'll be in Topeka. And, well, can we borrow your boat? No, but that's another story. But being on the road so much, and people that don't travel, I think don't realize what a headache the travel can be. Sometimes it goes really smooth, right? You get there, you get on the plane, you get off the plane, you go have a great weekend. But anytime when you're, sitting on the tarmac watching it rain for 3 hours, or you got to cancel flight and you got to find a place to get a nap tonight because you're not going to get there until tomorrow, and then you still got to try to be sharp, and that stuff really wears on you a little bit over time. But as far as at the events, and I've told people before, and it's gospel truth, there are days when my alarm goes off and I don't want to get on. And there are days when I'll wake up and go, okay, where am I? What hotel is this? Where we are this week? But the day I don't want to go to the racetrack is the time to quit. I love going to the racetrack. And for those that are there early in the morning, I almost always do whatever the first class is in the morning, whether it's Super Street, whether it's stock, whether it's whatever, because I want to get there. I want to kind of get going. And I love the cars, which is, I think, a big part of the reason that I'm so enthusiastic about stock is because I love the cars. I grew up in an era where cars like that were affordable. My friends had the big block Camaros. My friends had Roadrunners, and I had Roadrunner for a while, but they had the Challengers. And so I'm very familiar with that era of cars, and I love the new muscle cars. I think it's crazy what they're doing with them now. But that's what I really love about it. The one thing that makes the NHRA events, especially the national events, I don't want to say more difficult, but just different. There are so many more eyes between the sponsors and the people watching and the people, and you say the wrong thing, and it, in these days, right, everybody can go online and go, oh, that guy said this. It's like, that's not what I said. Whereas at a bracket race or at a smaller event, you know who you're talking to. And if you listen to me throughout the course of the day, and I know you have, in the morning, I'm a little bit looser and a little bit, because I know who I'm talking to. Right? I'm talking to the racers. I'm talking to the real hardcore people that got up and tuned in on NHRA.tv because they want to see stock or they want to see super gas. And that's who I'm talking to. But having to be a little bit more careful when the pro cars are running, which is my prime responsibility. And you know this, some of the people watching might not, but I have kind of a twisted sense of humor and I have a pretty sharp tongue sometimes. And when you're in a group with your friends, that's not a problem. But occasionally, if I say something over the microphone, then I will get negative feedback. And so I just have to be careful with that. And that's a bit of a challenge sometimes, just because of who I am.
And that makes perfect sense. When the pros are running, sponsor dollars, that's what helps make the world go around in any sport. So I can understand that, and it's got to be a challenge sometimes to walk that line, so to speak.
It is, but I also like to, I've been out there long enough that I have some kind of relationship pretty much with everybody. And as I tell people that come into the announcing business, if all you're going to do is read the numbers on the screen and tell me who won, then all you need is somebody who can read to do that. You have to add something. You have to, and I pride myself on being pretty mechanical. When something happens, I see something on the racetrack, I can explain, this is what happened, or keep an eye on this because something doesn't look right over there. Something might go on. And I think that adds a little bit. But I also like dropping in some of the personal anecdotes and some of the things about the different racers. You just got to be careful not to get your toes over the line, because the number of times when, I'll say something about Erica, for instance. I love Erica. Okay. I've known her not quite junior dragster days, but certainly since she started racing big cars, and we get along famously. So I can say something in jest. Erica knows it's a joke. Her sister knows it's a joke. Richard knows it's a joke. But somebody online will go, how come he hates girls? I'm like, whoa, stop. That's had nothing to do with it. And there literally been a couple of times when I have had to go to the person and say, hey, will you do me a favor? Will you answer the email from this guy and let him know that it was a joke and that you were in on the joke and it was part of the thing? And so it's just a little bit different from a political landscape, but the world we live in, right? I mean, everybody's got to deal with that to some degree.
It is the world we live in. And speaking of the world we live in, I'm going to put you on a spot here. So, I'm excluded in this. I'm going to give you, whether it's past or current, I'm going to name a class and just name the first person that comes to mind that you think is the most talented in that class.
Okay.
I didn't know I was going to do this, but it just came to my mind. So let's start at the top fuel.
Tony Schumacher, I think, and not just because he has the most wins, but from talking to crew chiefs and people that he's worked with over the years, when you get to that level, you're trying to do everything you can to erase variables, right? That's why they don't whack the throttle anymore, because it would be a little different this time from that time. But you want to erase any variables to try to make the car consistent. And he always referred to himself as being a machine, and he is a machine. I think he's the best ever sitting one of those.
That's a great answer and a great description of why. Funny car.
Robert Height.
Robert Height.
Yeah, right. I think John Force, obviously, you look at his record and it speaks for itself. But John Force, for a number of years in his career, and I love the guy. And sometime when we're together, I'll tell you a personal story about John Force. He borrowed my pickup one time, and that didn't end well. But a number of years.
Well, he's on my personal friends that are listening to this, so you.
Oh, okay. Cool. It'll take too long.
All right.
But for a number of years, when he was winning races and championships, he clearly had the best car out there, and all he had to do was not screw up, and he was going to win 70% of the races that he entered. So I'm not taking anything away from him, but if I had to hire somebody just to drive, nothing else, just drive the car, I would hire Robert Height.
Robert Height. Pro stock, my favorite class.
I've got two, Jag Coughlin and Dave Conley. And Jag's record will tell you that he's certainly won more races and won more championships. But if David had, I think, the opportunities, I think he would be there. And one of the things that always sticks with me about drivers, and it's not, everybody talks about, well, this guy has more hole shots, this guy doesn't. If you have 10 hole shot wins and I have 10 hole shot losses, you know what that tells me? You have a slow car. That doesn't necessarily make you a great driver. If you were driving my car, you probably have no hole shot wins. Does that mean you're not a good driver anymore? But what I still look at to this day is, how many times did you win without the best car? If you're expected to win a race, you win the race. But how many times do you win a race that you're not expected to win? And I think Jag and Dave Conley both won a very high percentage of races that they weren't expected to. It still blows me away that fun little NHRA stat. Jag Coughlin is the only person in NHRA history, not even John Force can say this, that has won from every qualifying position on the ladder. Jag Coughlin has won as the 13th
Wow.
qualifier, or the 14th, or the 16th. Now, what that tells me is that he wins a lot of races he's not supposed to win, and so that's why he's on that list.
That's a good stat. And Dave Connolly is from excellent driver. He's now an excellent tuner, and he's well sought after as far as from what I can see. I know Dave on a personal level, and extremely smart, and now he's got his wrenches out, and he's probably one of the best at doing what he does there. Let's
I
shift
agree.
to the alcohol classes. How about alcohol funny car?
Alcohol funny car would be tough. Right now, Sean Bellemere.
How can you not say Frank Manzo?
Well, Frank Manzo, like John Forrest, had the fastest car for such a huge part of his career. Did an incredible job driving it. Overall, I think Frank Manzo's the best alcohol funny car racer ever, because he tuned it, he called the shots, he did everything, and he won all the races. But if you're talking pure driver, right now you'd be hard pressed to tell me somebody out there is better than Sean Bellemere.
This is really interesting. So we're going to keep going with it. Even if it goes a little bit long, this is great. Top alcohol dragster.
Top alcohol dragster is tough. If I had to pick one there, I think I'd go way back in time and maybe Gary Selzy. Because again, even though he wasn't a national powerhouse, he didn't do a lot of touring. But in my part of the world, I saw him quite a bit on the regional trail, but then the division trail before I got to spending so much time on the road. But winning races he's not supposed to win, and that's literally the reason Alan Johnson hired him after the accident that took Blaine in 1996 to drive his Top Fuel car, was because he wins races he's not supposed to win. He just finds a way to do it, and I think he still has that ability. And another just a little fun little stat: Gary Selzy is the only person in NHRA history that has won alcohol dragster, alcohol funny car, Top Fuel, and funny car, the 4 quickest categories out there. And he's not just won races, but he's won championships. He's won regional championships in both alcohol classes and world championships in both Top Fuel and funny car.
Great guy too. Always even keeled. And when I was fortunate enough to win NHRA championships and he was around, he called me by name, which made me feel pretty special. Should we skip over comp because you're just going to say David Rampy, or?
David, Dan Fletcher, for the short time that he spent in comp, was spectacular at it. I've known David Nickens very well for a lot of years, and Nickens is still the second winningest driver in comp history. Is that like amazing? Because he retired 25 years ago. But and I love David, and he would tell you this word for word that he wasn't much of a driver. He had some really fast cars, and Dave has said more times than I can count, man, if I could drive, I'd have won 10 championships. But he just had such a fast car that's how he beat guys that he beat. And you go back, and I think it's the same thing when you look at guys like Warren Johnson and Bob Glidden, both of whom I have tremendous respect for, both of whom I knew on a personal level. Still know Warren, we still talk on a regular basis, but both of them will tell you driving wasn't what pushed me. It was making the car as fast as it could possibly be, and that's where their success came from. Not the fact that they were the greatest drivers in the sport, but the fact that they were able to make their cars so fast that driving wasn't such a big part of the equation.
Yeah, great points. And comp eliminator, you can look at it from a lot of different ways. A lot of people can name Frank Aragona as towards the top of the charts there because of him and his father, the way they find different combinations that go fast, and then he executes on a drag strip.
I think he would be on the Mount Rushmore. I'm sorry, I think he would be on the Mount Rushmore, but I also think, Bill Moropoulos told me a long time ago, I was very new to the game, and he had won the race in Sonoma, and he was sitting on the ground, and he's like literally almost crying. And I went over and talked to him when we were doing the Sportsman show at the time, and he told me something I've never forgotten, and this probably means more in comp eliminator than any other class out there. He said, there's a lot of guys that know how to go fast, but there's not very many that know how to win, and it ain't the same thing. And he was right about that. And, being able to go out and win, whether it's saving your index to fight for another day, or whether it's, just knowing this is a bad choice to make, or this is the right time to make a bad choice, is a huge part of it. And that knowledge goes further in competition eliminator probably than any other class out there.
And drivers find a way to win, and that's where you're going with all of this. It's not always about who has the most wins. Super stock.
Fletcher, I mean, you look at what he's done and as long as he's done it, and the fact that the guy quit his job when his only source of income was a super stock car and made it happen. And I think that speaks for itself.
To put food on the table for his growing family at the time.
Three little kids at the time, yeah. And I was in Columbus when he won his first one, and then was out there on the Western Swing when he did that. And of course, nobody had any idea that what he was going to go on and become at some point. But I do think it's funny, Greg Stanfield is at fault for this whole thing, because in Dan's first ever final round, Greg Stanfield went red. And if Greg kicks his ass, he goes back to IBM instead of going to Denver, and who knows?
That's a great that's a great piece of history right there. And Greg Stanfield can definitely be put up, like as you said, on the Mount Rushmore there with Superstock.
Absolutely.
He's still doing it. I mean, he comes out and he puts down run after run after run after being absent from the class for seems like 20 years.
Yeah, he just won 2 weeks ago in Oklahoma, where they were, right? I think so. Yeah, he can still get it done even after taking all that time off.
He's a driver, and I watch his runs on Drag Race Central. It's very impressive. Where are we at? So stock.
Stock is tough. Again, Dan Fletcher's the winningest driver in stock. I don't know if anybody knows that or not, but on just national event wins, Dan Fletcher's the winningest driver in stock. He's pretty solid there. There's a number of guys there that have been doing it for a long time. That would be a really tough Mount Rushmore. I love. I'm a 4-speed guy. This car's got a clutch in it. What Kevin Helms did with his big block 4-speed car, I think, is pretty amazing. If you use the Emmons as a family, they've done a lot. If you had to pick one, I don't know how you would separate one from the other. If I had to go with absolutely one in stock, I think I would probably go with Helms, just because he did it with a big block and a 4-speed.
What I saw Kevin do with a 4-speed was extremely impressive. And I was in the other lane a lot of times, so I got to see his numbers.
Yeah.
Let's go to Super Comp. That can go a lot of different ways.
There's probably going to be a lot of people that don't agree with this because he never won a championship, but I think Tommy Phillips is, one of the best to ever get in and do that. Edmund and Scotty obviously are going to be part of the Mount Rushmore there. But there's so many times that you look at the numbers Tommy Phillips put up, and it's like, well, he would have won the championship with this score for the last 4 years, but this year, so-and-so just happened to have 695. Right. But I really think, I think Tommy Phillips is, if not the best, he's certainly in the conversation.
No doubt. Super Gas.
I could almost put Tommy on that list as well but if I was, I'd probably go back in the day for that, just because things were so different. But Sheldon Gecker without all of the technology that everybody has today, without all of the crutches, for lack of a better term, the weather, the wind, and he got out there and did it with an old school big block Dodge. I remember seeing him in the pits, and it's like, Sheldon, what are you doing? I'm changing the rear end. Why? Well, because it should be 2 miles an hour faster. You're kidding, right? But in the era that he was racing, I don't know that there was anybody better than he was at figuring out the best way to make it happen. Again, when you didn't have, you couldn't glance at your weather station every 2 minutes and figure out this and figure out that. He figured out a way to make that thing as consistent as he did, and winning 2 championships over 18 years or something apart was pretty impressive, I think.
He did it with common sense and with wrenches, as opposed to nothing against the new era, but laptops.
It was just different. Yeah, exactly.
Super Street doesn't get on a national stage as much, but anybody?
I'd be hard pressed to go against probably Scotty, just because when Super Street started being a national event class, he was so good at it. Rudy Matthews, for a number of years before it was really on a national stage, but there was 5 or 6 years in a row when we used to go to the Jags All-Stars and go, okay, who's going to be running up to Rudy this year? Because you just knew he was going to win it. And he's still out there doing it as well. So those would probably be 2, if not the top, certainly near the top.
I've had a lot of
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power to weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many, many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
Years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
For those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
All right, so we're sitting up here in the Jegs Suite on the last day of the Fling. It is the Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. We've asked Chris Bear to come up here and join us in the tower because we wanted to talk a little bit about a new program that we started here this weekend. It's called the 000 Hero Program, where basically any driver that goes trip zip on the tree and then wins the round gets a commemorative Kyle Seipel coin as well as $50. And it's kind of a bragging rights type of thing, right? I mean, you get an actual token. It's a very nice minted coin, and you can kind of start stacking those up in the trailer, and almost like it's a little bit nicer than a sticker to go on your car. But it's something that's really cool. And of all of the guys that have been out here, you seem to have figured that one out, and you've got a collection of those coins already back at the trailer. I think this weekend alone we're counting 6 perfect reaction times, and since we started handing out the coins on Thursday, I think you've collected up 3 of those.
Yeah, so far, been able to have the fortune and luck to collect 3 of the coins so far. Almost collected a 4th here, trip 0 on the tree, but unfortunately Cameron Manuel threw 6 total at me, and I just couldn't get in on that. So,
yeah, it's a little tough when somebody's got 6 on the other side. But, I mean, we're talking 6 perfect reaction times. The weekend for you has been pretty impressive. I know. Tell me a little bit about the coins that you've collected. What do you think of how they look and just the fact that something like that was introduced?
Oh, it's amazing. It's just an additional opportunity for us as racers, to get a little bit of cash in our pocket, but also just have a nice keepsake for the memory of Kyle. Pictures last a lifetime, and it's just a great way to show appreciation, obviously, to his memory, and obviously, the racers. So I think it's a great program. I definitely think it's something Peter should keep with, hopefully. It's absolutely amazing. Love the new format, the doubles. Things move real quickly. I mean, shoot, we're done at 8 o'clock at night with 300 entries. You know, anywhere else you're racing until almost midnight. You don't have an opportunity to hang out with your friends, grill, so on and so forth. Kind of, again, you know, and I believe that's what Peter wants to do, is just have that national event feel. And you definitely have it when you come to a Spring Fling event.
Well, that's cool. So again, I'm glad you brought up kind of the doubles thing, because for a guy like you, the way that the format was working out yesterday, today, the day before, you had 2 cars entered. You took those both very, very deep, even into the latter round. And the fact that we separated everybody out in the first round, came back, brought them all together, that give you the chance to kind of get your head straight in between running the first and second entry. Does it help you out at all? What do you think of how that is planned out?
So I mean, it's nice to have that little bit of a break, but you know, to be honest with you, I mean, if I had to look at my time slips, I think I had 20 minutes between runs at some points, and even earlier than that. I know the one run we only had 7 or 8 minutes between them, but it allows you to keep in a momentum that you're not able to attain when, you know, you have a couple hours between each hit. It's one of the things, you know, they tell you to practice is, you know, take 5 hits, walk away from the practice tree of the car for 5 or 6 hours, walk back up to it, hit 5. See what your consistency rating is over a course of time. You know, kind of the same deal here. You don't have that longevity. You don't have to worry about 3 hours later, you know, what's the sun look like, so on and so forth. So it gives you a better opportunity to come up and repeat the same thing.
Well, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions here, because we made some notes, and I'm just kind of looking at this. So, like, on Thursday, you were still double at round number 6. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I was double to the round of 12.
And then on Friday, you were still doubled at the round of 5.
Yeah. Oh, no, actually, maybe. I can't remember, to be honest with you, on that one. I know I made it late with the double and then fell out of the car.
Okay. And then you've had all of those perfect bulbs. So you've gone deep into the rounds over and over again. You've had all of those perfect bulbs. And I'll tell you this right now. This whole coming up here to talk to you about the 000 hero thing and the being doubled up in the format was a complete hoax. It was an absolute ploy to get you to come up here. Have you heard of a little thing called the Todd's Extreme Paint MVP Award?
Yes, I have.
Well, guess what? You've been selected as our Todd's Extreme Paint MVP of the Jegs Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. You are going to get this custom painted Impact Vapor helmet. You are going to get a check for $1,000. And, sir, your performance out here this weekend was amazing. I mean, we were sitting there debating between several drivers, but looking at what you have done here this weekend, it was a heck of a performance, and we are honored to present you with the MVP award.
Thank you. This is this is really cool. Words can't describe how I feel right now, because when you show up to an event like this and you hear the packages going on over the last 4 days, and you get elected something like this, that's top notch, man. I mean, there's things you can't just do in this world, and this is one of them. Again, this is a special moment right now. Thank you. This world.
Well, congratulations to you, man. This is an honor to present it to you. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the man right here of the hour of the Jegs Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries, Chris Baer, your MVP, the Todd's Extreme Paint MVP of the 2022 Jegs Summer Fling. Congratulations, man.
Thank you. Motion, you're going to take the lead.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself, or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
Well, once again, good afternoon, racers, and welcome to National Trail Raceway as we begin with a JEGS Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Back here for a second year in a row, and it is going to be a whole lot of fun. We are getting ready to go racing for some pretty big money today, and we have been absolutely blessed with perfect weather, awesome track conditions, a great crew, and a great group of racers and Fling family members that have joined us all out here today. Loaded, turn them loose.
I want to thank each and every one of you for showing up at the Summer Fling. It's our second year here. You guys and gals made our job very easy to do what we do behind the scenes.
32 cars racing for that opportunity to take their pick between two of the best built cars on the planet. So Matt Shell dialed in at 46, Bill Webb dialed in at 49. Webb has got the pre-stage bulb lit. All four are on, tree drops. Red light start for Matt Shell, and Bill Webb is going home with his choice of dragster. Find out if it's going to be a door car kind of day or if it's going to be a dragster kind of day. Josh Lutke, the racer out of Boonville, Indiana. The Racecraft chassis ride dialed in at 461, and Wes May. Josh Lutke in control of this pair and will score the win. Josh was 028 on the tree and goes 461 on a 461 to get the win light. Pete Diagnolo, Eric Paterka, the final two standing here on a fuel $10,000 to win Thursday. Diagnolo taking over the left lane, dialed in at 582. Eric Paterka, the dragster on the right side, dialed in at 483. We stay green, 9 thousandths of a second separate them in reaction time, and Pete Diagnolo goes back to back. So your final round for the ATI Performance Products $100,000 to win event, it's going to be Kyle Coltrera and Nasty Nick Hastings for $100,000. Nasty Nick in the T1000, fresh off a 100 grander, coming in here and trying to do it again. Green lights both sides of the Christmas tree. Kyle Cotrera is in control, and the scoreboard lights up for Kyle Cotrera. 18 green and 454 on the 453 for Kyle.
one dragster, one door car, one shot, one run for one last trophy. Tim Markaglu, dragster rolling up on the left side of the racetrack out of Staten Island, New York. And Garrett Griffith will be his opponent here to close out the show on the 2022 Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Dragsters in, door cars in, tree drops, final pair, final day, final round. Let's go. 9,000 separated by reaction time. And the scoreboard lights up for Garrett Griffith. Garrett, 21 on the tree and dead on 2. He is...
Back into action here at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optima Batteries on ATI Performance Products Thursday. After Mother Nature decided that she wanted to put a halt in the action, big tip of the cap to the Bristol Dragway team and the Fling staff getting the racetrack back dry and in usable condition. Brian McCown and Chris Smith going to start us off. McCown in the 67 Chevelle out of Kentucky, 638 the dial. Chris Smith, Pittsboro, North Carolina, the S10 right side. 599 the dial for Chris Smith. Smith, 001 after the rain delay, and 601 on the 599 will get the win. Brian McCown, 53 at the start and under by a couple, but Chris Smith will get us going. I stepped outside of the tower just a little bit ago, and it is substantially more humid than it was prior to the stoppage. We'll see if all the drivers can adjust dial-ins, strategy, etc., accordingly. It's Kenneth Street and Stephen Dunn. Street out of Cedar Bluff, Virginia. Dunn out of Jackson, New Jersey, in the beautiful Camaro, ripping the throttle and going to take the win. Both competitors were 13 on the green light start. Dunn 573.5 on the 573. To get the win, Kenneth Street was 13 green, 675 on the 672. Stephen Dunn will take that beautiful Camaro into round number 2. As Barry Woods and Cody Blankenship. Barry out of Georgia. The 92 Camaro over on the left side, 598 is the dial. There's 300 going to separate them. On the head start, Cody Blankenship, Grundy, Virginia, and the IROC. 601, the number will be leaving first. Red light start for Cody by 8 thousandths of a second. Barry Wood, 16 green and 599. There for Barry Woods. Jesse Long, James Blankenship. Jesse out of Woodstock, Georgia, in the Malibu, 658 the dial for Jesse. James has decided to put 642 on the side of his Camaro. James was late getting the finger off the button, and Jesse Long, 14 green. 664 on the 658 will get the win. Blankenship was 60 at the start and 6 over. And those combination of numbers will not result in a win light. For James Blankenship, Jesse Long will advance. Steve Sisko and Larry Hamby. Steve out of Williamstown, New Jersey. 621 the dial for Steve. Larry Hamby out of Orlando, Florida, the 55 Chevrolet Bel Air. 680 the number for Hamby. Hamby turns on the red light by 32 thousandths of a second. Steve Cisco, 008 on the green light start. 6:20 on what amounted to a time run there for Steve Cisco. Hamby, after being red, was quick by a hun. Kendall, Little, and Chad Duke. Kendall Little out of Killeen, Texas. 612 is the dial. Chad Duke, Wilmington, North Carolina. The 68 Camaro over on the right side. Chad Duke and Kendall Little. Duke rolls in. Kendall Little is off. Chad Duke is off. 6,000 difference between the two on the reaction time side of things, and Kendall Little, 10 green, taking 2,000 the finish line from Chad Duke. 6:13.3 on the 612 for Kendall Little is good. Chad Duke was 16 at the start, dead on 9. And 25 total is gone here in round number 1. It's Joe Nelson and Chris Hodge. Joe out of North Carolina in the Lumina, 540 the dial for Joe. Chris Hodge, the 66 Chevy 2. 6:21 on the Motor Mile scoreboard. Joe and Chris Hodge is going to get the win. 23 on the green light start for Chris. Said is going to run 6:21, goes 6:21.1 to be 24 total, and Joe Nelson is 43 at the start and completely locked out. Adam Bamberger and Jake Clayton. Bamberger out of Alabama in the S10. Clayton in the Mustang. The Motor Mile side of the racetrack. .002 in this pair. Gets off the starting line second. Adam and Jake. Jake and Adam. Jake, 001, taking 005 to be one above the dial and get the win. Adam is 2 green, 653.0 on the 651. To be a first round runner-up is Wayne Vernon and Tanner Miller. Wayne out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. The dragster over on the left side, 560 is the dial. Tanner Miller, Mooresville, North Carolina. The Vega Wagon, 639 the dial for Tanner Miller. Wayne Vernon dug himself a 400th of a second hole. Is he going to be able to climb out of it? No. Tanner Miller. The Vega Wagon, 24 on the green light. 642.0 on the 639. To light up the scoreboard, Wayne Vernon, 63 and 2 over. And his dragster will be done for the day. It was Mike Nelson and Gary Kimball. Nelson out of Newland, North Carolina. Kimball, Concord, NC. Mike Nelson, 508. Be about a 1 second head start for Gary Kimball over on the Motor Mile side. Red light start for Gary Kimball by 9th out. Mike Nelson, a free look at 508, 508.7. On the 508 is Mike Nelson, the dragster. Moving around number next, Sam Hamilton and Jared Pennington. Sam out of Maryland, the dragster left side 527. Jared Pennington 601 the dial in the Slow Nova. Jared is staged. Sam is in. Away, unaway. Pennington stole 400s at the start. Nose of that Nova dips down 603 on the 601 to get the win. Jared goes 2 for 2 in first round. At 111 miles an hour for Pennington, Sam Hamilton was 5-3 on the reaction time and 2 above, and is defeated by Jared Pennington here in round number 1. Jared will be back up here in the booth here in a little bit. What you know that everybody tremendously enjoys. Jeremy Bargo, Jimmy Chavis Jr., Jeremy out of Barberville, Kentucky. 620 the dial for the S10, Jimmy Chavis Jr., Orangeburg, South Carolina. 477 the dial for JCJ. Chavis behind at the start, and Bargo going to turn on the win light. 009, 1 above 1, and 4th out in front at the finish line. Jimmy Chavis Jr. got to the finish line second by 4 thousandths of a second and still was under the dial as he gave up 15 foul at the start. Jeremy Bargo takes out Jimmy Chavis Jr.'s Joe, Gary, and Tom Doyle. Gary out of Boiling Springs, South Carolina. Is American Assembled Dragster. Tom Doyle out of Virginia. 533 for Tom. Doyle slightly better at the starting line, and the win at the finish line. 005 to be 1 thou in front at the finish line. Pretty good there for Tom Doyle. 534.4 on the 533 to advance. Joe Gary is 18 green, dead on 2, but 1 thou behind at the finish line. As Tom Doyle turns on the win line as Will Coffin and Kenrick Roundtree. Will Coffin, 458. The dial for the young man out of Lancaster, South Carolina. Kenrick Roundtree, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, the Camaro right side. 571 is the dial. Coffin, 458. The dial over in the left lane. Kenrick is late. Oh. So just do not give Will Coffin the slip. It blew away in the wind. A random squirrel ate it. Just don't give it to him. Will Coffin's 003 red. Kenrick Roundtree's 192 green. And that is certainly a coach fridge door slammer for Will Coffin. Brandon Barker and Dale Thaxton. Brandon out of Ontario, Canada. 506 the dial. Dale Thaxton, 545 the dial for the dragster over in the right lane. Away and away. Brandon behind a little bit, looking over at Dale in the right lane, and Dale Thaxton, 004. 546 on the 545 to get the win. Brandon Barker was 27 green and 2 above. And is 300ths shy of the finish line. Dale Thaxton will proceed. That's Cortland Carter and Marlon Goatz. Cortland out of Lubbock, Texas. 467 the dial for Marlin. Marlin will get the head start. In the right lane. Away and away. One driver is perfect. Are we going to give away another Trip Zero Hero coin? Yes. Marlin, perfect. 484.0 on the 482. We'll get one of those very special Fling 000 Hero coins. $50 in cash for being perfect. And a win for Marlin Goats. Cortland Carter was 009 and 1 above 1. And 610 thou shy of the finish line. Marlin Goats takes out Cortland Carter's Chris Ferguson and Haley Whited. Ferguson out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. 460 is the dial. Haley. Dublin, Virginia. 517 is the dial for Haley. Green and green, Ferguson and Haley. Give it to Chris Ferguson, 008. Taking Trip 06 as it is getting tight down there at 660 feet. Haley was 14 on the green light start and dead on 6, but 610 thou shy of the finish line. Chris Ferguson moves it around number 2 is Josh Owens and Kerry Long. Owens out of Hampton, Tennessee. The American assembled machine, 488 is the dial. There for Josh Owens. Kerry Long. Roxborough, NC. Miller assembled dragster, 475 the dial for Kerry. Josh misses the tree. Kerry Long in a dominating position and will get the win. 25 at the start, 4 above is good for Kerry. Josh Owens, 61 on the green light start. 489 on the 488. Was still behind by a 1.5 at the finish line. Tim Sansoni and Coy Collier. Tim out of Pasadena, Maryland. 455 the dial in for Tim over in the left lane. Coy Collier out of Louisiana. Coy over on the right side. Tim over on the left side. Coy Collier will be leaving first. Will have the opportunity to leave first via the dial in. Sansoni is 003 and dead on 5. His 8 on the combined, and Coy Collier just wasted about $13 in race fuel, as Collier was 28 at the start and had no chance whatsoever to move the win light over on his side of the racetrack. As Buddy Fleener and Keith Thomas. Buddy Fleener left side out of Rogerville, Tennessee. Keith Thomas, right side, Madisonville, Tennessee. Keith going to get the win, 19 foul on the green light start. Buddy Fleener was 5 red. But Keith Thomas will move on via the red light of Buddy Fleener. Roger Thornton left side, Kendall Payne right side. Thornton, Chesapeake, Virginia. Race Tech Dragster 470 is the dial for Roger. Kendall Payne. House of Payne team, Waynesboro, Virginia. So this is all Virginia all the time. Danny Nelson assembled dragster. 466 is the dial for Kendall. Roger stole a couple on the starting line and is going to get the win, locking out Kendall Payne. 003 dead on 9 is 12 total. And Kendall Payne is 23 of the starting line. And, well, when you're 23 on the starting line and your opponent's 12 total, you just smile and wave. That's all you can do. You're not going to turn on a win light. Roger Thornton will advance as Mike Morgan and Dennis Lithgow. Mike at 11 on Tennessee. 496 the dial for M Squared and Dennis Lithgow. Mansfield, Texas. 474 the dial for the racetrack. He will be in pursuit. Mike Morgan will have the opportunity to lead first by just a skosh. Lithgow last to stage. Tree, away, and green and green. 5 little ones separate them on the starting line, and the win going to go to Dennis Lithgow. 12 green to be a thou in front at the finish line. 475.3 on the 474 will get it done for Dennis. Mike Morgan was 17 at the start, dead on 9 to be 26 total. But Dennis Lithgow will advance into round number 2. Courtney Grisey and Jamie Holston. Courtney out of Vermilion, Ohio. The Mullis dragster left side. Jamie Holston in Jamie's super ultra quiet dragster. It's so stealthy, like you can barely hear it coming. It's funny, like Jamie lives in rural Retreat, Virginia, which seems like a very quiet, tranquil place. And then Jamie's dragster like rotates the earth. Red light start for Courtney by 41 foul. Jamie Holston was 2 green and 1 quick. 444.0 on the 445 there for Jamie Holston. Courtney, after being 41 red, was 1 above 7, 428 on the 427 as Noah Rambo and Steve Collier. Rambo is blown dragster out of Michigan. 422 is the dial for Noah Rambo. Steve Collier, 463 for the Manpower Team car out of Louisiana. So Rambo left side. There goes Collier off and away. Noah a little better at the start, looking over at Steve. Collier, 18 green, 463 on the 462. Noah flat out just wasn't going to get there. 426 on the 422. He was 12 green, but 3 hun behind at the stripe. Steve Collier, dead on 5, will advance. Steve Hawkins and Jordan White. Hawkins out of Madisonville, Tennessee. 523 is the dial. Jordan, 461 for the wing dragster over in the right lane. Winston-Salem, NC for JW. Red light star for Steve Hawkins. Jordan White moving around number 2. 460 with a 7 on the 461 to be good. Steve Hawkins was red by 6 and then 2 quick by a thou. And I mean, he's probably going to go back to the coach and sit too close to the TV. He's probably going to speed through the pit area. Probably going to chew with his mouth open. He's going to violate every single rule there is in humanity. Probably going to go to the grocery store and not put his shopping cart back. Steve York and Jack Collier. York out of Indiana, 449. The dial there for Jeremy York. Jack Collier. 454 the dial in. York, 8 thou better at the start. But Jack Collier, 15 green to be 5 thou in front. And dead on 0 for Jack Collier. Jeremy York was 007, 1 above 3. And Jeremy York, 5 thou behind at the finish line. Jack Collier will advance. Jay Ralston and Tim Thomas. Real good matchup right here. Ralston out of Pennsylvania, 430 is the dial left lane. Tim Thomas, Lumberton, North Carolina, 479 the dial. There for Mr. Thomas. So Jay Ralston going to be last to stage in this pair. Thomas away. Red light start for Jay Ralston by Reggie Jackson. 44th thou on the red light start. Tim Thomas 24 green, dead on Trey. As Ralston was off the gas early, going 452, but after the red light start. It's McKenna Brown and John Parks. McKenna out of Boca Raton for Team Jegs over on the left side. 456 is the dial. John Parks, that pro-charged Ultra Tech ride. So Florida and Michigan here in this pair, with racers gathered here from all across the United States and Canada and southern Alabama. How far are you from Tuscaloosa?
I'm an hour from Dodge.
Surprised you're not like 2 minutes from Tuscaloosa.
Well, I'm a fan.
Red light start for John Parks. McKenna Brown, 36 green, and a free look at 456. She's going to look at 456.8, 151 on the speed. John Parks after being red. 419. Jared Pennington, is that fast? 419? I mean, it kind of looked fast.
Yeah, it's really fast. I've had a lot of those reaction times, but I've never really had that as an ET, so that's really fast.
Yeah, but there was only a 419 reaction time back in the day on a Pro Tree where it was 4/10.
Yeah, I've never been that close on a 4/10 Pro Tree, but you talk about where you live and all that. I'm just a fan of Alabama. I love where I live. You know, people dream about retiring and going somewhere to live. I want to be right where I'm at. I'm 3 miles from Outback and Chick-fil-A. Okay? That's all I need. I'm good.
You need. I was gonna say you need to move to Gaffney, South Carolina.
I'm so envious of the rabbit right now.
I'm like a half a mile away. I'm a half a mile away from In-N-Out. Skylar Wagner and Kevin Poitras. Skylar Wagner, 17 dead 4 to be 21 total, and Kevin Poitras picked a horrific time to be 82 on the green light. Is Skylar Wagner, 21 total, completely locks out Kevin Poitras in that beautiful Ultra Tech. It was Ray Miller III and Chris Garrett. Ray Miller, 3 sticks, Spring City, Tennessee. For Miller Race Cars, 456 a dial for Ray. Chris Garrett, Richmond, Kentucky. 448 on the dial for Garrett. He will be leaving second. Well, he will have the opportunity to leave second. I mean, there could be a deal where, you know, Ray Miller III forgets to take his finger off the button and Garrett does leave first, even though he's supposed to leave second. Ray Miller III. Stolahana, the starting line, is going to get the win on a double breakout. 009 got to the finish line first by 5 thousandths of a second to break it out by 1 thou. At just 146 miles an hour there for Ray Miller III. Chris Garrett, 19 green, under by 6 thou. True margin of victory, 5 thousandths of a second. And as Jared Pennington has slid into the booth after going 2 for 2 in round number 1. Taking 2 entries into round number 2. Jared Pennington going to roll you through here for a little bit.
I'm down to the last 300 or 400 cars. If y'all want to do something right now, let's get everybody together and we'll talk split. But if not, then we'll just wait a round or so. I got Jesse York in the left lane, the Muncie Terror, dial 483. This is Preston Pennington in the right lane, old double P, dial 472. 6 thou is the separation up front. Preston with the advantage, and Preston gets the win. About 15 and 11 thou under, gets by 21 and 19 thou under. York was 6 thou behind on the starting line. They both broke out, so he had to be 6 thou or more behind at the stripe, and he took 2. So if you should have been 6 and you took 2, then that's an 8 thousandths turnaround in Preston's lane. It's simple math, Mike. I mean, it really isn't that hard.
So what you're saying is there's no geometry involved in this one?
There is no geography involved in it, yes.
Okay.
Greg Maddox in the left lane. This guy throws a mean curveball. 497 is the dial. Jaden Lawler in the right, dial 465. That was a little baseball pun right there because Mike's a big baseball fan. If they didn't play any more baseball, basically ever again, I would be okay. Just don't give up football or basketball. But, you know, if you got to keep playing baseball to give us something to fill the time for, 14 months or how long the season lasts over there, that's just fine. Greg Maddox throws a slider and gets a win, 48 and 21 thou under. Lawler 17 thou red and 15 thou under. Greg Maddox moves into round number 2. Letter and color and all that stuff. What are we in right here?
We are in C category dragster.
Okay, we're in Group C dragster. Call all Group C dragsters.
We did odds, now we need the evens.
All Group C dragsters. We've called odd, now we're calling even. All Group C dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Odd and even, you have been called. Odd and even, Group C dragsters. We need you in the lanes, please. Next up is Curtis Allen in the left lane out of Kentucky. Curtis dial 493. Right lane is Miss Ivy Brannon. Ivy from Gaffney, South Carolina, in the 2017 Maddox chassis, dial 455. The beautiful national anthem that gets played at most of these events these days, because you don't need a copyright to play Miss Ivy's anthem, is her singing. She's incredible. Let's see if she sings herself up a win light here. She's gonna get a win light. Miss Ivy, 37 and 5 above. Allen, way late, just going to coast on through. Not sure what happened there, but there was trouble in Curtis Allen's lane. So Miss Ivy Brannon advances to round number 2. A win light is a win light, my friend. Next up, Christopher Schneider, Stainless Works entry, 2014 Diamond out of Ohio, dial 474. Right lane, stop, drop, and roll. Donovan Williams has been on fire pretty much all year, but lately it's been really good for him as well. He's dial 470. Donovan giving up 400 head start. Donovan in control, and Donovan gets it done. 9, take 4 to be dead on with a 9. 18 thousandths package for Donovan Williams. Schneider is 21 dead 1, 22 total, and 4 thou behind. Donovan Williams takes his second entry into round number 2. Brody Cantrell in the left. 514 is the dial. Out of Catlettsburg, Kentucky. Shallon Broussard in the right from Louisiana. Dial 503. Couple of 5-second dragsters. You don't see that very often. So both of these guys probably feeling really good about their opportunity to drive the stripe since their opponent's not dial 430 or 40. And they're going to see a whole lot of each other on the racetrack. I just got in trouble. How about Cantrell, 003 and 4 thou under, getting their 15 thou for the win as Broussard breaks it out worse. 36 up front and then goes 22 thou under the dial. Puts the win light in Brody Cantrell's lane. My bad, boss. The boss man at Hoosier. Farron Lobers kind of busted me up a little bit. He's kind of like an all-star softball player. He's in the senior league now and still hitting dingers like anytime he wants to, you know. Incredible talent. And he heard that. So Farron, I'd like to take that back if that's okay. I appreciate you allowing that, sir.
I got to tell you, when our track was open in Salt Lake and I ran it, Farron, you know, we dealt a lot with Hoosier Tire West, and you know, obviously Farron, Hoosier Tire, you know, they were A+++ to work with, and I really appreciated the relationship that our track had with Hoosier.
Yes, excellent. They are very supportive as they have round number 6 this weekend. So, Farron, appreciate you, bro. Wish you were here. Love you, miss you. And keep hitting those bombs, my friend. Allison Lloyd laid down 4 thou total first round. How about 6 take 1 to be 35 thou above? Allison Lloyd driving the wheels off of that dragster. Moving into round number 2. TJ Harper is 17 and 25 thou over to come up 1 thou short. Allison Lloyd back-to-back solid laps. 4 total first run and then 6 take 1 in the second. Those are going to be hard laps to beat should she continue to make them. Kevin Burkett in the left lane. 491 is the dial. Kenny Snyder in the right. Dial 460. Snyder giving up 31 hun head start. Difference. Burkett in control, and Burkett turns on the win light. How about 10 total? 004 dead on with a 6, taking 26 at the stripe. Snyder's 22 and 14 thou above. 36 total, comes up 26 short of that 10-pack for Burkett. Corey Gulitti, left lane, 464 dial for Corey. Collected him a dragster in the dragster shootout on Tuesday night. He won the shootout, got the dragster of his choice. Right lane is Greg Hicks. Greg dialed 479 out of North Las Vegas. It's 004 total for both competitors, but Corey bailed out. Didn't like what he saw, Said, go ahead, Greg. Take the stripe by 30 thou. Greg said, you know what, I will. And I'll be 20 thou above. 22 total for Hicks. He's 002 up front. 20 thou over. Corey was also 002 up front, but goes 469.0 on the 464 at 129 miles per hour. Either he run into a retaining wall or he stopped. Sent Greg through. Down roughly 20 mile per hour, I guess, KB. Okay. Killed 20 MPHs. Fred Hagberg in the left, 493. Erica Baker in the right, dial 459. Pretty even on the starting line, only 3 thousandths the difference, and Baker gets the win. 16, dead 4, taking 16 at the stripe. She's 20 total. Hagberg is 13, 27 thou above, 40 total, comes up 16 thou short. Erica Baker rolls into round number 2. Douglas Marsters in the left. 496 is the dial, right lane, the champ. Stephen McCrory, dial 472. Champ likes these splits right here. He likes a guy dialed about a quarter of a second slower than him. He's going to get all up in the windshield of this one. See if he can roll him through and take a win light. Oh, Champ turns her 12 pink. No chance there. How about Marsters? 10 and 6 thou under was going to be a handful. He was going to be hard to handle right there. Champ, 12 thou red and 22 thou under. Getting them all out of his system. You know, Champ likes to win 100 granders. 30 granders are cool for him, but he's more of a fan of winning 100 granders. We are still in Strange, round number 1 here on ATI Performance Products Thursday. $30,000 going to the winner at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling, presented by our great friends at Optima Batteries. We are rolling right along. I don't know how many cars we've run, but I can tell you we've run a lot. And I can also tell you we still have a lot to run. Derek Hubbard, 454 in the left. Dakota Wells, 454 in the right. Heads up, matchup going down the racetrack right here. And typically, these are won at the starting line. Typically, not always. This one probably will fall under the typical results. Yes, it does. 23, dead 3, taking 12 thou at the stripe for Wells. Hubbard, 43 and no chance. 26 total in the right, 43 tree in the left. Hubbard broke it out, 5 thou, trying to get there, but that was to no avail. And the right lane, Dakota Wells, will advance to round number 2. Here's Trip McCarty in the left lane. Talented young racer right here. Trips dialed 483 out of Hazelhurst, Georgia, McCarty Auto Parts entry. Josh McDaniel in the right lane, also a talented racer out of Coreyton, Tennessee. Josh is dialed 478. The difference with the advantage going to Trip, man. And Trip rolls through a double breakout for the win. 11 and 15 thou under, taking 4 thou at the stripe. McDaniel's 20 up front, and then goes 20 thou under. 5 thousandths more breakout in McDaniel's lane, sending Trip McCarty to round number 2. Trip had 9 thou advantage up front, so he had to take 9 or less or get behind, and he took 4. So he did exactly what he needed to do. And that advances his American race car to round number 2. Next up is David Parker, dial 499 in the left. Scotty J in the right. Scott Jorgensen, dial 537. Parker turns at 9 thou red, sending the wind light to Scott Jorgensen. Scott is 16 and 22 thou above. That's a 38 thousandths package. Parker is 9 thou red, dead on with a 9. He went 499 with a 9. After a 9 thou red, got there .0389. Lots of 9s in there for Parker, but none of them did him any good. Ian Woods next up in the left, 481 is the dial for Ian. Shane Thompson in the right. Silver State Refrigeration, entry out of Henderson, Nevada, dial 472. Shane got lots of work to do here, but he does it. Shane put the tool belt on and went to work and got it done. 38, dead 4, 42 total. Woods is 009. Gets there 41 thou, breaks it out 8 thou. Had to take 33 or less. In his defense, Shane went right around a tenth quicker at 9 less mile per hour. Shane put the brakes on. Sean Parker next up, 443 in the left. J.R. Lockhart, last night's Advanced Product Design Wednesday, $15,000 runner-up, dial 487. I got a real pro in the booth with me right now. Mike Eames just over here. He's dialed in, checking the guys out, got the binoculars, see what's going on out there. He heard me about to foul up Wednesday's results and sponsor. He just looked at me like your dad would look at you, like, son, think about this now. And it just put a calm right over me, and I handled it like a pro. Really proud of myself. I pat myself on the back. Sean Parker should pat himself on the back. 11, dead 7. 18 total, getting 17 stripe. 15 and 2 above for Lockhart, no good. Puts him out of the program. I think he lost his first entry as well. So Sean Parker will advance to round next, and he'll be down to 2.7 million entries. Chris Stein, 420 dial in the left. Silver Lake, Indiana is where he calls home. It's a 2016 Diamond chassis. How about a 2022 Ultratech from Donnie Burleson? This is the new chassis builder. Burleson runs beautiful equipment. This one's no different. He's out of Richmond. It says Tennessee. He's dialed 450. I thought Donnie was from Texas. Left lane, Stein, 23, dead 1. 24 total. Burleson, 21 up front. Sits down to go 18 thou above and be 15 thou behind. Josh Ludke next up in the left, 462 is the dial. Josh having a stellar season as always. It's in that 2019 Racecraft. Michael Pascal, right lane. Brand new 2022 Race Tech, dial 475. $14,000 difference. Not looking good for Pascal, and it stays that way. 003, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. 003, dead 7, 10 total for Ludke. That's what Ludke does. Josh makes killer laps. Not a bad run at all for Pascal. He's 17. Tries to set down to dead on, goes 3 thou under. Well, that might have been flat-footed. But either way, he tried to make a solid run, but 10 total for Lutke, getting 4th thou at the stripe. Those are hard to handle. Dan Davies, speaking of Diamond Chassis, he owns Diamond Chassis. He's in a brand new one himself. Dial 420. Tanner Theobald in the right. That's a good-looking man. Dial 486. Only 2 thou separate them. So Stein was in a Diamond Chassis. He's dial 420. He goes 420. Davies in a Diamond Chassis. He's dial 420. He goes 420. 10 dead 9. Taking a thou for Dan Davies. Theobald, killer lap. 12 dead 8. If you give me 12 dead 8, I'm taking it. I'm okay with it. It's a 20 total. We're probably looking for 15 or less in most cases. 12 dead 8 solid. It come up a thou short. Dan Davies advances. Jay Beaulieu, dial 449 in the left. Jeff Taylor in the right. Dial 471. Beaulieu turns it 5 thou red. He's from Quebec City, Canada. Apache Junction, Arizona's Jeff Taylor is 21 dead 5. So we got a racer from Quebec racing a racer from Apache Junction, Arizona, in the hills of Tennessee. You gotta love big buck bracket racing. You just gotta love it. Where else are those guys gonna square up with one another? Cody Strickland next up in the left, 449 is the dial. Troy Williams Jr. in the right. Dial 473, T-Rock, also having a very good year. And by the way, a very good career. One of the best to ever do it in the right lane. Cody Strickland got his hands full. Let's see what he throws at T-Rock right here. Whatever he threw, he needs to throw some more. Troy Williams Jr. Oh my goodness. He just put up the never lose lap. This one don't lose. T-Rock leaves a bag of donuts. He's perfect up front. He's 43 thou above to take 1 thou. Hundo, take a thou for T-Rock.
Troy Williams Jr. did not get a coin in Columbus, and he was not happy about it.
Well, he just collected a coin early in the program today, my friend.
He's going to be pretty happy about that.
Perfect, take a thou for T-Rock, showing them how it's done. 19 and 2 above for Strickland. Comes up a little short. Marty Martin in the left, Cliff Carr in the right. Martin giving up 3.5 tenths head start. And he turns it 5 thou red. Carr is 12 and 17 thou above. By the way, Cliff Carr said he was going to bring some, like a pork sandwich or something up here in a little while. I won't be mad at you, Cliff. I know you didn't hear that. Somebody tell Cliff I won't be mad at him, would you? Would you do that? Because I don't think I responded, and I don't think I gave him a proper shout out for that message. I'm rusty, folks. I'm rusty. It's been a while. Just give me time. I'll be in my groove somewhere around the 14th or 15th round today. Donnie Quisenberry in the left. Dial 481. Right lane, Philip Pennington. Dial 475. Saw Philip out there in the lanes. He had a Pennington Brothers Motorsports shirt on, like a polo, like a 3-button with a collar. I said, boy, I'd like to have one of those, but I'm 2X. I bet y'all don't order anything that size, do you? I mean, you could get any 2 of the Penningtons from Texas in a 2X. All right, I got to quit playing with him because that didn't work out. 19, dead 7 for Quisenberry, 26 total. Phillips 28 up front. Goes dead 1 to be 3 thou behind, no chance. 26 total in the left, 28 tree in the right. The 1 thou over just made that another thou behind to be 3 total behind. So if anybody is around Philip Pennington and he can, dig through his shirts, I know those guys would have no reason to order a 2X. If he can find one, tell him holler at his boy. Give him a minute to cool down, though. Don't rush right up to the trailer. Brent Martin in the left, Jerry Hollingsworth in the right. Martin giving up 4/10 head start to Hollingsworth. Hollingsworth turns her 10 pink. I feel like that's about the 83rd time I've said turns it pink, so I'm going to try to take that one out of my routine for a little while. I apologize. Martin 32 and 31 thou under, almost perfect if you average it, but we don't average. Doesn't matter, he won anyway. Hollingsworth 10 and 10 thou, or 10 red and 10 thou under. What's up, Lee Zane? I appreciate the kind words, my friend. Always good to hear from you, no matter what the reason. Even if you're lying to me, I'm all good with it. Oh, I've hit the button too many times. I got problems on the screen, but I'm back. Andrew Conrath out of Pleasant Unity, Pennsylvania. And Andrew didn't get the win first round, but I'm sure he told his opponent, good job, bro. Really nice run. I really would like to do that again sometime. Timothy Thomas in the right, dial 465, out of Lumberton, North Carolina. Oh, Conrad, 2 red. He's from Pleasant Unity, so he'll probably say, you know, I was really close. I was trying really hard. I will try again sometime soon when the program starts again tomorrow. 14 dead 1 for Thomas, 15 total.
You and Jenny have a Pleasant Unity.
We do. Jenny and I do have a Pleasant Unity. A lot of days. I wouldn't say we're batting 1,000. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. JJ Pennington has chimed in. He said over under is 5 on the amount of pairs before I say turns it pink again. I'll take that bet, bro. Robert Pettis in the left, Kobe Fuller in the right. 800's head start for Fuller. Nobody turned it a color different than green, and Fuller gets the win as Pettis had trouble. 40 and almost 3/10 above. Fuller is 10 and rolls it through 1/10.5 above for the win. Kobe Fuller advances to round number 2. Nah, Jack. Nah. My let go is on time today until it ain't. Hayden Whited, left lane. 490 is the dial. 2004 Worthy. Look at that old Worthy still getting it done. I love it. Cameron Manuel, Big Cram in the right. Dial 455, giving up 3.5/10 head start to Whited in the left lane. Big Cram in a 2019 American. You know, these guys are rolling through these dragsters really fast these days. Like that 2019 Big Cram's probably already having one built. I wouldn't do that yet, Big Cram. How about 6-pack? 6 total for Cameron Manuel. 001 dead 5, taking 12 at the stripe. Whited is 22 and 4 thou under with no chance whatsoever. Big Cram is 6 total. Man, when your opponent's laying you down 6 like that, just sometimes you just got to take it. Chris Wallen, 490 dial on the left, out of Ohio. A 2015 McIlvain chassis. Those McIlvain guys do a really good job up there. Really clean work. Kyle Cotrera in the right. Cotrera dial 463. Kyle, if he wants to like dial up a couple, he just takes a couple of his winner's checks from the past couple of weeks, puts him a couple $100,000 cash in the car with him, and that weight slows him down because he's won back-to-back $100,000 races in the last 2 weeks. And we got one of those here tomorrow. We ain't letting him get that one tomorrow, though. It ain't happening. I mean, I can't stop it, but maybe one of y'all can. Got us a nice little staging battle. I love these. Well, I love it when there's 8,000 cars in the lanes and we've had rain delays and 7 thou separate them. Cotrera, 16, take 3 to be 29 thou above. Kyle continues his hot streak. He was behind 7 thou, but Chris Wallen goes 39 thou over to be 3 thou behind. Left way too much room for a pro like Cotrera. Here's Tim Markaglew, the birthday boy, in the left lane, out of Staten Island, New York. He's dialed 461. He had Peeps in his first entry. He's got his 2016 Race Tech now facing K.C. Pesnell. One of my homeboys, lives a mile up the road in Gardendale, Alabama. He's got a 2022 American chassis. He's dialed 464. So the road doesn't get much easier for Timmy Markaglew on his birthday. Couldn't get around Peeps. Can he get around KC to take an entry to round number 2? KC has one entry going to round number 2. We are winking and blinking that Christmas tree. 11 thou advantage for Markaglew. He had the advantage first round, couldn't do it. Second round also the advantage, couldn't do it. KC 15 dead 0. 15 thou package. Markaglew's 004 up front and goes 11 thou under. Or I think it was 21 thou under. It was 21 thou under. Screen cleared out on me. I had to go back to my memory, which is as short as, well, it's short. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Eames is like, I know what you're saying. Ricky Harbaugh and Johnny Ezel. Ezel with the advantage up front and the win light. 009, dead 9. It's 18 total for Ezel. Johnny Brackett Racer to round number 2. 25, dead 6 for Harbaugh. Comes up 13 thou short.
My boy's keeping y'all busy, eh?
Yeah. This is the fastest dragsters have ever burned out and staged, but we basically got them burning out as soon as we hear the pair in front of them go on the popper. Let's be careful out here. We can slow it down later, but right now we're in a hurry. Rachel Conrath, Pleasant Unity, Tennessee. Why, Rachel? I hope you make a really good run. Good luck to you out there.
Pennsylvania.
What did I say?
You said Tennessee.
Did I say Tennessee?
Yes, you did, sir.
I got 2 people confirming it, so I guess I said Tennessee.
It's 3. It's 3 against 1.
I think I look here. Oh, that's a really good reaction time. Oh.
What do you got against Tennessee?
Rachel leaves with a bag of donuts, 7 thou under. Got there 45, had to take 38 or less. Cody McDaniel, which is from Tennessee, is 21 and 17 thou over. So Cody advances to round number 2 with that entry. And Rachel from Pleasant Unity, Pennsylvania, was perfect on the tree and broke out. Took a little too much stripe. I just got to the stripe just a little bit too much, Cody. Congratulations on your win light. I look forward to challenging you once again throughout the weekend. That's how I would talk if I was from Pleasant Unity.
Do you need tagged in? Do you need spelled until we run again? I know you got another class that...
I've got, yeah, I'm in good shape at the moment.
Okay.
But hold that. Are you still in?
Yeah.
Lou Greco, you got 2?
I got 2.
Lou Greco's up here. He's fixed our microphones. He's got cough drops. He's just doing it all.
That's it.
This guy.
I'm full.
This guy's incredible.
Full in.
Right lane, Sugar. Shane Carr, 11 and a tenth above. Trouble in the left lane. Big Brew, Jerry Brewer was 007 up front, but goes way above the dial and left a lot of room in Sugar's lane. Sugar left nice 11 thou reaction time, but he did not have to use his driving skills on the top end, as Jerry Brewer left him a solid 3.5 tenths to get in on.
I'm not going to lie. I had ice cream too. I had a nappy.
You know, I love ice cream.
I'm aware.
I don't think I have any ice cream with me.
Oh, we're going to hook you up
this weekend. That was like a cue, and you just picked up on it immediately. Lou said, well, we're going to hook you up. That's all I needed to hear.
That's it.
Ron Campbell, 490 in the left. Jordan Parker, 458 in the right.
It gets better, though. It's not chocolate, though, and I know you like chocolate ice cream.
I'm a big fan of the chocolate ice cream. Do you know what other ice cream I like? Yes.
Yeah.
4 14 thou advantage for Campbell and a win light. Campbell 5 on the tree, 10 thou above, 15 total. Parker 19 on the tree, no chance. 25 thou above.
So I just found out that Pleasant Unity isn't even a city.
Really?
I disagree.
It is an unincorporated community, which you would fit right in.
That's what Coburg is.
That's
right. Coburg's the same thing. So Pleasant Unity and Coburg's like the same place. I don't know how many cars are on blocks and babies playing in the street in Pleasant Unity like they do in Coburg, but it's probably very similar. I've got someone in the neighborhood that is apparently running a scrapyard out of their yard. So I don't see that happening in Pleasant Unity. I think they would say, hey, Mike, I noticed you're running a scrapyard in your yard. How about clean that up for us, or we'll be glad to clean it for you. Vinny Domino in the left. Little Vin, dial 461. Michael Shoop in the right, dial 482. How about 003, take 005 for Little Vin, LV, to round next. 31 thou above, 34 on the tree for Shoop, Shoop-a-doop. Goes dead 5 to be 5 thou behind.
So, quick question. How many times do people in your community have to take like a half disassembled transmission out of the bathtub so they could take a shower?
It happens most Tuesdays and Sundays. Appreciate that, Jimmy Sweet. Good to have you tuning in, my friend. Congrats on a great event last weekend as well down in Crossville. Bart Nelson, 479 the left, Race Kid. Races 50,000 to the good after Darlington on Sunday. He's out 474. And he's looking real good right here. 006 and 21 thou above, 27 total. Nelson is 24, a thou under, got there 4 thou. So wasn't left with many options there. Needed to take 3 or less, obviously.
You're breaking the internet with your return, by the way, in case you wonder.
Breaking the internet?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
You're trending.
That's there's no way that's true, but that's very nice of you to say, Lou Greco. Robbie Hamilton in the left. 489 is the dial. Junior Hodges in the right. Dial 479.
Stick in line.
All right, we need Group D dragsters with an odd number at the end of your competition number to lanes, please. Group D dragsters odd to the lanes, please. Man, Junior Hodges, 8:17 on the reaction time. Robbie Hamilton gets a freebie there, 22 green and a bunch above. Junior got something in his eyes.
My man Ames, you know, I mean, I'm like, if it's worse than like 55, you know, I'm trying to be, my man Ames just said he was 817.
817.
817.
Numbers don't lie.
That's a whole bunch of numbers right there.
646. Love it. Take 646.
Yes. Take 6.5 tenths to be 13 over. I like it. All right, we got Bo Sanders in the left, 488. Cody Witt in the right, dial 493. M&M Chassis in the right, American Chassis in the left. Bo Sanders is from Nebraska. Probably no point in sticking around watching football this weekend, so let's go racing in Tennessee. No offense, Bo. None taken, I'm sure. Right lane, Cody Witt, 14 and 9 thou under. Double breakout win going Cody's way. Left lane, Sanders was 16, but breaks it out 22 thou, which is 13 thousandths more than Cody Witt. And it sends Cody Witt to round number 2.
Cody has snappy humor.
Snappy humor.
Wit.
Oh, he's I see what you did there. It took me a minute. It took me a minute. And I ain't sure I ever would have got it if you didn't tell me. Mike Eames, he's sharp. This dude's sharp. I love working with Nate Hershey. I really do. But I like working with you as well. I mean, you're a lovable guy.
I would not say that out loud.
Lee Dixon in the left, Owen Duffield in the right. Neither of them in a hurry. Apologize. We must have had a crew member standing in front of the tree. Our apologies, guys. But both of you worked it out. Duffield, 35, 17 thou over. Dixon, 49. See, he's under my threshold, so I was able to say that. 49 and 26 thou under, or over, excuse me. I'm a mess right now. I mean, I've got the leader of the band train wreck in here, and I'm the only train wreck in the booth right now.
You know what happened? Greco come up and started talking about ice cream, and then you went to complete trash. He did melt.
See what you did?
Absolutely.
See what you did there. These guys are incredible. Oh, look like we're shutting them down for some reason. We got Danny Bennett in the left lane. I think that's the same Danny that used to run the altered Anglia. Angria is what I called it. He's dial 485. Got debris. Yep. Anytime the flag is straight out, like I like my bacon, you're gonna get a little debris floating around. Debris.
Right there, just climb over the wall.
Josh Dykes in the right lane, dial 468.
Dude.
Somebody's still got it running. Somebody's still just idling right now. We got people riding down the track. I don't know if they're back here warming up idling or if it's somebody out there, but somebody's like, you know what? My stuff don't get hot. And I got plenty of fuel.
Nobody beats Jegs.com. Choose from millions of name brand parts and support from experts who know and love cars. 24/7 for life. There's only one place to go. Jegs.com.
Yeah, Richard stuck his head in the car. You want to do another burnout? Like, no, I'm good.
Look out for the hot dog wrapper. Yonk 2.
Yonk 2, yeah. Good point. Yonk 2. Bennett said, no, I'm good. It's a dragster. It's going to hook. All of them hook.
So somebody in the chat bleacher wants to know if you've seen the big club yet. What's that?
4 thou, separate them up front with the advantage going to Dykes, and the win light falls to Bennett. Danny Bennett, 22, 10 thou over, taking 11 thou at the stripe. Dykes is 18 and 25 thou over. He comes up 11 thou short. Is 11 snake eyes when you're rolling dice?
2. 1 and 1 is snake eyes.
Okay, it's just 1 and 1. Okay, I knew it was 2 1s. I just wasn't sure if it was.
Yo 11.
So 11 total isn't, but 2 1s is snake eyes.
This dice table out there will give you an education. Just bring your wallet. Yep.
Yeah, make sure you bring cash. We'll teach you how to play dice. Yeah. I watched him throw dice in Vegas one time. It's the most confusing thing I've ever seen in my life. Mark Kidd in the left, 475. Brian Cam in the right, dial 505. Mark got some work to do right here. He does work, but the right lane, Cam, was holding him off the whole time. How about 14 total? 002, 12 thou above, taking 12 thou for Brian Cam. Says Brian's from Pacifica, California. That sounds way out there near the water.
He's driving one of Tom Bear's cars.
Driving one of Tom Bear's cars, okay. 24 dead 2 for Kidd, but comes up a dozen short. Not a baker's dozen, just a regular dozen. That made me want a donut. I wish I hadn't have said baker.
They did in fact have a pool table last weekend at the race.
I saw a picture of it. Here's Ethan Dean next up in the left. 511 is the dial for Ethan, as we're going to go out
Pick up the hot dog.
and get a Walmart sack out there. Somebody went and bought some hot dog buns, some Cheez-Its, one little small thing of chocolate milk, and a couple of those little heat 'em up, eat 'em up apple pies, and they left their bag laying on the hood of the truck.
Maybe a roll of paper towels.
Could have bought a roll of paper towels. Yeah, some Bounty. Yeah, could have bought some Bounty.
Reese cups, I can't. Moist cowlets.
Yeah. Baby, run down there to Walmart. I need a padlock. I need a inner tube for my bicycle tire. Get us some of them old Ryder fries. I like them fries, them crinkle cuts. And then let that bag fly right there and see if we can shut the race down. Scotty Watts giving up a head start to Dean right here. Scotty Watts, 19 and 2 above, almost 3 above for Ethan Dean, gets the win light. Watts, when he let go and decked it, it went ahead and went.
He shut the Watts off on his label lights.
It didn't wait 11-13 to take off. It took off immediately. I'm guessing he's got 11-13 in his box, but I mean, it's a dragster, so it's probably like 11-38. What's a good number to have in your box for a dragster? What you got in your box, Lou?
In door car?
Yeah.
1105.
1105, okay. Got the old Pontiac scratching out there. She moves quick. I was 1091 right there.
Probably 1045. You ever drive a dragster?
I have driven a dragster.
1140.
I felt like I was on a date with my sister. And I'm from Alabama, so I've done that too, so I know how it feels.
That's not funny.
Mike Coltrane, Steph Fuller. Left lane, 14, 10 thou overtaking 10 thou at the stripe. Coltrane advances to round 2. Steph Fuller's 15 and 19 thou above, 34 total. Comes up a dime short. You know, people like to pick on people from Alabama. Say, yeah, y'all marry your sister, y'all marry your cousin down there. I always tell them, we don't marry them, we just date them. Marrying them's sick. That's just plumb nasty. Dating them, that's okay.
You whisper roll tide in her ear. Roll. I haven't heard you say it yet this weekend.
You hadn't heard me say roll tide?
Roll tide.
Mike, would you like to say roll tide, Mike?
OH.
A million times no. I'm actually a Michigan Wolverine guy.
Are you?
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh my goodness. Lester Adkins and Isaac Hill. Isaac turns it red, Lester to round 2.
Where do you reside? Utah. Oh, okay.
23 and 4 thou under. Mike, if you don't mind, I would like your explanation for hating the University of Alabama. Here, let me sit back and relax so I can hear this silly reason.
All right. So it comes from when I was really young. Really just didn't care for him that much. And I have always despised Nick Saban. Because I didn't like him at Michigan State. I didn't like him at LSU. I didn't like him at Miami Dolphins. And he's coach. And then, of course, he's the coach of Alabama. It makes perfect sense.
So it's recent hate. It's not.
No, not really. No. No, I didn't like Alabama. Like even like when Bear Bryant at the end and Gene Stallings and those guys. I just never really cared for them.
Jeff Serra in the left, Ken Batchelor in the right. Serra's got some work to do right here, but he always seems to get it done. 10 did 6, 16 thou package. Batchelor's 002 take 31 to be 17 thou under. Had to take 14 or less. Jeff Serra to round next.
And then to go back to the Michigan thing. So my mom is a massive sports fan, and she hated Bo Schembechler. And I'm like, ooh, I'm going to cheer for those guys because it fires up my mom. So that's the reason. As good as any.
Well, as expected, that was about as silly a reason as you could come up with. I mean, look, but I get it. I was not a Nick Saban fan until he came to Alabama. If he came to your team, you would love that cat. I mean, he's bad news. Jerry McGraw in the left, Noah Lewis in the right.
Oh, it's going to be final pair of C. I think we might do a little prep. Maybe. Oh, there's a single for Group C. That's why. That's why. That's why. Okay. Group C and single.
Red by a foul for Jerry McGraw from Plattsmouth, Nebraska. Lewis, 11, 14 thou under as McGraw just coasts on through. I don't think it went well for Jerry in his first entry. So this is our final car in Group C. Final car in Group C, going to take a single to advance to round number 2. That is Greg Walker from Clinton, Maryland in 68 Camaro, dial 548.
And also, now that we roll into Group D, we have to pay attention to stuff.
Oh boy, I hate it when I got to pay attention.
Perfect Light gets that $500 cash from the Harbaughs at AAA Stormwater Management. So first Perfect Light. So we got to pay attention to lights here. So hopefully somebody early goes perfect, and then we can continue with shenanigans and tomfoolery.
Yes, and we don't have to focus or pay attention. Oh, I didn't. Oh, I see. 24 and 5 above, if ever you needed a time run, it was right then. Greg Walker got the most needed time trial of the day. 24 and 56 thou above was 80 total. So now the first 500 reaction time, as my good friend Mike Eames told you, will get $500 cash from AAA Stormwater Management, the Harbaughs, helping us out, putting some cash in the racers' hands. We appreciate you guys very much. And we'll see who's going to collect that. Wow, I just had a little Wendy's chicken sandwich backfire there. It was out of the carburetor though. It wasn't out of the tailpipes. Okay, so everybody just relax. It spit through the carburetor this time. Scott Taylor, not John Doe, not No Prep King Scott Taylor. He's from Mississippi, not Michigan. This Scott Taylor's dial 444. James Hinkle in the right, dial 474 out of Kentucky.
Also Scott Taylor from Montana, the races.
By the way, JJ, I hadn't said it, and it's been many pairs, so you owe me. 9,000's the difference up front. Hinkle with the advantage and a win light on the double breakout. 006 take 003 to be 6 thou under. Hinkle advances to round 2. Taylor's 15 up front, breaks it out 12 thou. Was 9 thou behind at the hit, needed to be 9 thou or more behind at the stripe, and was only 3 thou back. So James Hinkle advances.
Top race right there at speed.
Here's David Brown next up in the left. 488 is the dial. Bill Dempsey, right lane, dial 477. Dempsey. Looks like he rolled the beams, and David Brown will advance. Yeah, trouble in the right lane for Bill Dempsey. Rolled through the lights. Easing down through there, my good friend Mike Eames has got his super duper eyes out in front of him right here. Is he still rolling, brother?
No, he's parked.
He is parked. I noticed he wasn't getting smaller.
Live vision.
You're on fire right now, Lou Greco.
Only here for the comments.
Oh, got it refired. Everybody resume, go back to your station. And Bill Dempsey saw 32 cents and change against the wall. He jumped out, grabbed that, and he's back rolling once again.
Also saw a squirrel's nest down there.
Yeah, spider web in the beams. Next up is Jason Rich. In the left lane, Jason has the most intimidating door car in the program. He's in the old 37, 38, like Plymouth or something, and its scoop is like above the Christmas tree, and big old wing hanging out of the back of it. Now he's just moved over to his little old dragster, dial 438. Oh, that's a 39 Chevy. That's what it says, 39 Chevy. Zach Henry in the right, dial 495.
See you out there.
See you, bud.
See you, Luke.
Red for Jason Rich by 13 thou. Zach Henry moves on, 14 and 11 thou over. Here's Marty Burton next up in the left out of Russell Springs, Kentucky. 04 Precision chassis. Facing against Allison Eads. Or not facing against, but facing. I really just kind of got two words tied together there somehow. From Bristol, Virginia. It's right up the road, obviously. Dial 537. Allison going to get 4,600 head start, almost half a second, which is the same as one bulb on the tree. Left lane moves on. Marty Burton, 35 and 39 thou over. Gets by 32 and 51 thou over. Robert Benson in the left, 508 is the dial. From Victor, West Virginia. There's Boyd Denton in the right. From Thornhill, Tennessee. Dial 547.
I'm going to say Boyd Benton there.
$12,000 the difference in reaction times. Advantage Boyd Benton. Win light Robert Benson. I said Boyd Benton again, didn't I? I got Benson in the left and Denton in the right, and I keep saying Benton. Mike, shut me down or something. So rusty. 21 and way above for Benson. Denton, 009, but well above the dial. Leaving a lot of room for Robert Benson to slide through. I mean, I'm already tired. It's day one. It's 3:57 here in the Eastern time zone. I'm already tired. I don't know how I'm going to make it, Mike.
Would have been 2 days in for me.
Yeah, but
That's
you're
why
a pro.
That's why
I'm a bumpkin.
No.
Rolled in here at 1 a.m., laid down at 2 a.m. Peter's raising Kate on the microphone at 7 o'clock. Get them in the lanes. I'm a mess right now. 004 for Katie Kirby. And then goes 19 thou above for a 23 pack. Greg Sowards, no chance. Left 64 up front. That was hard for me to say, Mike. And 4 thou under.
We are still looking for the first perfect here, right?
We are.
$500. Triple E Stormwater Management, the Harbaughs who put forth said prize. We still have to pay attention.
Brian Kennedy in the left, 476. Somebody light it up perfect. My attention span is getting shorter and shorter.
Is waning.
Okay, and getting shorter, yeah. Whatever word you said, that was a big word for me.
I really wish you would have been up here Tuesday night when that happened to the window.
I'm glad I wasn't. Frank LeCates in the right. Dial 464. 14 thousandths the difference up front. Wind lights going to Frank. 16 dead 7, 23 total. 30 on the tree in the left for Kennedy, no chance. 25 thou at stripe going Frank LeCates' way. There's Rick Johnson next up in the left, 477 is the dial. That was very unprofessional of me. Very unprofessional. I'm ashamed of myself.
No, for a second I thought you were going to refer to QJ Arnold as boring as you were yawning.
No. QJ, very exciting person. 12 on the tree for QJ. Advantage because the left lane goes red, 3 thou. That was 3 thou pink. I had to say it. I was left no choice. Dead 4. How about 3 red, dead 4 for Rick Johnson? Red and dead. Remember the old red and dead swear jar?
Absolutely.
I think you come up with that.
Yep. Oh yeah. So quick question. So when does pink become red?
Well, it's not really red until it's like 10 thou or more. Anything single digits is pink.
All right. Just wanted to know what the line.
Yeah. Anything single digits is pink. It's got to be 10 or more to be red. Speaking of the hardballs, here's Ricky Hardball on the left, 487 dial. Cody Wiggins in the right, dial 451. That one was nasty. Wiggins, 3 dead 1. 4 thou package for Cody Wiggins out of Keyville, Kentucky in the Race Tech Dragster, getting it done. 5 on the tree for Hardball, no chance. Could not win. He's 4 total in the right, 5 tree in the left. That is tough to take. Hardball goes 28 thou above to send Wiggins through 29 thou at the stripe. I'm yawning my freaking head off right now. I need a real cold Coke or Mountain Dew. Real cold.
I'm trying to help you out with something else here.
BLT? Y'all even eat BLT in Utah?
Yeah. I personally don't, but yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, you don't eat the BLT? Oh,
I personally don't.
Yeah. Jessica Hoff and Tommy Cable. Ooh, Cable. It was 9 above the dial, sending a wind light to Hoff. 009 and 7 above. Tommy not real sure what happened there, but it wasn't good. Jessica Hoff into round number 2.
Just trying to work on some other shades of red for you besides pink.
Oh, I see what you're doing over there on your fancy digital box.
Raspberry?
Raspberries are terrible.
I was going to say Scarlet, but then that makes a reference to...
No H.
That other team.
No H. Yeah, that's right.
No.
Todd Coltrane moving on, 18 dead 3. Red light for Johnny Carter, 49 red. That was, I mean, that one was red, Mike. Whatever colors you got are red, that one was it. And then 37 thou above. Josh Burrow, I got smoke coming out of my ears right now. Josh says, I got a Mountain Dew, but like a dummy, I don't have them in the ice chest. If you've got ice in a cup, I'll bring you one. Like, first of all, what are you doing with your life? Okay, your whole life. What are you doing with that? Number two, how do you have Mountain Dew and it's just sitting there idling room temperature? I mean, how you not even got it some kind of cold? I don't understand this, Josh. Red for Jason Sizemore. Shane Maddox moving in around 2:15, 6 thou under. He advances to the next round as Sizemore is 5 red and 24 thou under. Let's see what Lee Zane had to say. That is good stuff, Lee. Good stuff. Oh, I should probably announce some of the races, shouldn't I?
We were talking about comp eliminator. We should just have Lee Zane come in and give us a comp lesson.
Yes, he could. He gives lessons on the racetrack quite often. Colin Estes in the left lane. 23 Nelson. Old Danny Nelson chassis over there, brand new. Still smells like a new car. 518 is the dial. Brad Core in the right. Now 488 from Louisiana. His Miller chassis comes up a little short right there. 23 dead 7 for Estes. 30 pack. Core's 38 up front, no chance. Estes, 23 dead 7, taking 19 at the stripe to move to round number 2. Here's Alan Bird, left lane. Local product right here, dial 478. Mike Griffin in the right. Trenton, Tennessee, dial 485. That's what I'm talking about, Derek Hubbard. You don't even drink these. Derek Hubbard saved the day with an ice cold Mountain Dew.
You know you're going to have to roll like 10 out of the box now because you're going to be all jacked up.
I was 13. I'm going to be just right. Advantage for Griffin, win light for Bird. 25, 13 thou over, taking 12 thou at the stripe. Griffin is 11 and 39 thou over, comes up a dozen short.
All right, into all my Group D dragsters to the lanes, please. Group D even. And the remaining of the odds. Everybody in Group D, if you're a dragster, should be in the staging lanes right about now. All my Group D dragsters up in the staging lanes, if you would, please. Is Mike Hoff and Scotty Albrecht right here, Jared.
Hoff dial 490, Albrecht dial 463. I tell this story every time I'm announcing a race where Scotty Albrecht pulls to the starting line. But years ago here at the Fling, here in Bristol, we had a day that was just a solid washout. Everybody knew it was coming. It was a front. It was coming through, washed the place clean, ended the racing for the day. Peter and Kyle had plans. If that happened, they were taking everybody that wanted to go, and I mean everybody that wanted to go, to the bowling alley here in town. So we load up on school buses and go to the bowling alley. As Hoff goes 2 thou red, Albrecht 16 on the tree, then 28 thou under for the win. Hoff dead 7, a little salt in that wound. So we go to the bowling alley and we bowl our little hearts out and we have a good time. There was a small group of serious bowlers that kind of got off to the side and kind of got after it a little bit. Albrecht is one of the serious bowlers. This guy's rolling them, busting down strikes. He's getting chickens and turkeys and everything on the screen. He just destroyed it. Won the whole thing. He's right-handed. Does it all right-handed. At the end, when it's all over, he picks one up, walks up there left-handed, spins it now, and knocks a strike down and says, just so y'all know, I could bowl that way either hand. He's amphibious. He could bowl with either hand. Amphibious. I know that's not the right word. It's okay. Parker Dotson and Billy Lieber. Lieber giving up 12 head start. Lieber's 1 thou red, Dotson 26 on the tree. And he moves on, dodges a bullet right there, dead 9, Lieber's dead 8, but left a thou pink, maybe a thou raspberry. I need different levels. I need, like, if it's 1 to 5, it's pink. If it's 6 to 9, it's raspberry, something like that. Nonetheless, Billy was one red, 1 pink, and cost himself a win light.
I think if you're over 50, it should be like maroon. Yeah. Like a deep red.
Yeah, like plum. Like, I mean, that's like beat up, like black and blue type. Chris Johnson in the left, 475 is the dial. John Budakowski in the right, dial 456. I got a low battery over here, Mike. If you don't mind, I'm gonna put some batteries or put a battery in this unit right now.
I gotta find another one as well. I mean, I'm not low, but low enough. Chris Johnson is going to get the win. 004 dead on 1 to be 5 total, and that's just mean alongside John Budakowski, who is 16 green and just flat out in the way. It was Justin Harrington and Todd Barton. Harrington out of Muncie, Indiana, left side. 533 is the dial. Todd Barton. For Todd Barton Design, the Gray Tennessee, the Miller winged dragster over on the right side. Harrington will have the opportunity to leave first. And Donnie, that's right, we do need Hicks to come back up and tell us all about geometry. That's northeast geometry. Red light start for Justin Harrington. Todd Barton will get out of round number 1. Is 28 green, 477 on the 479 for Barton. After Harrington was red, like maroon, because he was 50 on the red side. He was 532. Tom Dauber and Travis Laster.
What's in yours, Mike?
Dauber out of Medford, New Jersey. 476 the dial for Tom. And Travis Laster. 447 is the number there for Travis. Travis will be doing the chasing.
Don't lick that.
Jared Pennington just walked in and put a 9-volt battery in front and said, "Don't lick that." It's good advice. 3 little ones separate them at the start. Travis and Tom give it to Tom Dauber. Double breakout win going Tom's way. 24 green. Under by 16 thou. Travis Laster got to the finish line first by 7 thou to break it out by a couple of hun. As Travis Laster bows out to Tom Dauber. It's Trevor Denton and T.G. Pascal. Trevor out of Bristol, like literally right down the road. Just keeps the car in the garage, race day, straps a canopy on top of the roll cage and drives it right here to the track. It's got a big radiator, pretty slick deal.
He's lit right now, but lit.
494 is the dial for Trevor. TG 468 the number. Stole a little at the start and snugs it up at 9th out of the finish to get the win. TG Pascal, 12 green, 1 above 1. Is good. Completely locks out Trevor Denton, who was 27. Ripping the finger off the button. Chris Galitti and Skinny Kenny Underwood. Pretty good matchup right here in round number 1. Chris Galitti for Team RAD out of Tumble, Texas, as we are still in our strange round number 1, as we had a couple-hour delay this morning via the rain. Those of you that are just tuning in to the Motor Mania live feed brought to you by Jegs and Mickey Thompson Tires, we are not having buybacks at all Thursday, Friday, or Saturday due to the plus 600 cars, 600 entries on property. Kenny Underwood is going to take out Chris Galitti on a double breakout. 006 on the green light, under by 8 thou. Chris Galitti was 22 green, also under by 8 thou. 16 thou going to be the margin of victory as both drivers exactly 8 under that dial in there, Jared Pennington.
Cassie Pennington said the Pennington brothers have a case of Mountain Dew, and if she was here, she would have brought me one, but none of those sorry rascals did. I appreciate that. But Derek Hubbard saved the day, so everybody just relax. Josh Burrow, let's see what you're... Oh, now you're getting them in there? Okay, thanks. Get with me in about 14 hours when they cool down, bro. Steve Law, 477. Jamie Bridge, the Canadian, dial 485. Cassie, while you're getting those Mountain Dews for me, if you could, how about find me a 2X Pennington Bros Motorsport shirt? 2 of those, times 2. Steve Law, how about 4 dead 6 for Steve Law? He'll wear you out on the racetrack, but give you a killer deal on a Chevy if you want one. 10-pack for Steve Law. Jamie Bridge is 11 up front, no chance. He takes a thou, breaks out 2 thou. Tough lap right there for Jamie Bridge. A good run on his part. When your opponent's laying down 10 total, they are hard to handle. That sounds like a scary deal, George Hoff, for sure. Brandon Taylor next up, BT, dial 465 in the left lane. His old buddy AJ Ash in the right, dial 471. These boys know each other well. They both turn it red. True start. Definitely went to work right there. Brandon left last. He was more red by a thou, which put the win light back in AJ's lane. That was a true start win for AJ Ash. He's 2 red, Brandon's 3 red. Whew. Oh, the Mountain Dew backfired, but it backfired through the carburetor too, so we're good.
You have to do about, I'm going to say 10 or 12 more you should these with that.
I'm in. Shout out to my man Patrick Bowen. Appreciate you tuning in, brother. We miss you out here. We thank you very much for watching. Yes, JJ, I know the words ambidextrous. Oh, there it is. Austin Thompson. Austin Thompson, perfect reaction, gets the $500 from the Harbaughs and AAA Wastewater Management. Austin Thompson gets a win light to go along with that, 24 total. Got to figure out where I'm supposed to put that on this sheet. I do not know the answer to that. But I do know Austin Thompson won it. $500 cash from the Harbaughs and AAA Wastewater Management. What an awesome deal right there. Thank you to the folks at AAA and the Harbaugh family. John Edwards III, 496 dial on the left. Jeff Burns, 439 in the right. Burns moves on to round 2, 20 and 15 thou under. Edwards is 3 red and 17 thou under, or over, excuse me. Yeah, so JJ's correcting me. He said it's ambidextrous. I know it's ambidextrous. It's easier for me to say amphibious. But there's a story about Rosie Ryan, played high school football in the Birmingham area in the 50s. Rosie could throw it 50 yards, right-handed or left-handed, and the story about him was that he was amphibious. He could throw it right-handed and left-handed. 450 is the dial on the left, not on file. Right lane, Thomas Bayer. Dial 504. Absolute legend in the sport, Thomas Bayer, all the way out from Cherry Valley, California. Thou red in the left lane. Bayer moving on, 008, 25 thou under. Thomas Bayer moves into round number 2. Eric Rollins, left lane. out of Denver, North Carolina, dial 456. Brittany Ulmer, right side. Port Clinton, Ohio racer. 2019 American, dial 494. Rollins in a 2020 Race Tech. You know, Josh, now that I think about it, I think those were bottled Mountain Dews. So, you know, if I kind of got on you a little too hard, when those cool down, I take it back, okay? Because that's like the best kind of Mountain Dew you're going to get, that old bottle one. Love that. So I take back everything bad that I said to you or about you as Brittany Ulmer gets the win. 17, take 3. Nice lap for Brittany. 10 thou above. Rollins is 23, dead 7. So, Josh, again, if I was a little too hard on you, it was a caffeine deficiency, and it had nothing to do with how I feel about you personally. I love you, bro. Holler at me tomorrow when those Mountain Dews cool down.
It was some kind of deficiency.
I mean, really, you know what?
Maybe autoimmune, maybe?
Never mind, Josh. I mean, you got Mountain Dews with you in the bottle. How you not have those cooling down 2 days ago? I mean, before you even get here. Trips out there on the racetrack, they're going to clean up and get tidied up real quick. That'll get us back to action shortly with Anthony Bertozzi and Dustin Light, and
couple of little drips in the announcer booth as well.
Yeah, there's a couple. I bet there was a couple of drips in your undergarments when this window broke the other night.
That is 100% fact.
I would have spotted. I guarantee you I would have spotted.
100% fact.
So we got Anthony Bertozzi coming up in the left lane. 469 is his dial. Dustin Light, right lane from right down the road in Greenville, Tennessee. I think it's about, I'm going to say about 40 miles or so from here. Dustin's going to get a 1200s head start on the legend, Bertozzi. Won, I don't know, 24, 25 IHRA and NHRA championships, countless big buck races. There's no telling how many Wallies he's got stacked up at the house. And you know, he's a good looking man. I mean, let's just face it. Antoine, I was going to say for his age, but his age doesn't even matter. He's just a good-looking guy.
You should talk to Shelly Payne about Anthony.
Shelly have an opinion of what Anthony looks like?
Very much so.
And on top of everything else, the guy's an amazing chef. Amazing. Only 1 thou separated him up front. And Dustin Light takes him out. 006, 19 thou under. Bertozzi's 005, but goes 31 thou under. Got there 13 thou. Needed to take a thou or just get behind. Here's Ronnie Whitlock, left lane. Out of Florida, dial 450. 2021 Nelson chassis. Jamie Tupper in the right. Jamie out of Tillsonburg, Ontario, Canada. Driving a 2012 Undercover. And Jamie's dial 471. Making his way south for the winter. Get out of those cold temps up there in Canada and get down here and do some racing. I imagine he'll continue to go south from here. Jamie's 35 and 3 above. Whitlock never got off the starting line. Not real sure what happened there, but I am real sure that it was not what Ronnie intended. So again, congratulations to Austin Thompson. The first 500, or first triple O, excuse me. First triple O reaction time gets him $500. First triple O in Group D. Collected that $500 from AAA Wastewater Management, the Harbaugh family. We appreciate those guys very much as we are nearing the end of Strange round number 1. This round has lasted so long, even our banner's a little beat up out there. But this has been quite a round, and this car count is massive, folks, massive. Mike Eames will give you the official number once the round is over, but we can tell you it is the largest Fling crowd ever. 13 years in existence. Challenging economic times, and you showed up like crazy out there, racers. Thank you. Jason Hoff and Barry Brown. Hoff giving up 4/10 head start. Barry Brown out in front by 15 thou on the starting line. He moves forward to round number 2. 001, 12 thou above. Hoff is 16. Take 12 to be 15 thou under. 13 total in the right, 16 tree in the left. Barry Brown had him locked out. Joe Kerner, my old buddy Joe. Minnesota transplant down to Florida, dial 496. Right lane is Mark McKay. McKay's dial 478 out of New Boston, Michigan. 2011 dragster chassis in the left, 2022 in the right. Mike, if it's okay with you, I'll make this my final pair. Call my old buddy Joe's run here, and I'll ease out of the booth and go get Big Red ready for round number 2. .22 thou advantage. Joe Kerner out in front. Oh, but breaks it out. Right lane McKay 27, drops to 2 thou under. Kerner is 005, goes 10 thou under. Had to take 22 or less or get behind and took 30. Putting a win light in Mark McKay's lane. That wraps it up for me. I'm going to send you back over to the sweet tones of my man Mike Eames. He'll wrap up Strange round number 1.
Sweet tones. Go get that thing ready for round number 2.
Yeah, bro, that's what I'm doing.
Go turn on the win light.
I'm going to give it my best.
They're in Group A, which will be in a little bit. As we are in Group D of our dragsters, our remaining Group D competitors to wrap up round number 1. We also had about a 2.5 hour delay because of Mother Nature this morning. Troy Henry led by 2 thousandths of a second. Keegan Hinkle will get a freebie here in round number 1. 541.8 on the 543 there for Keegan to advance. Troy Henry, after being red, is also too quick. 487 on the 488 is John LaBouse and Nick Warren. LaBouse, Goodlettsville, Tennessee for Mr. LaBouse. Nick Warren, Nicholasville. 467 the dial for Warren. Thou separate both drivers going down the racetrack. LaBouse 11 green, dead on 9 will proceed. Nick Warren 13 on the green light start. 468 on the 467 to be a hun behind. Steve Breeden and Kobe Hodges. Breeden out of Tennessee, dragster left side. Kobe Hodges, Wilkesboro, North Carolina, the Race Tech Prepared Machine, 486 is the dial. How about 40 green gets off the starting line first, but 44 green is going to win the race. Kobe Hodges, 488 on the 486. So in a sea of races where 00 and 11, 00 and 00, 11 and 12, 40 on the left side on the green light, 44 green light on the right side, Kobe Hodges is going to be your winner. Steve Breeden, 40 green and 6 above. To be 300 behind at the finish line, Kobe Hodges takes out Steve Breeden, Steve Witherow, and Severn Johnson. Witherow out of Summerduck, Virginia. 459 the dial for Witherow. Severn Johnson, Crownville, Maryland. 472 the dial for Severn. Red light start for Steve Witherow. By 7 thousandths of a second, 456 on the 459 for Witherow after Severn Johnson was 4 green. Ran it on out to be dead on 6 and 10 total. Kind of wasted it there on the red light victory. Severn was like, I'll take 10 total, like 9 more times. And if somebody sneaks inside of that, we'll get on them. Scotty Neat and Chris McGuire. Neat out of Columbia, Kentucky. 504 is the dial for Scotty. Worthy assembled dragster over in the left lane. Chris McGuire, Christiansburg, Virginia. Race Tech. Pipe there for Chris. 004 leaves last as we're separated by a thou and the wind light. For Scotty Neat, 004. 505, 1 on the 504. To be a couple hunt in front at the finish, Chris McGuire, 003, then 3 over the dial. Goes 487 on the 484, but Scotty Neat, a little bit better down there at the finish line. Turns on the American Water Heater scoreboard on the left side of the track. Brian Jones and Matt Grise. Brian out of Cookeville, Tennessee, 447 the dial. Matt out of Bowling Green. There in Kentucky, 499 the dial for Matt. Red and red. Matt's really red. Brian Jones. We're moving around number 2. 445 on the 447. Matt was 501 after being well in front of the green light. Jason Overstreet. Denise Young will be our next pair. Overstreet left side. Out of Maryland for Mr. Overstreet, 497. We'll be leaving first. Denise Young, Knoxville, Tennessee. Right down the road is where Denise resides. Denise, 001 alongside Overstreet, and dead on 8 to be 9 total. Jason Overstreet was just a complete big waste of space. 9 total for Denise Young. Jason Overstreet 25 up front and completely locked out of the show is Gary Minter and Don Buckowitz. Minter out of West Virginia. Race Tech Prepared Machine. 505 the dial for Gary. Don Buckowitz out of New Jersey. 477. The dial in there for Don. Red light start for Gary Minter by the number of Peter Biondo World Championships. 7 on the red side for Gary. Been trying to talk Peter into going for number 8 and number 9. We keep pressing him hard enough, he's going to do it. Buckowitz was 32 green, 476.2 on the 477. But advances via the red light of Gary Minter. In round number 1 is Michael Harbaugh and Jack Ostrowski. Jack made it all the way down to the semifinals on Tuesday in the 32-card dragster shootout. 467 the dial for Jack over in the right lane. Michael Harbaugh, team out of Maryland. All the Harbaughs, it's greatly appreciate their support of this event. Helping out with the first perfect lights today, and Michael Harbaugh red by 11th thou. Jack Ostrowski 16 green and 1 above 8. 468.8 on the 467 for Jack. Michael Harbaugh 469.9 after being red. It was also a little too quick. Drew Smith and Mike Laws. Drew is 515. On the dial here in round number 1, Mike Laws out of North Carolina. Decided 498 is the number for him. Laws with that Worthy chassis dragster over on the right side. Have the opportunity to leave the starting line second. Green and green. Mike, Drew, give it to Mike Laws. Locks out Drew Smith, 29 green, dead on 8. Is 37 total. Drew Smith was 47 at the start. And there was nothing that was going to turn a win light over into Drew Smith's lane as Paul Rich and Gary Williams. Rich out of Pleasant Shade, Tennessee. Pleasant Shade, Tennessee. I mean, could there possibly be like an unpleasant shade? I mean, most shade is pleasant. 474 is the dial-in for Paul. Gary Williams, 484 the number. For Team FTI, Team Overkill. Red light start for Paul Rich by a bunch. Gary Williams, 008 on the green light, 480 on the 484 for G-Dub, who will move into round number 2 as Blaine Mayer and Misty Unser. Blaine Mayer has the bounty on his head today. Our winner from Advanced Product and Design Carburetor Wednesday. So if Misty Unser can take out Blaine Mayer, we'll get a certificate for an APD carb, and that's like a $1,500 value. So Misty, 470 the dial out of Kuna, Idaho. Red light start for Misty by 17 thou. The bounty will continue into round number 2. Blaine Mayer, 13 green and under by 1 thou. So our winner from yesterday gets out of round number 1. Misty, after being red by 17 thou, it's 5 thou too quick. There for the runner out of great state of Idaho, Todd Zeller and Keenan Myers. Zeller out of Michigan. The Copo powered dragster over on the left side. Keenan Myers, Madisonville, Tennessee. The winged dragster right side. Wow. 50 gets off the starting line first in this pair. And that was Keenan Myers. 50 green, 502 on the 499 is good. Todd Zeller was 68, ripping the finger off the button and breaking the stage beams. 456.6 on the 457. There for Zeller. Bow out number 1. Edison.
Attention in the pit. Group A door cars. If you're a door car in Group A, bring them up for round number 2. If you're a dragster in Group A, hang back. You're on standby.
You like that, Mike? Is that good? Bruce?
What Peter just said.
Group A door car. Matt Recolaitis, 477 is the dial. Tree coming down, and we're off and away. Matt, a little better on the starting line. I'm going to get the win on a double breakout. Recolaitis was 008 and under by a Hun, 476. On the 477, Zach Grant was 15 green, behind by 7th out at the start, and goes 524.0 on the 526. On a bow out in round number 1, it's Dale West and Tommy Norton. Dale out of Asheville, North Carolina, the Mullis chassis dragster. Tommy Norton, 452 is the dial. Huntington, Maryland for Tommy. All right, just a brief hold before we send Dale West and Tommy Norton down. So Dale, North Carolina, left side. Tommy Norton, right side out of Maryland. Here at Bristol Dragway. Our strange round number 1, RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optimum Batteries. Tommy Norton, double breakout win his way. 451.8 on the 452. To get the win. Dale West was 008 at the start, had 200 advantage on the starting line, goes 4.744 on the 4.75. Got to the finish line first by 25 thou to break out 6. Needed to take 19 or less down there for Mr. West. Ended up on the wrong side of the win light. Joel Maddox and Wallace Wilson. Maddox out of Piedmont, South Carolina, 473 is the dial. Wallace Wilson. In 2022 Maddox assembled machine. Taylor, South Carolina for Wallace. 443. The dial for Wallace. Red light start for Wallace Wilson. By 3 stinking thou. Joel Maddox, 17 green. 470 on the 473 for Joel Maddox. To press on, Seth Street and Carson Brown. Yeah, my Group A door cars. Group A door cars. Let's get you headed up this way, please, into the staging lanes. Group A door cars. If you illuminated a win light in round number 1 and you would like to partake in round number 2, and why wouldn't you? Well, I need you in the staging lanes, please. So Seth, the winged dragster over on the left side. Carson Brown, wingless, out of Blunttville, Tennessee, over on the right side. Seth Street, Richland, Virginia. For Seth, 469 is the dial. Red light start for Carson Brown. A maroon light for Carson Brown. 56 on the red side for Carson. Seth Street is 23 green. 467 on the 469. But it was all over like 2 inches into 660 feet. As Carson Brown turned on the big, ugly, nasty, stinky, gross, putrid red light here in round number 1. Samantha Rogers Thornton and Cindy Wiggins. Samantha Rogers Thornton out of Virginia. 478 is the dial. Will be leaving first. Cindy Wiggins, Mount Washington, Kentucky. Over on the right side, blowing dragster. Green and green, Cindy and Samantha. Give it to Cindy Wiggins on a double breakout. 450 with an 8 on the 452 to be under by 12 thou. Samantha said, I'm going to run 478. Goes 4746 to be under by 34 thou. Cindy Wiggins, the right side of a double breakout here in round number 1. It was Ray Fordyce Jr. and Candy Deary. Ray Fordyce Jr. out of Williamstown, New Jersey. 461 the dial over on the left side. Candy Deary, Gaithersburg, Maryland. 477 the dial for Candy. Over on the Motor Mile side of the racetrack. Have the opportunity to leave first. Again, my Group A door cars. Group A door cars get you up this way. Candy, 5 thou in front at the start. I'm going to get the win light on another double breakout. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Another double breakout. I'm sensing a pattern. Candy Deary, 476.4 on the 477 to be under by 6 thou. Ray Fordyce Jr. under by 21 thou. It's Candy Deary. We'll move on. Bobby Spence and Mark Price. Bobby out of Rockville, Maryland. Race Tech Dragster. Over on the left side. Mark Price. That wing dragster over in the right lane. 483 is the dial. Perfect. Do we get to give out another coin? No. Mark Price, perfect at the start. Got to the finish line first by 27 thousandths of a second to break out. 6 thousandths of a second. Bobby Spence, 21 green and dead on 0. As Bobby Spence, being dead on 0, will get in that Ultalab. Dead on 0 drawing. It's Gilbert Deary and Travis Colangelo. Final pair in round number 1. And then we'll have a solo. We started round 1 just after 9 o'clock. This morning, we had about a 2.5 hour weather delay. As Gilbert Deary 002, Travis Colangelo's 13. Ooh, Gilbert Deary was nasty. Stanky. 002, dead on 2 is 4 total. Travis Colangelo is 13 and wasting fuel. Dennis Long, last car down the track here in round number 1. 475, the estimated performance for Dennis, our Group D solo to wrap up round number 1. So we're talking about before we started first round just after 9 o'clock. This 4:47 p.m. Eastern time. So about 7 hours and 47 minutes later, we complete round number 1. But we did have like a 2.5 hour delay right in the middle. Green for Dennis, 30 on the bulb, 474.5 on the 475. To wrap up round number 1, 600 plus competitors. Here on ATI Performance Products Thursday, it's going to wrap up Strange round number 1. We will get our best.
Jags.
You know, it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years, here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at beyondoracing.com.
Our count, 640 cars went down the track in round number one. Sincerely, man, just thank you from the bottom of our hearts. 640 cars went down the track in round number one. Just A++ out of everybody that traveled both near and far to be with us. Man, 640. That is just really something special here at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling presented by Optima Batteries. Man, 640 entries went down the track in round number 1. And hey, that only means, what? 320 going to come back here for round number 2, which we're going to start right about now with Nate Halsey and Lucas Walker. Our Group A door cars. Nate out of Claremont, Georgia, 632 is about for the S10 over in the left lane. Lucas Murray, Kentucky. The Mustang over on the right side, 607. The dial for Lucas. Off and away under green. Lucas has a big starting line advantage and is going to get the win on a double breakout. And that was all sorts of wild. Nate Halsey was 87 green and then under by a tenth and change. Lucas Walker was 17 green and under by 16 thou. And on another double breakout. And I'm not saying that was what happened at the end of the dragsters in the D category, but I'm just saying there was a lot of double breakouts. We'll have to see if that trend continues. Donnie Smith and Steve Collier. Donnie out of South Shore, Kentucky. 662 the dial for Donnie. Steve Collier, 658. The number for Collier out of Huber Heights, Ohio. Donnie Smith. A little better at the starting line. And another double breakout win going to go to Donnie Smith. 001 under by a couple of hun. Steve Collier was 17 green and under by 3. Margin of victory there, 6 thousandths of a second for Donnie Smith on another double breakout. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Garrett Griffith and Chad Duke. Garrett out of Alexandria, Kentucky. Very talented young man in the S10. 646 is the dial. Chad Duke out of Wilmington, North Carolina. 68 Camaro. 548 is the dial in. There for Chad Duke over in the right lane. Man, again, 640 participants went down in round number 1. It's just awesome. Chad Duke better on the starting line. Garrett Griffith drops it to be dead on 4. 32 green, 646, 4 on the 646. Duke was 009 and just got the finish line shoved down his throat. Got to the finish line first by 41 thousandths of a second to break out 14 thou. Garrett Griffith dead on 4. Got around the starting line deficit to get the win as Logan Westmoreland and Bob Heens. Logan out of Troy, South Carolina. The 68 Camaro left side. 547 is the dial. Bob Heens out of Fergus, Ontario, Canada A in the Malibu. Red light start for Bob by 24 thou. Logan Westmoreland 13 green and a look at 547. And he goes 545 at 125 on the speed. Heens 24 red and 699. Marco Abruzzi and Na Moore. Marco out of Warren, Ohio. The S10. 627 on the dial. Na Moore. Atwood, Tennessee with 586. The predicted performance. Abruzzi, 6 better at the start. But Na Moore is going to get the win. Marco Abruzzi got to the finish line first by 25 thou to break out 4 thousandths of a second. Needed to take 21 less. Na Moore with 16 green, 1 above 5, and takes out Marco Abruzzi. It's Kevin Pollard and Michael Norrod. Group A dragsters, Group A dragsters, Group A dragsters. Need you in the lanes, please. Group A dragsters. Let's get you all headed this way, please. Group A dragsters. Let's get you headed up this way, please. So Kevin Pollard. In the Love Truck out of Virginia, 593 the number. Michael Norrod, Pegram, Tennessee. The yellow S10 right side, 631 is the dial. Norrod stole a couple of hun right down there on the starting line. Is going to get the win. 004, 1 above 5 for Michael Norrod. Kevin Pollard got down there and took the stripe by 1 thou, broke out by 9 thou. Michael Norrod had Kevin Pollard completely locked out of the barn. Caroline McCarty and Benny Omer. Pretty good matchup right here. Caroline in the Rambler wagon. 611 is the dial for Caroline. Benny Omer out of South Carolina, the 62 Chevy 2 for Benny Omer. Red light start for Benny Omer. Caroline picked a great time to be 60 on the tree. And got down there and went 6:11.0. Caroline's going to get in the drawing for that Alta Lab. Dead on 0 dial. That complete Alta Lab, Altacom 4XR trailer weather station. For being dead on 0, Caroline will get in that drawing. That's Mitchell McKinney and Brian Adkins. McKinney out of Newland, North Carolina, the yellow 69 Camaro left lane. Brian Adkins. Bluefield, West Virginia, the 72 Nova, 643 the dial. There for Brian. 3 thou is the difference on the starting line. Mitchell and Brian. Brian Adkins on another double breakout. Under by 3, Hun, going 640 on the 643. Mitchell McKinney, under by 4 hundredths of a second. On the double breakout, Brian Adkins will move on. Howard Westbury and Odell Davidson. Howard out of Harleyville, South Carolina, the 67 Chevy 2. Odell Davidson, Bean Station, Tennessee. 82 Camaro right side, 670 is the dial. Red light start for Odell by 3 thou. Westbury's 18 green and under by 5. Put 564 on the scoreboard, goes 559. Odell was also underneath the predicted performance. 666 on the 670. There's Chad Axford and Jared Pennington. Nova on Nova crime right here. Axford left lane, Mount Washington, Kentucky, 615 is the dial. Jared Pennington, 603 is what Jared has decided. Axford, 15 red. Gives a free one over to Jared Pennington. Jared was 24 on the green light start and under by 5. 598 on the 603. Axford also under the prediction. Be 613 on the 615 as Jared gets one of his entries into round number 3. Jamal Woolridge and Sean Carpenter. I'm just saying, everybody's been a little fast. Just throwing out information. Just trying to make observations. Watching every car go down the track. Jamal and Sean. 7 thou is the difference on the starting line. And dead on 3 for Sean Carpenter. 005, 593.5 on the 593 makes 8 total. Jamal was all right. He was 12 green, but just got completely bamboozled as Sean Carpenter was 8 total. Jamal Woolridge was the bug. Sean Carpenter was the windshield. Brian McCown and Tommy Plott. McCown, Plott, Chevelle, Mustang. Double breakout win, going to go Brian McCown's way. The machine that was best appearing car when we were here last fall. 635.5 on the 636 for Brian McCown. Tommy Plott, 540 on the 542. Tommy was a little better at the start. Was 10 green. Brian McCann was 13 of the light. But again, another double breakout. Another double breakout. There's been a whole bunch of double breakouts. Plan accordingly. Kendall Little, Jake Clayton. Kendall out of Texas, 610 the dial for the Malibu left side. Jake, the Mustang right lane out of Chattanooga. 656 the dial for Jake. Alright, we're off and away. Kendall, a little better than Jake on the starting line. And the win to Kendall Little, who just threw down 4 total. 003 dead on 1 for Kendall. Jake Clayton was 17 green and under by 4 hun, but Jake Clayton was 17 on the green light start and completely just wasting fuel. 4 total for Kendall Little. There was nothing Jake Clayton could have done to move the win light over onto his side of the racetrack. It was David Young and Cameron Fredrickson here in Biondo Race Products, round number 2. David Young, Philadelphia, Tennessee. 62 Chevy 2. Cameron Fredrickson, big Malibu wagon out of Riverview, Florida. Young man has decided that 626 is the number for me. Red light start for Cameron Fredrickson by Deuce. David Young was 009 and under the dial. Cameron Fredrickson also under the dial. Nobody ever listens to me. Bug McCarty and Jay Hill. Jay in that very unique 97 Honda Prelude. Mount Vernon, Missouri there for Jay. 572 is the number. Bug McCarty. Hazelhurst, Georgia. The 95 Olds Achieva. McCarty over on the left side. 604 is the dial. Tree down and away. Bug is in a tight spot. Jay Hill, 400 advantage on the start, and is going to get the win on, stop me if you heard this before, double breakout going Jay Hill's way. 571.7 on the 572 to be under by 3 thou. Bug was 49 up front and under by 3 hun as Jay Hill will advance. Mark Payne and Matt Cook. Mark out of Waynesboro, Virginia. The 67 Chevy 2, 594 is the dial for Mark. Matt Cook, Hendersonville, North Carolina, in the Vega wagon with 624, going to be leaving first by half a bulb and a little more. Payne gives up some to Matt Cook on the starting line. Cook is going to get the win. 6-2-4-0 on the 624. After being 15 green to move on. And our first pair in a while, they both ended up on the right side of the number. Mark Payne was 595 on the 594. It was Matt Cook, dead on 0. He'll get in that Alta Lab drawing. Roger Thornton and Chase McKay. Roger out of Bealton, Virginia. 566 is the dial. Chase McKay, 642 the dial. For the Camaro out of Romulus, Michigan. Roger in the Corvette left side. 566. The dial for Roger, Chase McKay. I'm going to throw 642 down there. as we are pre-staged. As we are pre-staged. Roger flickering that bottom stage bulb, and both going together. Chase, better at the start, looking over the left, here comes Roger. Chase McKay on, another double breakout, 008, under by 5 thou. Roger Thornton, 31 green, under by 3 hun. Chase McKay, double breakout, gonna go his way. Adam Bambarger and Tanner Miller. Tanner out of Mooreville, North Carolina. 72 Vega wagon, 639 the dial for Tanner over on the right side. Adam Bambarger out of Northport, Alabama. Red 84S10, 651 is the dial. Yeah, but Mike English, you have to, like, because you have to listen to me. Green and green. We're separated by 5 thou. Tanner right side, Adam left side. The win going to go to Tanner Miller. Completely shuts Adam Bambarger out. 16 green, dead on 2 is 18 on the combined. Adam was blackjack on the reaction time, and, well, 18 is less than 21. Adam had no shot. Tanya Street and Lou Greco. Tanya out of Richlands, Virginia, 642 is the dial. Lou out of Pennsylvania in the GTO. For Mr. Greco. Greco will be doing the chasing in this pair. Greco will be staging last. Tree, down, and we're away. One of our competitors is perfect. One is not. Do we get to give away a coin? Yes. Lou Greco, perfect at the start. 578 on the 577. He will get a 000 Hero Spring Fling coin and $50 in cash money for being perfect and turning on a win light. I believe that's number 4 or 5 thus far today, as we gave away 38 of them at Columbus. So Lou Greco gonna get a coin. Travis Colangelo and Aaron Vale. Colangelo left side, 567 the dial for Travis. Aaron Vale, the Pontiac Trans Am, 645 the number. Aaron looking over the left. Here comes Travis. Double breakout win. Going to go Travis Colangelo's way. 11 up front, under by 5 thou. Better than Aaron Vale's 21 light and under by 3 hun. Travis Colangelo will move forward.
What group is Jeff?
Wayne Vernon and Jacques Bonaparte. Jacques out of Baltimore, Maryland. The 69 Chevelle, 764 the number for Jacques. Wayne Vernon, 560 is the dial. $3,000 the difference between the dragster and the Chevelle. Give it to the dragster. 563 on the 560. Jacques was 773 on the 764s. He missed it by a bunch. It was Donnie Quisenberry and Ken Clark. Donnie's got 481 on the American Water Heater scoreboard. Ken Clark, 658. The dial for the racer out of Stewartstraff, Virginia. And the S10 over on the right side. 2-start win for Ken Clark. Both racers were in front of the green light. Ken Clark was left first and was 006 red. Donnie Quisenberry left second and was 11 red. And with True Start in effect, the driver who left first was the lesser of the offenders. And we'll get a win via True Start. There's Ken Clark. There's Josh Owens and Chris Smith. Josh out of Hampton, Tennessee. 486 is the dial for Josh. Chris Smith, 598 the number for the Pittsboro, North Carolina S10. Green and green, 4 little ones separate them right down there at the starting line. And the win on a breakout going to go to Josh Owens. Chris Smith got to the finish line first by 40 and breaks it out by 24 thou. Josh Owens, 008, 2 above to be good. Chris Ferguson and Kenrick Roundtree will be our next pair. Chris Ferguson, 459, the dial for the dragster out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Kenrick Roundtree, Chapel Hill, North Carolina. 574 the number. For Kenrick, red light start for Kenrick Roundtree by 4 thou, and Chris Ferguson goes 000, dead on 7 to be 7 total. That means Chris Ferguson gets a 000 hero coin and $50, courtesy of Peter and Emily Biondo and the Fling staff. Trip, zip, and a win for Chris Ferguson. And I do believe, I think that's, I gotta get a firm count, I think that's 7.
Do you get anything for a 24?
You get absolutely nothing for a 24.
Okay.
But why did you scare Chad Axford like that?
I ain't real.
We just like staring at him, giving him the evil eye.
I'm not sure what happened.
Make Axford go red like that. It's so intimidating. Corey Galitti and Ethan Dean. Corey, our winner on our dragster shootout Tuesday night on Rob's Auto and Collision Test-A-Tune Tuesday. Corey Galitti got that certificate for an American Race Cars chassis. And Corey going to be a winner here round number 2, 11 green. Ethan Dean turns red by 21 thou, and Galitti runs it out the back to be under by 6. 458 on the 464. This is Brody Cantrell and Preston Pennington. Peeps. 467 the dial for the Peep. Brody Cantrell out of Kentucky, 513 the number for Brody. Preston out of Three Rivers, Texas. As we are Group A dragsters here in Biondo Racing Products round number 2. Red light start for Brody Cantrell by 2 thou. Pennington 29 green and 4669 on the 467. Brody Cantrell, after being red, was in too fast, breaking all the rules, every rule there is. It's McKenna Brown and Cody Witt. McKenna Brown for Team Jegs out of Boca Raton. 457 is the dial. Cody Witt out of West Virginia. So all of our friends watching the Motor Mania live feed brought to you by Jegs and Mickey Thompson. So again, there's 4 groups that run. Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D. There are door cars and dragsters in Group A. Group B is all door cars. There are door cars and dragsters in Group C. Then there's dragsters in Group D. So it's not all door cars until we get into round number 3. So we're in round number 2, so there will be door cars and dragsters, kind of alternating. Red light start for McKenna Brown by 2,000ths of a second. Cody Witt would like to save that one right there. About 004 dead on 1 when your opponent going red being 5 total. Cody's like, man, I'd like to save that for round number next. I mean, when your opponent's red, I mean, you might as well be like 36 and 4 over. Instead, Cody is 5 total. That's Fred Hagberg and Jordan White. Fred out of Charlotte, North Carolina. 494 is the dial for Fred. Jordan White, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. 460 is the dial for Jordan. We are in, the tree is down, and we're away. Jordan gave up 6 thou at the start, looking over to the left and looking at the wind light in the other lane. Fred Hagberg, 005 and under by 5 thou, is better than Jordan, 11 green, under by 17, as Fred Hagberg will advance on a double breakout. Derek Hubbard, who saved Jared Pennington's life about an hour and a half ago.
I must have needed a bigger one. I was 24.
You might need another one. This is Philip Pennington out of Texas. 473 the dial for Philip.
Turn on the wind light.
Derek Hubbard and Philip Pennington. Hubbard 003 right down here. Said he's going to run 452, goes 453.7 right down there and takes out Philip Pennington. Pennington was 29 at the start. Hubbard was 20 total. And there was nothing in the whole wide world that was going to move the wind light over into Philip Pennington's side of the racetrack. Derek Hubbard had Philip Pennington packaged up. It was Joe Gary and Champ over in the right lane. Stephen McCrory. McCrory out of Georgia. 470 is the dial. Joe Gary, Bowling Springs, South Carolina. 454. The dial for Joe. Stephen McCrory right side. Joe Gary left side. Joel with a slight starting line advantage, but on a double breakout. Stephen McCrory is going to get the win. Under by 6 thou after being 17 green. Joe Gary was 13 on the starting line. Said he was going to run 454, goes 452.8 to be under by 12 thou. Stephen McCrory ends up on the right side of a double breakout as Skylar Wagner and Keith Thomas.
Yeah.
482 the dial for Skylar. Keith Thomas, 505 the number for the runner out of Tennessee. Red light start for Skylar Wagner by 0.06 of a second. Keith Thomas, a free look at 5:05. He's going to grab the time slip, and he's going to look at 5:045. After being 15 green, Keith Thomas. We'll see in round number 12 for my French friends. Sam Hamilton and Noah Lewis. Noah Lewis has a dragster that you absolutely positively have to see in person. Best appearing car at the Galat Fling was Noah Lewis. Got a 452 on the side of the American chassis dragster out of Clarksville, Tennessee. Sam Hamilton left side. 528 is the dial for Sam. One foul, the difference down there on the starting line. Win light. Noah Lewis on another double breakout. 451 on the 452 to be good. 003 for Noah Lewis. Sam Hamilton was right there being 004, but ran 0.04 of a second too fast. 524 on the 528. There for Sam Hamilton is Vinny Domino and Josh Baker. Real good matchup right here in round number 2. Vinny Domino for Team Media Dragway. 459 the dial. Josh Baker, Lancaster, Kentucky. 463. The dial for Josh. A little bit late. Josh Baker with the starting line advantage and the win. 15 green for Josh Baker to be a thou in front. 465 on the 463. Vinny Domino was 3-7 at the start. Dead on 4, but 1 thou behind at the finish. Josh Baker takes out Vinny Domino. It was David Parker and Greg Hicks. Parker out of Knoxville, Tennessee. 498 is the dial for Mr. Parker. And Greg Hicks for Genco Plumbing, North Las Vegas, Nevada. For Hollywood, 479 the dial for Greg. Parker will be leaving first. Gave up a little to Hicks on the start, and Hicks pays it off. Locks out David Parker. 17 green, dead on 1 is 18 total. David Parker was 37 at the start and had no chance. Greg Hicks shuts out David Parker. Allison Lloyd, race kid. As we're approaching 5:30 Eastern time. Race Kid, 474 the dial for the Kid Performance and Dyno TNT Supercar. Allison Lloyd, out of Virginia. 458 the dial for Allison. Allison is in. Race is in. Red light start for Allison Lloyd by 9th thou. Race is 007 and 469 on the 474. Allison Lloyd, after being 009 on the red light, is also 6 hun too quick. 452 on the 458. Race Kid. We'll move into round number 3. As Courtney Grisey and Carrie Long. Courtney out of Vermilion, Ohio. 426 the dial for Courtney. Carrie Long 473, the number for the Roxborough, North Carolina dragster. Carey get the head start by about an entire bulb. Over there in the right lane. Red and red. And a true start win for Carey Long. Carey left first, 001 early. Courtney Grisey left second, 006 early. So via true start, and every time that happens, we know that Kyle Seipel's up there smiling, looking down upon us. True start win there for Carey Long. It's Mike Nelson and Jamie Holston. Mike out of Newland, North Carolina, 507 is the dial. Jamie Holston, Rural Retreat, Virginia, 443 is the dial for Jamie. Jamie's reaction time in half and is going to get the win. 007, under by 2 thou, another double breakout win. Jamie Holston was 17 at the rip and under by 5 thou. True margin to victory, 3 thou. Going Mike Nelson's way on a double breakout is Noah Rambo and Jeff Serra. Rambo out of Michigan, 459 is the dial for Noah. Jeff Serra. Adamstown, PA, 480, the dial for Sarah. And that young man has been on a massive heater for the better part of like 3 years. As we are pre-staged. Noah Rambo finally rolls in. Jeff Serra does follow. Tree and green. Noah Rambo just got tattooed to the starting line. 15 green for Jeff Serra. 1 above 9 to get the win. Noah Rambo was 67 on the green light. And under by 2 thou. Serra still had him covered by 3 hun. Jeff Serra takes out Noah Rambo as Brandon Lane and Cameron Manuel. Lane out of Pikesville, North Carolina. 449 the dial for Brandon. Cameron Manuel, Louisville, North Carolina. Cameron had a really good run last night, late into the evening on Advanced Product Design Wednesday. Made it down to the ladder after like 494 cars yesterday. Manuel in a dominating position at the start. 009, 1 above 4 to be good. Brandon Lane was Jimmy Johnson at the start. And Cameron Manuel had him locked out. 22 total for Cameron. Brandon Lane was 48. Breaking the stage beams and no good. Greg Duffield and Cliff Carr. Duffield out of Temple, Texas. Cliff Carr out of Toledo Plains, Tennessee. 490 is the dial. Rachel Conrath. And Chris Garrett. Conrath out of Pleasant Unity, Pennsylvania. 498 the dial for Rachel. Chris Garrett, 447 the number for the Richmond, Kentucky Resident there in the dragster, the winged machine on the right side. Red light start for Rachel by 1 thou. Chris Garrett, 24 green. And dead on 1 for Chris. After Rachel turned to red by 1 thou, she was under the dial by 5 thou. But it was all over right on the starting line by 1 stinking thou to get the win. Ian Woods and Jeff Taylor. Ian out of Powell, Tennessee. 479 is the number for Ian. Jeff Taylor for Genco Plumbing. Apache Junction, Arizona for Jeff Taylor. The American Chassis Dragster for Mr. Taylor. He's got 470 on the bulb. Taylor, Woods. Double breakout win, going to go to Ian Woods' way. Jeff Taylor was better at the start, 005. Got to the finish line first by 11 thou. Needed to take 8 or less as he was under by 3. Ian Woods, 14 green and under by 1 thou. 2 thou going to be the margin of victory there for Ian Woods as Jay Ralston and Shane Carr. Jay out of Hunlock Creek, PA. 482 the dial. And Sugar Shane. Hashtag 26. 451 for Shane over on the right side. Pre-stage bulbs are on both sides. They stage virtually together. Away and away. Shane Carr, 5 thou better at the start. Dead on 7 to get the win. 12 green, 451.7 on the 451 for Shane Carr. Here in Biondo Racing Products, round number 2, Jay Ralston, 17 green. And under by a bunch. Dialed 482 and he goes 470. Under by 12 hun. As Greg Maddox and Jaden Lawler. Maddox out of Piedmont, South Carolina, the Horton chassis machine. 495 is the dial, Jaden Lawler. Jacksonville, North Carolina, 463. The dial for young Jaden, a wing dragster in the right lane.
Ready when you are, my bro. Come on, buddy. Go back there and get you some of that spaghetti and such.
Some of that too.
And that's my car. That's number B, no problem.
So Maddox left side will have the opportunity to lead first. Jaden Lawler right side. Off and away, green and green. Greg Maddox, 12 thou in front at the start, 4 thou in front at the finish, which is the ultimate endeavor. 496.2 on the 495. But 4 thou in front of the finish. Jaden Lawler was 39 at the hit. Dead on 4, but 4 thou behind at the finish, and fresh off his round 2 victorious battle. Jared Pennington going to slide on in here, take you through a little bit of the A dragsters and then the B door cars. Jared Pennington, good job. Turn on a wind light. Don't matter how it happens, just got to turn it on.
I wouldn't call that a good job, Mike, but I certainly appreciate you putting lipstick on that pig. Chad Axford gave me that one. Did not earn it. I guess you got to take them any way you can get them. Maybe I'll earn the next one. Bo Sanders, Nebraska racer in the left, 484 is the dial. John Parks in the right, dial 416. 416 is the dial. How about one dead 5 6-pack for the 14 2022 Ultratech dragster out of Michigan? Nice lap right there. 36 and 3 thou under for Bo Sanders.
You got a 416 car and you go 6 total. That's like criminal.
I couldn't agree more.
Nice work, Carl. Way to hold it down. Way to choose them. Group B, please. Way to hold the chunk. Group B is just say Group B.
All right, at this time, we need Group B to the staging lanes. Group B. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Group B, as in boy, to the staging lanes. Dan Davies turns it 4th thou pink, then goes 417 on the 419. Ken Batchelor is 008 up front and dead on with a 6. He was going to be a mighty, mighty handful. 14th thou package for Ken Batchelor. Ken rolls into round number 3. Group B, as in Biondo. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Here's Chris Stein, 419 dial for him as well. So he follows Dan Davies' diamond chassis with his own 2016 diamond. Jack Collier, 2018 Miller chassis in the right. Dial 452.
Nancy, AJ's girlfriend, brought me up some gumbo.
Oh.
But I'm gonna go have some spaghetti too.
Yeah.
This is
9th thou separator advantage, Jack Collier and Winlight. Jack Collier double breakout, 009. 10th thou under for Collier. He had 9th thou up front, had to take 9 or less or get behind because they both broke out. He took 6. Well done for Jack Collier. Chris Stein, 18 and goes 417 on the 419. Same thing that happened in front of him with Dan Davies. It's like those cars are mirror images of one another. Steve Collier, 462 in the left. Jimmy Chavis, 476 in the right. Oh boy. That was Collier in the right lane, and the pair behind him was Collier in the left lane. That almost got ugly. Red light in the right lane. Winlight goes to Steve Collier, 18 and 39th thou under the dial. Chavis, 6th thou red and 18th thou under. Here's Josh Dykes next up in the left lane. 469 is his dial out of Kingsport, Tennessee. Right lane is Colby Fuller out of Savannah, Georgia. Never been to Savannah, but I hear it's a beautiful place. 472 is Colby's dial, getting a 300 head start.
The salad that he made, yeah. He's got the Olive Garden dressing right there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It is fantastic.
Dykes, 16th thou in front, but Fuller pulls it out. 21 dead, 829 package. Dykes, 005 up front, had 16th thou to work with. Used all of that and 5 more. Gets there 29th thou, breaks it out 5th thou, had to take 24 or less. Final call for hoodies at the apparel booth under the big tent. If you want to get one of these good looking Fling hoodies, you can get that at the apparel booth under the big tent. I'm going to get a little bit chilly out there tonight. Wind's blowing, the temperatures are going down. Get your Fling hoodie and keep yourself nice and cozy out there. Donovan Williams and Scott Jorgensen. Williams in control here, and Donovan takes the double breakout win. 008 and 9th thou under. Gets a win light over 25 and 26th thou under. Jorgensen got there 0005 and needed to be behind by 17 or more. Next up, Steph Fuller in the left lane, Plattsmouth, Nebraska racer. 476 is the dial, right lane. That's Lester Adkins. Adkins on a 449. Fuller moving in around number 340 and 2 thou under. Had a 5 thou advantage up front. Adkins is 45 on the tree. Adkins gets there 6 thou but needed to be behind 5 or more as he breaks it out 13 thou versus the slight 2 thou breakout of Fuller. And Fuller advances to round number 3. Michael Shoup, Hagerstown, Maryland racer in the left, dial 482. Shoup in the 2020 Miller chassis. We got Ray Miller III in attendance here. Timothy Thomas in the right from Lumberton, North Carolina. Timothy dial 464. He's given up 1800s head start to Shoup. Thousandths advantage for Thomas. He's 009 up front, goes 13 thou above the dial. That's a 22 thou package. Shoup is 13 up front, so he needed to trim that finish line back as he broke it out by 9 thou. He got there 18, needed to cut that in half and take 9 or less. Timothy Thomas advances to round number 3. Left lane is Isaac Hill. Isaac out of Mount Vernon, Maryland. He's dial 499, right lane. K.C. Pesnell, young gun, out of Gardendale, Alabama. K. Sizzle, dial 497.
I gotta go find the guy I just raced. I double balled him accidentally. Oops. Give an extra bump so I don't take so long. I took a little extra one, so I gotta go tell him that that ain't me. I didn't mean to do that. He ended up winning anyway, but I don't want him to think that I'm bad.
Pesnell with a big advantage up front, and K. Sizzle gets it done. Double breakout. Stop me if you've heard it. 004, take 13 for KC. He's 18 thou under the dial. He moves into round number 3. Isaac Hill is 23 and 24 thou under. 6 thousandths more breakout for Hill. Donnie Burleson next up in the left lane. 447 is the dial. Kyle Cutrera in the right. Cutrera on a 465. Cutrera was 10, take 2 to get the win light. Burleson was 15 up front. Left Kyle a little too much room. Here's Matt Dattis. Final car in Group A with a bye run, 6:15 is Matt's target. He'll take a stress-free ride into round number 3. Matt earned that bye run with a perfect reaction and went dead on with a 1. He made the bye run, was perfect again, and goes 3 hun over the dial, 6:18 on the 6:15. Perfect reaction time again for Matt Dattis. As we roll into Group B. Group B, you have been called. Jake Baird, 561 dial on the left lane. Tony Hall, 638 in the right.
Come on, buddy.
Yeah, okay. Another perfect reaction, and that one belongs to Tony Hall, and Tony moves into round number 3. 000, 32 thou above for a 32 pack, 45 on the tree for Baird, no chance. Lights it up dead 5, but it was not good enough. 18 thousandths at the stripe going Tony Hall's way. We're in Biondo Racing Products, round number 2. Here on ATI Performance Products Thursday at beautiful Bristol Dragway. It's the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling, presented by our great friends at Optima Batteries. We are rolling right along, 640 entries strong in round number 1. Chuck Griffith in the left, Jason Sizemore in the right. Sizemore moves into round 3, 008 and 16 thou under for Sizemore. Griffith, 004 red, or pink, if you will. Dead on 3. That's a tough ticket for Chuck. He might say something that rhymes with Chuck after getting that ticket. That hurts. Joe Davis in the left, 580 is the dial. Ernie Elam in the right, dial 617. Big advantage in the right lane for Elam. He makes it work. Double breakout, 004, 13 thou under. Beats 30 and 24 thou under. Lots of breakouts. When the Old Glory turns around and blows up your tailpipes, the game changes a little bit. Cole Waltz, I see you here on the Jegs and Mickey Thompson Motormania TV live feed. I've switched over here to Mike Eames' laptop, checking you guys out. Strong group in the chat. But yeah, it'd be something like that. Lucky Larry Miray and Chris Gouletti. And Gouletti gets it done, 20 and 11 thou over, 31 pack. Win light to Chris Gouletti. He moves into round number 3. Miray's 35 and 6 thou under. Felix Hutchinson in the left, 591 is the dial. John Corbin in the right, dial 593. Only a 2-hun head start going to Corbin. A 16 thousandths advantage for one of them. Wow, that was Corbin, but the win light goes to Hutchinson. Hutchinson 29 and 6 thou under. Corbin 13 and 14 thou under. Breaks it out 8 thou more. Right lane. Corbin got to the stripe. He needed to be 16 or less or get behind. He took 24. 8 thousand's too much. Miss you much. Funny car, Chris. Thank you, bro. It's good to be back. Definitely good to be back. I've certainly enjoyed being at home and racing with JJ and the kids and the family, having a good time racing local. It's nice to be able to get back up on the mountain and participate in the largest field of the year. What an amazing event the Fall Fling is this year, or every year for that matter. Ted Barnes moves on, 003, 27 thou under. Gets by 68 and 27 thou under. He had 65 up front. He had to take 65 or less or get behind. Took 65. Nailed it. Hank Uselton, 6'11 in the left. Ivy Hutto in the right, dialed 603. Ivy lights at 4 thou pink. Uselton's 002 and then 14 thou under. Ooh, Ivy, 4 red. Dead on with a 0. Wow. What's up, Charlie Burton? I appreciate that, sir. I need lots of luck for sure. Hope to see you make it back out to the track, maybe even for the House of Smoke, my friend. I think that might have been the last time I saw you at House of Smoke. But either way, we need to see you back out there, Charlie. And if you ain't gonna get back out there, just tell me how much to bring you and I'll take that Chevy twice to the house. Doug Milner, 558 in the left. Chuck Roycraft, 617 in the right. One thou pink for Roycraft. Milner, 14 and 22 thou under. Roycraft, 001 red and 13 thou under. I appreciate that, Rhonda. We're trying. Only got about 8 or 9 more rounds to go. But like I told somebody earlier, I mean, it takes me 6 seconds to get in the end. For 10 rounds, I got to be good for a minute. 1 minute is all I got to be good for. I told him earlier in the tower, if all you need's a guy to be good for a minute, I'm your guy. John LaBouse in the left, Lewis Trentham in the right. Just John. Leaving first, here comes Trentham. Left lane, Caboose. 011, dead 3, 14 package. Trentham, 004, take 26 to be 16 thou under. Had to take 10 or less. Shane Maddox, Maddox Race Cars, 549 down the left. Frankie Denton Jr. in the right. Dial 520. $7,000's the difference. Maddox with the advantage up front. How about 17 take 1 to light it up dead on with an 825 package for Shane Maddox. Frankie Denton Jr. is 24 dead 2. 26 total, comes up 1 thou short.
All right, attention to pits. Group C door cars to lane 7 and 8. Group C door cars to lane 7 and 8. Group C dragsters on standby. As Jonathan Edwards and William Daniels. How about 001 for Edwards? Light it up for Edwards. 671 on a 670. Throws up a 16 pack. Both drivers one above the dial. Difference in reaction time 14 thou, and the difference at the stripe 16 thou. '82 Mustang of David Holton, left side, 558 Walt Baker in a 688 68 Camaro. 1 thou red for Holton, Walter Baker. 21 holding 6 big numbers. As the humidity dries out, the front moves out, the temperature's dropping like a safe. Cars are picking up. Kurt Harrington, good friend of mine, and Dean Miller. Kurt's been on a mission in that little Chevette. 3 generations of racing Harringtons here, cheering on Kurt. And Dean Miller. Both off and away. Kurt ripped the tree apart. Again, 007 wind light. Oh, broke out by 3 thou. Tough break right there. Got up against a fast door car, and 007 3 thou under. That one's going to hurt. Dean Miller 025 493 at 146 for the win. Here we go. Anthony Bertozzi and Gary G-Dub Williams. Come and get some. 2 of the best to ever do it. Bertozzi trying his hand in some bracket racing this weekend. Gary Williams, that's all he does. 15 to a 22. Light it up for Bertozzi. Wow. Bertozzi fed Gary Williams 46. Williams was 22 and 24 thou under. Bertozzi 15, 2 above. Takes out G-Dub. Jason O'Terry and Mark Price. Nice looking Mustang over there. Jason likes the throttle stop. Let's see how consistent the throttle stop is with the big air change here. I'm saying he's on a 703 with an 8, and he's dialed 706, but what do I know? Mark Price from the Media Dragway area, 564. There goes the throttle stop off and on. O'Terry is 008 looking over his shoulder. Can he hold him off? Nope. Double breakout. O'Terry was 008 704 with a 4. On a 706, he's 16 thou on the wrong side. Price was 13 thou on the wrong side. Well, Mark Price marches on to round number 3 as we cut the field in half. How about 640 entries for round 1? Holy moly, is all I can say. Where did this come from? Still scratching my head. It's a good thing. I appreciate you guys very much. Colin Estes and Josh Kessler. Quick door car on the right side. The 95 old school pro stock. Look, 503. Another breakout for Estes. Took 59 down there, and another one of those deals where he was getting chased by a fast door car just in the wrong spot in the staging lanes. Josh is 043, 2 above, but turns on the win light. Chuck Sanders and Nathan Hamilton. Little over one bulb handicap going to the 94 S10 of Chuck Sanders. Nathan Hamilton's going to try to track him down in his 68 Camaro. Right now I'm not too sure you want to get there first right now. If it's close, drop him like it's hot. There you go, breakout for Hamilton by 300 and Chuck Sanders 012, dead 9. Nice lap. Skinny Kenny Underwood and Justin Logan. Appreciate that going, Bracket Racing. You guys are a bunch of good dudes. I'm glad I got to meet you this year. Great little podcast you have. Or maybe it's big. I don't know. I had fun with you, though. So these are the Group B. These are your single-enter door cars as the new Fling format as of the beginning of 22 was running doubles separate from singles for the first 2 rounds. Especially with a big car count like this, it really evens it out. So Underwood and Logan. Underwood 620, Logan from West Virginia 637. Skinny Kenny drops it 3,000 red. Justin Logan 637 dial lights it up 635. Racers, if you're watching the scoreboards, it's a little bit quick out there. No, it's a dead one thing. Just let's see if it works. William Rosenbaum and TJ Luter. I don't know, I might just use that one maybe. 630 to a 657 are the dials and a double red light. And how about a true start reversal win going to William. Williams 18 red and TJ's 45 red, and lesser of the red wins. And most of you know I'm a little bit biased to that true start, but I've yet to hear a good argument against it.
That's the perfect example right there.
I mean, one guy's 18 red, the other guy's 45 red. Who should win?
Oh, 45 would have won it. Red.
Donald Brown and Amanda Manuel. Little over 1 second handicap going over to Amanda. Amanda on the practice tree couples challenge versus Emily earlier. They had a great match. Stay tuned to watch it on Facebook and also Motormania.
009 for Amanda. I think she's fired up after that practice tree challenge earlier. 021 for Donald Brown, but Donald Brown takes the win. Taking 13 at the finish line. Jamie Tupper in the right lane. Stevie Dustin, left lane. 596 for the sidewinder. Driving a truck. And Jamie Tupper, 583 in the right lane. Dustin, and Stevie takes that gap that he got at the starting line. Takes the win. Moving into third round. Steve Breeden in the left lane. Tommy Cable in the right. 620 for Tommy. 574 for Steve. There we go. I got some juice now. Tommy Cable 005 for the win. Breaking out by 3 thou, but he takes the starting line advantage. Steve missed the tree and was 049 for the loss. Yep. Billy Lieber in the left lane, 614. Right lane, Lawrence Hinkle, 564. Red light start for Lawrence, giving the win to Billy Lieber. Lawrence 2,000 red will end his day.
Both drivers 3 under the number. I'm telling you guys, the front move through. Pay attention. Remember that clash, Emily?
I remember it.
Watch the scoreboards for the X factors and the weather. It's all going down right now. Here's your by running Group B. Chuck Miner from Powell, Tennessee. 613 is the dial. They'll probably run a 611. 013 reaction time.
Oh.
And I was wrong by a lot. 614, one above.
Tell us more about how to dial.
Yeah, I would have missed out. That's why I'm over here. And now we'll wrap up round 2 of Group B. We got Group C door cars under the arch. Group C dragsters. You'll be called shortly. You are on standby. We have the Brodix Best Package Runoff going to go on tomorrow afternoon. Right now, the door car leader is Matt Dattis with a 1-pack. The dragster leader, as of now, is Donnie Quisenberry with a 3-pack. I don't think the 3-pack's going to hold up, Donnie.
Really? 3's good.
3's great, but so are these drivers. We'll see. So that will happen Each year at the tomorrow. Fling, since 2010, we do what's called a reaction time challenge. The drivers love it. We call 25 drivers to the staging lanes, randomly picked. If they get a 00 anything time, so 001 to 009, they get $100 cash. If they get a 000, they get $1,000 cash and a chance to come back and do it again. If they hit the second time, they get $10,000.
All right, check it out, guys. I'm here with Bill Dykes in the lanes for the Reaction Time Challenge here at the K&N Spring Fling Million, presented by Optima Batteries. Bill, how has your experience been out here so far this weekend?
This is the most amazing race, best time ever. If you can't have fun here, you shouldn't be drag racing.
You're about to go and try and turn on a 00 reaction time for $100. Trip Zip gets you $1,000. What are you doing with the delay box?
Yeah, I leave it. I'm pretty aggressive with it. Last year I went 00 back-to-back. So I just left it. Hopefully I'm paying attention at the light and we'll see what happens.
Well, good luck to you here in the Reaction Time Challenge and in today's 30K main event. Can't wait to see you out on the track.
Thanks for talking to me. Have a good one.
The puppy needs a winner circle picture.
That's right. I'll dump champagne all over your head if you win tonight, Tommy. How's that?
We gotta save him for the 100K.
You could buy more.
Okay.
A little bit of track prep. So, these drivers sitting under the tower with their game faces on. Temperature dropping. You know the sun's going down. They're playing out strategies in their head.
Speaking of temps dropping, Jamie Buckowitz has some hoodies over there for sale. It's getting chilly out there, guys.
So yeah, tomorrow morning we're going to start things off. The Reaction Time Challenge, the Fall Fling Reaction Time Challenge. 25 racers will be randomly drawn cars. They won't be just a time. Any light gets $100, any 000 light gets $1,000, and if you get a 000, they have a chance to come back, do it again. They do it. If they can do 2 000s, it's 10 G's. And if you think that's impossible, just ask Jared. He was 000 a few years ago, came back and was 001 red as well. So we'll get those 25 names drawn and we'll announce that later on. Do we have a lot of sweatshirts over there? Because it's going to be chilly tomorrow morning.
Yeah. She's ready for business.
We just went from summer to fall in just like 2 hours.
Do you know today is the first day of fall?
Really?
Yes. We planned that accordingly, you know, right?
Is that what it had nothing to do with NASCAR bumping us and
We had to have a fall fling in the fall.
How about Bristol Motor Speedway has Jared's race, the big BT, the 250 deal that Jared puts on, a big foot brake race. Then they have the NASCAR race, followed by the fling, followed by some country singer next week.
Country.
I mean, holy moly, talk about a busy season. All right, Tom, how about now? Is that better? So Group C, door cars getting ready to get after it.
Biondo round. I'm contractually obligated to announce during the Biondo round from our sponsor.
Just trying to keep my voice. You gotta talk a little louder.
Here they come, first pair out. Steve Sisko versus Lucas Walker for category C. This is the second entry of the doubles. Coming back around.
Actually, I'm gonna wait a little longer than that because they're gonna.
All right, first pair out. Steve Sisko, Lucas Walker. 606 for Walker, 620 for Steve Sisko.
Are you good?
Yeah, we're good. You can get it a little bit.
I'm just sitting over there hanging out.
Okay, no, you're good.
It's
a dragster, okay.
It's the Biondo round date night, Mike. We're good. 012's a pair for both of them. Win light goes to Steve Sisko, breaking out by 2 thou. Lucas Walker breaking out by 17 thou.
The Cisco kid marches on a double breakout win. Imagine that. Dustin Smiley and Chris Hodge. 66, as Jared would say, Chevy twice. Makes me a little mad inside.
Chevy twice.
95 Grand Prix.
That makes me mad inside.
Chris Hodge, how about double line to over 2 drivers are getting after it. Win line, double breakout again. both drivers exactly 7 thou under the dial. Winner goes to the reaction time, 009 and 013, and Dustin Smiley picks up the narrowest of win margins.
Garrett Griffith in the left lane, Chad Axford in the right. Garrett with the blue truck. That's the one he won in Columbus with, right?
Yep.
Garrett, yep. And here in Bristol last year he won in that blue truck. Both drivers hoping to turn on a win light to move into round 3. Teen lights for both. Garrett Griffith getting the win, 3 thou under. Another double breakout. Pay attention, folks. It's getting fast out there.
Well, it went from, you said it yourself, it went from summer to fall in a couple of hours. And today is actually the first day of fall, right?
Yep, that's right.
I mean, that should be an indication to dial down, if anything else, right there, then and there. Come on, guys. Let's do it. Noah Pollard and Nasty Nick Hastings. This guy is, he's a machine. He is just making history year after year. I think we want to do a practice tree personalities. I think I want to see if I can stack up to him.
Oh.
Top and bottom. Let's roll. I saw a pig behind him.
Oh, he heard you, I think. He was 003. He wanted to show you something. 000 in the left lane, though. Oh, Noah Pollard just misses that 000 hero coin. Giving the win to Nick Hastings.
How about Nick Hastings? 003. Everybody's breaking out. Drops it, goes dead 8. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Noah Pollard was close to picking up that triple, as Emily said, 000 coin, but just got there first and broke out by 3 big numbers. Jesse Long and $1 Million Man Jeff Verdi. See what that big GTO does with the temps dropping.
.005 for Verdi off the line. Jesse Long a little bit behind 020. Let's see if he can pull it out. Verdi takes the win. Another double breakout. Verdi only 3 thou under. Will pick up the win, getting there first by 0002. That's a skosh.
All right, attention in the pits. Group C dragsters. We're ready for you. Group C dragsters. Bring them up for round 2. All right, Tim. Group C dragsters heading away.
Staging up now, we got 2 trucks. Jordan Arnold in the left lane, Steve Collier in the right. Give the win to Ohio Steve Collier. There's 2 here, by the way. He'll take 8 thou at the finish line. Picking up the win for him. Jordan Arnold, 1 over with a 3. Done for the day.
100K tomorrow, though. Don't get too relaxed. Got the big one tomorrow. How about Howard Westbury and Kevin the Rabbit Brannon? As the hits keep on coming. The Rabbit dials it in the 572. He'll be looking over. Pretty much eye to eye the whole way down with Howard Westbury, dialed 562. That's Susan Packers round 1 with TG Pascal, right?
Behind on the starting line. Advantage to Kevin Brannon, and Kevin takes all of the advantage he can get. Goes dead on with a 4. 17 thou pack for Kevin Brannon. Howard Westbury, Tardy on the line, 2 over with a 6. Giving Brannon a lot of room.
Yeah, Howard was holding a few numbers there and almost made it work, even though he was behind 25 on the tree. Dropped it hard, tried to get the Rabbit to break out, but the Rabbit goes dead 4. First round best losing package. TG Pascal, you won yourself a strange 500. You just won yourself strange $500. Not a certificate, you actually won the money from training.
That's right. Right lane. More. 005.
What?
For the win.
All right, that's good. So another double breakout. Yep. So yeah, we chose to give the best losing packages this year. The first 4 rounds, cash money, baby, $500 for the first 4 rounds. And then the last 3 rounds, Mickey Thompson tires, Hoosier tires, and Goodyear tires. Odell Davidson and Shane Bonin. Odell has a big reaction advantage, but he's down to 666. Oh, I can't even say it.
666 with a 6 for the win. Odell doesn't think so.
No. I would have rather. That's it. I'm done with that screen. Sean Lingerfeld and Stephen Dunn. Stephen Dunn, the beautiful, newly remodeled or totally gone over, top to bottom, front to back, 67 Camaro, 569, and Sean Lingerfeld. Good driver over there in that 93 Beretta.
Reaction times are close. Win light goes to Steve Dunn. Double breakout once again. 8 thou under for Steve Dunn. Sean Lingerfeld takes 16 at the top end, goes under. And Steve will move on. Jeremy Bargo in the left lane, Chris Smith in the right. 621 dial for Jeremy. Chris Smith, 595. Another pair of trucks.
You know, there's a reason these S10s are very popular. The visibility is about as good as it gets.
Wheels up in the right lane for Chris with a 000 light. Let's see if he can get the coin. He does it. 6 thou breakout for Chris Smith, but he's 000, takes 17. Jeremy Bargo breaks out. And giving the win to Chris. Gonna come pick up that 000 hero coin and $50.
That's right, new to the Flings. You turn on a win light with a 000 light, you get a gold coin as a tribute to Kyle Seipel. It has Kyle's picture on it. You bring it up to the tower and you get $50 cash. We gave away 38 of them at Columbus 2 weeks ago, and I'm going to say we're going to give away about 50 of them this week.
Woo! That's good. Want to know how many I have here at the event?
I hope you have more than that.
Exactly 50.
That wasn't very well planned. Joe's Rude and Ryan Barnes going at it right here. The Camaro versus another S10. I gotta figure out.
Ryan Barnes, Joel's Rude, staged up and off. Ooh, not stellar lights out of either of them. 29 for Barnes, 40 for Joe. Win light going to Joe. He had the reaction time disadvantage, but he pulls out the win. Getting behind at the stripe, breaking out.
I'll try this one.
By less than Ryan Barnes.
So I just turned the one Emily's on up a little.
You see how it is? All right, I apologize if my mic was a little bit lower. Tim Thomas, appreciate the note. Let me know if it's any better now. Matt Battis and Barry Woods. Battis, the rear in the clubhouse on the door car side for the Brodix best package runoff with the 1 pack. And Barry Woods, he don't care. He's down at 597. He's gonna hunt. His plan is to hunt down that little Sunfire, take him through by a wheel, or better yet, maybe get behind.
001 for Gaddis. On the lane again. In line. Breaks out. Double breakout again. He got there first by 1 thou. Barry Woods, 012 on the light.
Hey,
Double breakouts everywhere.
This one, try this one. Right here, it's off.
Kenrick Roundtree in the right lane. Tardy on the light. 074. Will not get the win. Left lane 013. Breaking out by 6 thou. We'll take it to round 3.
Man, Roundtree was behind by 600. All he needed to do was drop and get further behind. He could have turned that reaction time deficit into a win, but not that time.
Kendall Little in the left lane. Sean Carpenter in the right.
Hey, give me.
610 for Kendall Little. 592 for Sean. 002 light for Sean Carpenter. Good lights out here. Kendall Little, 027, giving the win to Sean. Another double breakout.
6 thou under to 17 thou under. And here comes Big J and Big Ray. It is an absolute pleasure to have Big J back on the staff for the week at the Fall Fling. He's out there with his hot rod. He dials a 6 flat and Ashley Smith. So Big Jed's going to be looking over his shoulder. Ashley Smith, 522. Anybody's race. Who's going to get behind? Big Jed, double breakout win. Makes the right call. 15, drops it to go 5 thou under. Feeds Ashley Smith 19 thou. Ashley Smith was 013 and 22 thou under. Big Jed still doubled up. Jay Hill and Tracy Guffey.
629 for Tracy, 571 for Jay in the right lane. From Missouri?
What's a 97?
Or is that Maryland?
Forget about all that. That's Missouri. What's a 97 Prelude? That's a car?
No idea. Yeah, it's a car.
I guess.
I see it. It's in front of me.
Guffey's a bad dude. That 67 Camaro likes to hang the wheels up high. Especially with the temps dropping. Let's see what he does. Apologize if my mic was a little bit low. If it still is, let me know. We're trying to work with it here. Wow.
Ooh, right lane pulled the wheels up hard too with a 008 reaction time. That Prelude is trucking down there for the win. 2 thou under. He made the right move down there. Took the stripe. And Tracy Guffey breaks out by 7 thou. Nope, 17 thou.
Another double breakout. I say we just stop the race for 5 minutes and go in the staging lanes and dial everybody down at least 100. They'll thank us later. Robert
Maybe.
Holton and Michael Norrie.
Oh, a Prelude is a Honda. You learn something new every day. We got Robert Holton in the left lane, Michael Narad in the right. South Carolina versus Tennessee. Drivers taking their time. Narad is in the pre-stage, waiting on Holton. Both drivers stage. Tree drops on the right, tree drops on the left. 005 for Michael Narad. Robert Holton's got a little catching up to do. 027. Oh, but does it. Double breakout again.
See that? Wow. I'm not too sure you want to get there first this round.
Well, they're going to start to catch on, and then maybe you do want to get there first. I thought by now. Caden Harrell in the left lane, Cameron Fredrickson in the right. Cameron with that beautiful Malibu wagon. I saw him doing a little purge in the burnout box, making sure his juice is ready. I don't think he's going to need it this round, though.
I like to see him let go of the trans brake button, go right on the horn. Carry that bad boy in the bumper for about 800 feet.
If we had a wheelie contest, maybe he would.
Give us a show, bud. This isn't working out. Come on, Cameron, give us a show.
Those are fancy taillights, Cameron.
I thought it was a big minute.
See if I can hear myself.
Wheels up for Cameron, 009. Cameron.
Breaking out again. Double break out.
No.
Left lane takes 3 thou.
Youngmer, kick booty sports, a 62 Chevy 2.
But yours was cutting out a little bit too.
So how about almost 2-second handicap over here in the door cars? A 006 to a 15. Break and a double out.
Wow.
Homer. Let's do evil to win Breeden. 705 on a 709 after a 006 reaction time. Not good enough.
Caroline McCarter in the left lane.
Shelly Elrod in the right.
All right, watch this wheel stand.
Right out. You guys are like, run. Yeah, sorry.
Caroline's gonna pick the wheels up and set them down at 55 feet.
Lady. They're both going for that last award starting today. $500 for the last girl in the show. Thanks to Weston. Light start for Shelly, and she shook her fist. She was not happy about that. 5 thou red, giving the win to Caroline McCarty.
Caroline runs at 607 on a 610. After an 031 start, we'll see the Ram. You guys at home on the live chat, let me know if you can hear me okay. Wheels up start. How about 009s, both sides? Who's going to get that second? It's going to go to Mark Payne. Got that second. Dead 8. Clark 009 takes 28, breaks out by 2 big numbers.
Our first dragster door car.
Category.
She stayed on the channel 100%.
Dragster left lane, Donnie Quisenberry dialed a 481. And Jake Clayton, 648 in the right lane.
So Quisenberry is the Brodix Dragster best package leader right now with a 3-pack. I think we might have the mics figured out. Please let me know. David, tell me if it sounds any better. I'm still breaking up?
Ay, ay, ay.
I'm getting a little frustrated. Keith, am I still breaking up? All right, wheels up start. Door car, red light is on, and Quisenberry. How about 003, 481 is the number, 479 with the 6. Both drivers 2 under the dial.
Quisenberry got a nice time run to check out those breakout times with his opponent going red. He'll move on to round 3. Up next, Mike Nelson in the left lane, 505 dial-in. Gordon Wan in the right, 629. Nelson's gonna wait second. And then he's going to try to chase down Gordon 1.
I think I'll get around if I can. They're still telling me about my.
Gordon's off. Nelson's off. 000 for Nelson. Let's see if he gets a coin. He gets it. Breaking out by only a thou. 000 hero coin winner.
Hand that man a coin and $50.
Up next, another dragster door car matchup. Chris Ferguson in the left lane, 459. Tanner Miller in the right, 638. And that beautiful Vega wagon.
Me staying there a little bit.
Sounds good.
And that car looks
5 minutes ago.
nice with the blacked out windows. He's going to be peeking over at the dragster, coming on him hot.
Almost 2-second handicap going over to that little Vega wagon of Tanner Miller. Not sure what his strategy is here. Look at the wheels up.
Oh, red light.
Start by 7,000 of Tanner Miller. Ferguson dodges a bullet, 045. But the red light's on and Miller's gone. Ferguson, 458 on a 459. Brody Cantrell and Lou Greco. Beautiful 1970 GOAT. That's a GTO dial, 577.
Low and a lot of echo on yours.
So a little Kentucky and PA matchup. Greco's going to be doing the singing. He's going to be performing for us tomorrow night at the Mullis Racer Appreciation Barbecue. Both drivers green. Greco, Cantrell lighted up for GOAT, the GTO of Lou Greco. Double breakout, 12 thou under for Greco. Cantrell is 23 thou under. Don't worry about it until we get. Las Vegas, Nevada, and Ron Campbell. That's a good dude over there. Dials 490. Hicks. How about Hicks dials a 479? He just loves that number. Campbell is 001, Hicks is 010, but Hicks is going to use the brake pedal, and that's exactly what he did. Campbell's 001, 486 on a 490. Hicks 010, but feeds him 34 at the stripe to go 7th thou under and pick up the win. It is one of those rounds that you do not want to get there first unless you have plenty of room. You have plenty of room, use it. If it's anything close, just let him go. Dale Thaxton and Ray Miller III, former NHRA world champion in the left lane from Spring City, Tennessee, Miller Race Cars. Dials it in 453, little under 1 second handicap going over to Dale Thaxton. Drivers, we're ready. How about double O's in each lane and a dead 5 12-pack? Ring it up for Dale Thaxton. Ray Miller did everything he could. It was 008. He took 8th thou down about 10 mile per hour, but broke out by 4th thou. That's doing everything right, except the win light. Josh Lukey and Troy Williams Jr. Place your bets on this one. T-Dub picked up his first 000 Kyle Seipel coin today. He's been talking about it. The under and over on how many he's going to get this year, well, it's the last race. I'll give him the under and over is 2. He's got 1. Oh, he went too hard after it. Double A red for T-Dub. Lukey had it dialed in dead 2 after an 0.26 reaction time. Lukey having some mechanical difficulties yesterday. Looks like he's got it figured out. Car is dead on with a 2. And for this round, that's saying something, because a lot of drivers are under the number. Danny Bennett and Brian Cam from Pacifica, California. Is that Northern California, Marco? Or
Sure, San Francisco area.
San Francisco area, Tom Bear Racing School. Bear's got him dialed in. 503. Danny Bennett, Hampton, Virginia, 484. How about 000 for Bennett? Can he keep it on the right? Yes, he does. 2 above for the win as Brian Camp broke out by 100th. Didn't have much room to work as Bennett's 000 and another 000 coin going, gold coin going to Danny Bennett. And another $50 out of Emily's pocket.
Whose idea was that?
Yeah, whose idea was that? Yeah, I have to give you a lot of credit. That might have been the best idea of the year. Mike Eames texted me, so I can't take credit for that idea. But we took it and ran with it.
Oh yeah, we did.
And now they're cleaning us out. Trip McCarty and Jordan White, pair of young guns. Trip could probably go about a 471. He's down 477. Jordan 458. Both drivers agreeing. Trip is 001 and goes dead 1. How about a 2-pack to bump down Quisenberry in the Brodix dragster side? Wow. Jordan White, not a bad lap. 12, drops it, knows it's fast out there, couldn't get there, drops it to go 1 above. 459 at 143, but Trip McCarty throwing up a 2-pack. Nicely done, Trip. McKenna Brown and Tim Thomas.
Trip zeros today.
12 trip zeros today?
Heroes, yep.
McKenna Brown from Jegs.com from Boca Raton, Florida. Double away to a 24. Who's going to take it? Wow, Tim Thomas was 16 thou behind at the hit and just not going to say he took 2 thou because McKenna Brown was down about 9 mile an hour. She's 2 above and gets behind by 2 thou. I will give her this. I've been watching McKenna for the last 2 years and her racing game is really ramped up.
Oh shit. I don't know what it is. You can go up there, Rich will tell you.
Buddy, you get right down there, it'll drop
that damn valley right there in the mountain. Yeah. That's something that should drop.
So 12 000 hero coin winners so far today. Douglas Marsters and Ethan Dean.
I'll be back in a little bit.
This one one's anybody's race, only 5 foul. The difference. But Marsters has the dial figured out. Rings it up dead 3. Ethan Dean got there first by 16 foul, broke out by 8 foul. Mike, do you know the way you figure out margin of victory, the way you convert thousandths to distance at the finish line?
Not off the top of my head.
What the heck does that mean? Not off the top of your head, you even know it, you know?
Well, there's a mathematical formula.
There is, okay, yeah. All right, whatever.
But there is.
There is.
Yes.
Kevin Burkett and Shane Thompson. Shane?
Are you going to tell me?
Yeah, we're going to tell you how. Maybe one of the live chats will tell you how. 002 on the red side for Burkett. Shane's moving on 010, 23 foul under. All right, so I'll give it to you. I'll show it to you on this one, all right? This is a good one to do it. 416 versus a 471. There's Big Jed's back in the booth. Nicely done, Big Jed.
Okay, you say so.
Was it a win light?
It was a win.
All right, enough said. Dan Davis, carry on. So yes, there is a mathematical formula to figure out the MOV. There's about a 50% chance that Big Jed knows that, what the formula is.
Oh, 0. 0.
So,
You're talking about to figure out the distance?
yes.
Yeah, I do not know.
He doesn't know, he doesn't care to know. He just wants to win light. 13 to a 22. Who's going to turn it on? How about dead 2, carry long? She's 13 dead 2, throws it up a 15 pack. Davis was 22, breaks out by 8 foul. Okay, so Davis got that first by a foul. Let's figure out what that is in distance. Ready for this?
Oh, right there, that's 9 inches.
You said 9 inches, one foul? Hold on. .001 times 146, because that was the speed of the second car I crossed. I probably lost you already, Mike. Times 17.6, and you're at 2.5 inches. You were almost off by half a foot, bud. You better dial it hard the rest of the night. Just dial that thing down, man. All right. 001 to... I'm all excited here. This guy makes me laugh. Tommy Platt's 018 and not even in the race because McMath is 001 dead 6, throws up a 7-pack, and I'm getting very intimidated with Big Jed, Mike Eames, and Marco Perovalaris, all who have more talent on the mic than I do, so I'm stepping away.
We don't have to run you off, but we do need to talk later.
He said he turned.
Yeah, absolutely.
I gotta get out of here.
Tim Sansoni, Cliff Carr, as we are in round number 2 of the Beyond Racing Products round here in Group C. As I look towards the staging lanes and starting to run out of the C group, Tim Sansoni, perfect at the start and not going to turn on the win light. Double breakout win Cliff Carr's way, 27 green, under by 2 foul, and Tim Sansoni put 449 on the scoreboard, 447.0 on the racetrack, breaks out by 0.02 of a second, taking 45 thou at the finish line. There was definitely some room down there for Tim to get on the right side of the number, did not do so. Hold on, Marco, I got to remodel in here a little bit. As Skylar Wagner and Cody Witt. Wagner out of Simpsonville, South Carolina, left side. 484 the dial for Skylar. 492 the number for Cody Witt out of West Virginia. A slight head start for Cody. Green and green, 6,000 10th right here on the starting line. And the win light on another double breakout going to go to Cody Witt. So he's under by 1,000 after being 30 on the green light. Skylar Wagner was 36 green, under by 100, and ends up on the wrong side of a double breakout. Greg Maddox and Shane Carr. Greg out of Piedmont, South Carolina. 495 is the dial. 450 the number for hashtag 26. Sugar. Over on the Motor Mile side of the racetrack. All of our friends on the Motor Mania live feed presented by Jegs and Mickey Thompson. Shane is 005. Shane is dead on 5 to be 10 total. Greg Maddox was 23 and squashed. So all my friends on the live feed, we will be giving away our Optima Yellow Top battery sometime in the next little bit. We will give you the phrase that you have to type in. And once again, when you type in that phrase, you type it in one time and one time only. If you type it in more than once, you're a cheater. And what do we do with cheaters? We kick you out. And then we mock you relentlessly in private. But we'll be doing that Optima Yellow Top battery giveaway here in just a little bit. Allison Lloyd, Brent Martin. Allison out of Virginia, 455 the dial, Brent Martin. 484 the number. The dragster out of Maryland. Green and green, Allison and Brent. Allison Lloyd, 008, one above 7 is good. To be 25 combined, Brent Martin, 33 green. And just in the way, Allison Lloyd.
Thanks, Peter. Now I gotta go to 25,000.
So Chris Stein,
We're getting this place for 85.
after the burnout, gave us a little bit of a fire show. There at the start, we had to get him settled down.
Who's jacking up?
So,
We're not using this. This is the best one. I told them that. You're trying to tell them, Trey, they won't listen.
Race Kid, we'll get the solo. As Race just takes the green and idles down the track. Fortunately, Chris Stein got pushed back. Hopefully he can get that thing fixed and ready to go for tomorrow. This is Vinny Domino and Dennis Lithgow. Vinny Domino left side, Staten Island, New York, 459 is the dial. Dennis Lithgow, the dragster out of Texas, 470 is the number.
Said it's still a touch over modulated, but stand to come down a little.
Over modulate. You go under modulate somewhere. Let me.
Domino's green. Dennis Lithgow is green. Vinny Domino 003 and 1 above 3 to get the win. Be 9th thou in front. Pretty good lap there for Vinny Domino. Dennis Lithgow 29 on the green light start and 469.6. Still got their second even after running underneath the dial in. There's Johnny Zell and Steve Collier. Because I'm just going to sit and watch, fresh off another victory in round number 2. Jared Pennington, who is now 2 for 2, 4 races, 4 win lights.
Crushing it out there, bro. I got like a 19 average right now. Ooh, that was better than Mr. Collier out there. Not good. Oh my goodness, he made that work out. Johnny Ezel does not mess those up, but he did this time. 12, get there a 10th to be 12th thou under. That does not happen to Mr. Ezel. Collier left 81 up front, goes 21 thou above to get the green electricity in his lane.
And all of our friends in the chat bleachers, we are going to do the Optima Yellow Top battery giveaway. I'm going to say within the next 15 minutes we're going to do that bad boy. So tell your friends.
That would be awesome to win one of those. That's what's in my hot rod, the Optima Yellow Top. I'm a big fan of Optima Yellow Tops. Sean Parker in the left, 441 is the dial. Tom Doyle in the right, dial 530. Parker leaves 25 thou red. That was strawberry red. Tom Doyle is 11 and 21 thou above, 32 total. He moves into round number 3. This is Biondo Racing Products, round number 2, where our awesome friends at Biondo Racing Products are given a $500 prize for the best losing package. Thank you, Biondo Racing Products. Shout out to Sal Biondo. Love that guy. Robbie Hamilton next up in the left. Robbie's dial 485. Erica Baker in the right, dial 457. A 10 thou difference up front with Hamilton in control. And Robbie Hamilton makes that work. 16 and 11 thou over. 27 pack for Hamilton. Erica Baker is 26 and 4 thou under. You know, my RTs are slowing down out there on the racetrack. And I can't help but think of the 2 bowls of salad and the big bowl of spaghetti and meatballs that I had from Chef Charles. It's probably causing some of that.
Group D.
Group D. Group D to the staging lanes, please. Group D. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Group D, as in dog or dog. Need you in the staging lanes, please. Keith Thomas in the left. Preston Pennington in the right. Preston moves on, 009 on the let go. He'll stretch her out the back door dead on with a 6. That was not stretched out. That was reeled back just a little bit. But still lit dead on 6. 15 pack for Preston. Gonna be a daddy soon. He's trying to be our daddy out here for 30K in ATI Performance Products Thursday. 8 thou red for Thomas, and then 12 thou under the dial. Scott Jorgensen, left lane, dial 532. 2001 undercover. Those undercover chassis just hold up. The right lane's in an 02 undercover. These cats have been around a little while. That's Mike Coltrane out of Boise, Idaho. It's not Boise. It's Boise. 4th out red for Jorgensen. Coltrane moves on. 28 dead 7, 35 pack. Mike Coltrane into round number 3. I assume this microphone's holding up really well. Joanne, am I over-modulating or under-modulating or? Kobe Fuller, 470 in the left. Cameron Manuel, 452 in the right. Big Cram giving up 1800 head start. Group D. Need you in the staging lanes, please. Group D to the staging lanes, please. 2,000, separate them. Tight down here and tight at the top. But Big Cram gets it done. 15 and 2,000 under. Gets around 13 and 16,000 under. Colby took 6,000, had to take 2 or less. Or, no, excuse me, 15 and 12,000 under gets by 13 and 16,000 under. I'll get this math figured out sooner or later. Jack Collier in the left, 450. Ivy Brannon in the right. Miss Ivy, dial 451.
It always concerns me when you take off a shoe and a sock and you start counting.
Yeah, that didn't help me much, apparently. Miss Ivy getting the slightest of head starts by 100th. Oh, this is nasty right here. Wowzers. Wowzers. Jack Collier's 001 and 10,000 above for 11 total. Miss Ivy said, here's you a Nickelback. What did Nickelback sing? I have no idea what Nickelback sings. 004 dead 2 for Miss Ivy Brannon, 6-pack. Very nice lap for Miss Ivy. She gets there 5,000 and she's 6 total. Jamie Holston, that's my dog over there in the left lanes, dial 440. Out of Virginia, Owen Duffield from Temple, Texas in the right, dial 494. Just about a bulb head start going Duffield's way. Lights at 9,000 red. Holston, oh, Jamie stretching her out. 10 and 32,000 under. 436 on that 440 dial. It is getting some kind of tricky out there, folks. Getting fast. Duffield says, well, not really. I'm 9,000 red, dead 2. Donovan Williams in the left, 467 is the dial. Timothy Thomas in the right, dial 464.
Did you know that's also, it's tricky to rock a rhyme? To rock a rhyme, that's right, on time, it's tricky.
It's tricky. Tricky, tricky, tricky.
Tricky.
It is, Mike, that's a very good point. It is tricky to rock a rhyme.
To rock a rhyme, that's right, on time, it's tricky.
Williams getting a 300 head start. He added almost another 100 to that head start. And Donovan Williams continues to mow through the field. 009, 10,000 above, 19 pack. Thomas is 16, takes 16, breaks it out 13. Donovan left him 3 little old thou to work with, which isn't much. Didn't work out for Thomas there as Donovan Williams advances to round number 3. Kyle Cotrera next up in the left. Kyle switching lanes with a 461 as his target. Right lane is Cody McDaniel. Cody dial 454. Only a 700 head start. Going to be about 2 mile per hour difference for these racers. So they're going to be seeing a whole lot of one another for 4.5 seconds. The sun is starting to set here at beautiful Bristol Dragway at the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. I'd like to thank RAD Torque Systems and Optima Batteries for helping put this event together, doing all they've done for us. 7,000ths advantage for Cotrera, but a big breakout in his lane gets Cody McDaniel the win light as Cody sets it down just a little more gooder than Kyle. 23 and 17 thou under gets a win light over 16 and 29 thou under. 12 thousandths more breakout for Cotrera. It's getting silly fast out here, folks. Silly fast. Cody McDaniel moves into round number 3. Dakota Wells in the left, 453 is the dial. Lester Adkins in the right, dial 447. Group D. Group D, you have been called to the lanes. Seven thousandths advantage for Wells, win light Adkins. Lester Adkins gets a double breakout win, 32, 16 thou under. Gets by 25 and 20 thou under. 4 thousandths more breakout for Wells.
And then also remember all of our competitors on property. Once we get into round number 3, it is no longer A, B, C, and D. It is door cars and dragsters. So you, who are still doubled, when we get to that point, you better be at the first line because you got to come right back around.
Never really made it this far with 2 entries. This is uncharted territory for me, so I better figure out how to handle it. I'm really nervous right now. Nervous. Jeff Serra and KC Pesnell. Pretty cool matchup right here. Couple of bad dudes. Serra, all-world Hall of Famer, first ballot. Pesnell, one of the toughest teenager drivers you're going to find anytime he's at the track. KC leads at 10 thou red, Sarah 22, coast through for the win, 480 on the 468. Pesnell 75 thou under, sending Jeff Serra to round next off the 10 thou red light.
All right, it's time to give away our Optima Yellow Top battery to one of our great viewers watching on that Motormania Jegs Mickey Thompson Tire live feed. Once again, you type in this phrase one time and one time only if you want to win the Optima Yellow Top battery. You need to type in Optima Batteries helped power 640 entries at the Fling today. Once again, that phrase, Optima Batteries helped power 640 entries at the Fling today. You only type that in one time, and then we'll draw a winner at random.
Thank you, Mike. Noah Lewis, 452 in the left. Jeff Taylor, 468 in the right. Lewis with a 21 thou advantage and a win light. 17, 10 thou above. Getting to the stripe, 14 thou in front. Taylor, really nice. Both of them really nice. Wow, 453 at 136. Both of them set it down super good. Taylor dead on. Left lane, Noah getting it done. This is your final car in Group C. That's Marlos Goats. Or is it Goatez?
Goats.
Is it Goats? Oh, it says on the bottom Goats. Okay. Yeah. I didn't know to look down there, Mike. That was really good. You're really good at this. Marlon, excuse me, Goats. Goats getting the free ride into round number 3. But the name has goat spelled in it, so it's still a top 10. $16 and only 5 under. Starting to get dark here. How does that play into your strategy on the starting line? I have to figure that out myself. You know, this place lights up really nice. They got good lighting here at Bristol Dragway. As the sun is setting, the lights are on. Oh, I should have done that in my Robert Palmer. The lights are on, and I'm not home.
But you're not home. But you are also not home, singular. First person, you're not home.
That's a really good point.
But you are kind of at home here at Bristol.
Yes, I feel at home, most definitely. First pair out in Group D is David Brown in the left, 485. Mike Laws in the right, down 496. $2,000's the difference down here. And the win light falls to David Brown. He had the advantage up front. He's 12 and a thou under. Laws was 14 and 14 thou under. Laws got there 11, but did not need to get there at all. Needed to be 2 thou or more behind. Actually, 3 thou or more behind. Colin Estes, 515 down the left lane. Mark McKay in the right, down 477. Estes out of Illinois, McKay out of Michigan. Both of them in fairly new diggers. 2023 Danny Nelson in the left. 2022 just dragster in the right.
You better do about 4 or 500 pair before you're ready. We need you to get through that round number 4.
I'm in on that plan, Mike Eames. I am in on it. Only 3 thou the difference. So, wow, look at that big old double breakout. 25 and 31 thou under in the left lane for Estes. That is the better of the 2 runs. 22 and 37 thou under for McKay. McKay breaks it out 6 thou more and puts a win light in Colin Estes lane. Your mine is not your own. That was my jam right there back in the day. Mike, I don't think you're old enough to know that jam.
What's that?
How old are you?
48.
Well, yeah, you are. I'm 51, so yeah, you are. 48's old enough.
Classic music video.
I thought you were going to be...
The black dresses and the red lipstick.
Oh, yes, yes. Marty Burton and Frank Lacaze. Lacaze got him cut in half. It's a double breakout, folks. Look, if your opponent catches you, let them go. Let them go.
Let it go. Let it go.
Lacade's 15 and 14 thou under, beats 30 and 22 thou under. 8,000's more breakout for Burton. Robert Benson in the left lane. 507 is the dial. QJ Arnold in the right, dial 476. This is my second of 5 pair. Mike put me on a strict diet. Said, don't eat more than 5 more pair. Go get your stuff ready. So this is pair number 2. I've got 4 pair left, including the pair on the line. I'm going to do an all-star call for 4 pair. I'm going to give it everything I got. When you know you're coming to the end, you really pour it on. You know, you really pile it in there and try to do your best work. 15 thou red for Robert Benson. QJ Arnold advances to round number 3. Arnold is 19 up front, breaks it out by 28 thou. That was a 14 thou breakout for Benson. So far, double breakouts have been the norm. And at some point, everybody's going to kind of figure it out. But right now, we're not figuring it out. I hope I got it figured out. Scotty Neat in the left lane, 503 is the dial. Keenan Myers in the right, dial 498, slight 500s head start. Going to Neat in the left lane, by the way, would be a top 10 name. When your last name is Neat, I like it.
You said, yeah, but what happens if his trailer's really dirty and his room's always a mess?
Yeah, do you really live that way, Scotty?
Then it's irony.
Myers out of Madisonville, Tennessee. Neat from Columbia, Kentucky. He's going to consider this one pretty neat. Win light. Scotty Neat, 21, take 54 to be 15 thou up, 36 total. 56 bulb for Myers up front, left him no chance, and he goes 34 thou above the dial.
When you're talking about top 10 names, I mean, we got to talk about our boy Blue Hayball.
Oh, Blue Hayball's all-time top 10. Now, obviously, I like to do it at events, top 10. When you got 640 entries, I think I need to stretch that to a minimum of top 15, maybe even top 20. I don't know that I've called a race with 640 entries. But top 10 for sure. But Blue Hayball, not here, but definitely all-time top 10. You can't say it without saying you're my boy Blue. Katie Kirby in the left, 513. Zach Henry in the right, 494. Everybody's got first names for last names, and that whole deal is just a bunch of first names. Katie, going to be sick. 002. Get there 27 thou, break it out 7 thou. Had to take 20 or less. Zach Henry, 12 and 1 hun above exactly 22 total. Katie needed to trim that finish line up by about a fourth.
This was left at the fun zone.
Okay.
I called home and I called mom.
This is my 5th and final pair of 5. Brian Jones in the left, 445 is the dial. TJ Pascal. TG Pascal. How about TG Pascal? There's no J in TG Pascal. I said I was going to do my best, and I just fouled up. I got to go one more pair. Pascal with a win. 10, 6 thou under, double breakout. Again, stop me if you've heard it. This screen is running out of red ink. It lights it up red on the ET when they break out. Seeing lots of red. Brian Jones is 36 and breaks it out 43 thou.
Red rum. Red rum.
Red rum, that's right. We know what that is. I know what that movie's from, or what movie that is from. How about Matt Reclitus? Matt Reclitus, dial 474 in the left. Tom Bayer. Thomas out of Cherry Valley, California, dial 498 in the right. So a 2400s head start going to Tom Bayer, and this will wrap me up. I'll go out and prepare the hot rod for round number 3. I can get 2 shots at it. I need y'all to pull me through in the chat bleachers. Lots of go Jed, get 'em Jed, come on Jed type stuff.
Don't suck.
Yeah, you can say don't suck. $16,000's the difference. Advantage Reclitus, win light Bayer. Bayer's 36, dead on with a 0. Sending his entry into round number 3 as Reclitus is 20 and 23 thou under, no good, and Thomas Bayer advances. That wraps me up. I'm going to hand the mic back over to Mike Eames, and he'll do this the way it's supposed to be done.
That is not true. However, I'm going to use this microphone because you said this was the Bentley of microphones, and the one I was using earlier is like a Nissan Versa. So we're going to use this bad boy here for a little bit. Joel Maddox and Barry Brown. Jared, go get out there and turn on 2 wind lights for us.
I'll try, my friend.
Quit messing around. Joel Maddox is in a dominating position. Barry Brown is already off the gas. 29 green for Joel, 471. As Barry Brown is 121 and then off the gas way early. Steve Law and Todd Coltrane. Holly, your phone's up in the tower, and the announcer is.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
So Steve Law left side, 475 is the number. Todd Coltrane out of Meridian, Idaho, right side. Slight head start to Steve Law. Steve has been doing a real good job today. Continues to do so. 008 on the green light start. Todd Coltrane is 12 and is going to end up on the right side of a double breakout. 4609 for Todd. On that 462, under by 11 thou. Steve Law was 008 and under by 19 thou and another double breakout. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls in the chat bleachers, our winner of our yellow Optima battery today is Travis Arnett. Congratulations, Travis, you are our winner. Please message the Spring Fling Facebook page, and we'll get that certificate out to you. We will do this again tomorrow and on Saturday. All of our friends in the chat bleachers, but good job, Travis. Congrats. Chris Johnson and Scott Albrecht. Scott Albrecht, 007 dead on 3 is 10 total. To move on, Chris Johnson was 006, got to the finish line first by 10 thou to break it out by 6 thousandths of a second. As John LaBouse and Don Buckowitz. LaBouse out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee, 471 the dial. Buckowitz 475 the number for the race route in New Jersey.
Driver of D533 for the tower. I don't know. D533.
Johnny LaBouse left side. Don Buckowitz right side. Red light start for both. Don Buckowitz left first and was more red, so not a true start situation. 10 red. LaBouse was out in front of green by 1 thou. All right, attention to the pit area, attention to the pits. I need the driver of dragster, Fling number D as in dog, 533, to come see us up in the tower if you would, please. D533, I need you up in the tower, please. Once again, the driver of D533. I need you to come up in the tower if you would, please. Parker Dotson and Severn Johnson.
Thank you so much.
It was in the fun zone.
We thought we had just let them look. Thank you.
Parker Dotson, left side, 465, the number. Severn, 471. We'll be leaving first. Off and away. Little advantage for Severn over on the right side. The win light for Severn. 21 up front, dead 0, locks out Parker Dotson. Dotson was 31 on the green light effort, dead on 9, and was just flat out squashed. Severn Johnson, dead on 0, and 21 green to be much more gooder. There's Jessica Hoff and James Hinkle. Jessica out of Littlestown, PA, 472 is the dial. James Hinkle, 470 is the dial. 200ths of a second going to be the head start for Jessica over in the left lane. Jessica will have the opportunity to leave first. Green and green. Jessica's 001, dead on 4 to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 total. James Hinkle is 13 green, and again a situation where one of our competitors is completely locked out, no chance. Jessica Hoff 5 total, pretty good. Alan Bird and Todd Barton. Bird, Churchill, Tennessee, 476 the dial, alongside Todd Barton for Todd Barton Design. A great Tennessee resident. And that Miller prepared dragster with Martha and Troy and Dad Don. So we're here in Beyond Racing Products round number 2, nearing the end of Beyond Racing Products round number 2. We'll move into our FTI performance round 3. You turn on a win light in round 3. That means cha-ching, cha-ching. You're in the money. 6,000 separate the two. Down there at the starting line, and a win on a double breakout going to be Alan Bird. 25 under by 2,000. 475.8 on the 476. Todd Barton was 19 up front. Breaks out by 19,000. And ended up on the wrong side of a double breakout, did Todd Barton. Alan Bird will proceed. Shane Maddox and Tommy Norton. Maddox out of Piedmont, South Carolina. The Maddox prepared dragster left side, 451 is the dial. Tommy Norton, 449 for the dragster out of Maryland. As we are staged, and we are green. 5,000 is the difference on the starting line. And Tommy Norton gonna honeymoon his way into round number 3. 20, 1 above 6 to be good. Shane Maddox, 25 on the green light start, under by 5,000. Took 16 at the stripe. There was a little room to get on the right side of the number. Maddox didn't take that room, ended up breaking out by 5,000. Tommy Norton will advance. Tom Dauber and Gary Williams. Dauber left side. $474 is the dial. Gary Williams for Team FTI. An overkill over that right side. $479 the number. We'll leave first. Away and away. Gary Williams dominated on the starting line and is going to get the win. 006, dead on 6 to be 12 total. Tom Dauber is 30 on the green light start, and I'll bow out to Gary Williams. Peter Biondo, sir.
All right, attention in the pits. Round 3, double-entered door cars to lanes 1 and 2. If you're a double-entered door car and you're still doubled in round 3, bring it to lanes 1 and 2. We'd like to get you to the front of the pack, and then we'll call the rest of the door cars for round 3. So round 3, if you're still doubled in a door car, bring it up to stage in lanes 1 and 2 now, please.
Dennis Long and Denise Young. Dennis Long left side out of Chesapeake City, Maryland. 474 is the dial. Denise, 453 the number for the Knoxville, Tennessee resident. Green and green. Denise and Dennis. 2,000 separate them on the starting line, and Denise Young on another double breakout. 009, 452.0 on the 453 To be a hunt under, Dennis Long is under by 300ths. Going to be done for today. Seth Street and Candy Deary. Seth out of Richlands, Virginia, 467 the dial. Candy Deary, 475 the number. Gaithersburg, Maryland for Candy over on the right side. Deary, 001. Another double breakout win. Candy Deary side, 474.3 on the 475 to move on. Seth Street, 14 green and under by 5 hun. He's kind of freight trained 467 and goes 462. Candy Deary will be back in round number 3. It's Blaine Mayer and Dustin Light. This is our bounty round. Blaine Mayer was our winner during APD Wednesday. If Dustin Light takes out Blaine Mayer, he will collect that bounty, which is a brand new carburetor from our friends at Advanced Product Design. That's like a $1,500 value. So this is Blaine's second opportunity to fend off the bounty. Misty Unser had the opportunity in round number 1 and went red.
Are you going to listen down department? Not doing that for Diva.
Red and red. Dustin Light is going to collect the bounty. Dustin left first and was red by 5 thou. Blaine Mayer, our winner from yesterday, left second and was 14 red, and via True Start, the bounty will be collected. Dustin Light takes out last night's winner, and we'll get that really, really good prize of a brand new APD carburetor. Keegan Hinkle and Kobe Hodges. Keegan out of Kentucky. Kobe out of Wilkesboro, North Carolina. Unfortunately, Keegan had to be pushed aside. Kobe gets a solo, 48 green and 483.5. Jack Ostrowski and Jamie Tupper. Ostrowski left side. Out of Pennsylvania, 466 the number. Jamie Tupper will leave first, 469 for Team Canada. Red light start for Jamie Tupper by 5 thou. Jack Ostrowski, a free data acquisition run, and he will acquire 463. And move on to round number 3, Peter Biondo.
All right, attention to pits. Double enter door cars should already be in 1 and 2. Now we'll take all door cars for round number 3. Round 3 door cars to the lanes, all of you, please.
Do you know what happens if you turn on the wind light in round number 3?
You get paid.
Cha-ching! Cash rules everything around me. AJ Ash. Bobby Spence. AJ in that stunningly gorgeous Mullis chassis dragster, brand new piece. For AJ, And Nancy and the team out of Louisiana. Bobby Spence, Rockville, Maryland. Winged race tag dragster right side. Red light start for Bobby by 2 stinking foul. AJ, 18 green, 466 is what he will see when he grabs the time slip. Bobby Spence, red, and then 2 fast. Again, both cars under the dial. That's Brittany Ulmer and Kenny Underwood. Again, all my group C door cars, up in the lanes, please. Group C door cars, get you up in the staging lanes, please. Brittany left side, Kenny right side. Brittany a little bit better at the start. Skinny Kenny up alongside, no. Brittany Ulmer locks out Kenny Underwood. 12 green, dead, nothing for Brittany Ulmer to be 12 total. Kenny Underwood was 30 green, dead 7. And was just bamboozled by Brittany Ulmer. Gilbert Deary and Cody Wiggins. Gilbert out of Rockville, Maryland, 486 the dial. Gonna be leaving first, Cody Wiggins out of Kentucky, will be off and away second. Cody stages. Gilbert is in. Green and green. Cody and Gilbert. Double breakout win. Cody Wiggins. Under by 1,000. 447.9 on the 448 for Cody to advance. Gilbert Deary a little bit behind at the start. Under by a couple of hun. Ends up with the win light over in Cody Wiggins' side of the racetrack. Cindy Wiggins and Jeff Burns. Cindy out of Mount Washington, Kentucky. Sydney over in the left lane. Her blown dragster, Jeff Burns. Lebanon, Tennessee, 435 the dial for JB. With one pair and a solo. Red light star for Jeff Burns. Cindy, 49 green, 446 to advance. Jeff was 14 up front, 2 fast at the end. Red light and 2 fast.
Was that the end of round one?
I believe that was the end of round number 2.
I do believe that was the end of round 2.
That was the end of round 2,
Some people just think parts is parts, but not us. Because we know when you order any of the over 1 million parts at jegs.com, you get the whole company. Expert advice, day or night, from the pros who know how to make you go. From now on, get your parts and your smarts only at jegs.com. Selection, service, and sweet satisfaction. That is jegs.com.
Yeah, it was the competition scene.
Competition single for Austin Thompson. get a free run at the racetrack, a free look at 491. Tree and away. Austin had to wait for a while to get this solo. 38 up front, 488 1, and that will really conclude Biondo Racing Products. Round number 2, we're going to move into round number 3, our FTI third round. And we are at the point in the program where we no longer do Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D.
RAD torque guns are the world's most powerful and reliable torquing systems with the highest power-to-weight ratio. RAD torque guns are available in pneumatic, battery, and electronic drive systems with torque ranges from 500 to 15,000 foot-pounds of torque. RAD torque guns are being used around the world by companies such as Boeing Aerospace, Caterpillar Equipment, GE Wind Towers, the U.S. military, and many more. RAD torque systems are also very involved in the drag racing community, sponsoring many events, as well as a large fleet of RAD-sponsored race cars. For more information, visit radtorque.com.
Years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
For those who don't settle when others do, who will give everything but won't give up. For those who believe in unlimited while others limit themselves. For those who are set free by performance and believe innovation can take you anywhere.
And I think, Pete, you know, as you're watching this, say you're on the sidelines and you're 10, 12 pair back further, you know, you're hoping what's happening on the boards is kind of reassuring all the math that you went through from the time you computed your first run, what you thought you would run, to what you think you can run while you're standing in the staging lane. So yeah, that plays into my game plan as I left the trailer and as I have right now. Or you're on the other side of it and you say, well, you know, what am I missing here? You know, I'm seeing all these breakouts. Is there something I'm missing here? And kind of go back through your math or through your routine, whatever it may be. You know, you've got to be confident, you know, when you fire up the car that, you know, what the number you put on the side is what you think. Obviously, you want to run it, but you might be holding 300s, you might be holding 500s, you might be, you know, going one above and playing nitrous spray through it. So I mean, there's so many different things, but I think the most important part of that scenario is it fitting into the game plan of which I already have, or did I miss something, and do I need to reconsider a game plan because now I'm 10, 12 pair back and it's go time.
FTI Performance round number 3. As we are now at the point of the program where we are door cars and dragsters and dragsters. Garrett Griffith will start us off. Alexandria, Kentucky picked up a Fling event win at the Summer Fling up in Columbus on day number last. 643 is the dial. Jay Hill, 573 the number. For the real unique, like 97 Honda Prelude. The Mount Vernon, Missouri resident. Be doing the chasing. It also leaves kind of funny too. It has like the little quarter barrel roll when it launches. Green and green. Garrett left side, Jay Hill right side. Win, Jay Hill on a double breakout. 30 up front, under by 11. Garrett Griffith, 19 at the start, under by 13. Margin of victory, when you add, subtract, multiply, and divide, is 2 thousandths of a second. Caroline McCarty and Matt Daddis. Pretty good matchup right here in round number 3. Once again, you turn on a win light in this round, you get to hit the cash register. Third round win, it means you cash for the day. And then from there, it just determines how much you get to cash. Caroline out of Hazelhurst, Georgia for McCarty Auto Parts, that Rambler wagon, 608 the dial. Matt Daddis for Million, Ohio in the Grand Prix, 618 the number for Matty D. Daddis stole a couple of hun right down there on the starting line, and Caroline McCarty on another double breakout. 22 green, under by 2 thou for Caroline McCarty. Matt Daddis, 001, under by 9 thou, and Caroline McCarty ends up on the right side of a double breakout. That's Ted Barnes and Kevin Brannon. Barnes out of Ontario, Canada. And that's 72 dots. The only thing that would make that Datsun cooler is if it carried the front end about 18 inches out to about 150 feet. But it's still a really cool ride, alongside Kevin Brannon in the Monza. Kevin in a very good position off the starting line, 574 on the 572. Brannon was 12 green. Ted Barnes was 69 on the starting line. And that's going to be the last time that we see the Datsun here today, is Kevin Brannon. Moving around number 4, Felix Hutchinson and Na Moore. Felix out of Hampton, Tennessee, the S10 left side, 589 is the dial. Na Moore, 584. The prediction for the Camaro out of Tennessee. Atwood resident is Na Moore. 8 thou is the difference between the two on the starting line. And give it to Felix Hutchinson on another double breakout. Felix under by 2 thou. Na Moore under by 23. And on the double breakout, Felix Hutchinson will move on. Little quiet time on the racing surfaces. Do a little quick work over on that American water heater side of the racetrack. Attention all of my drivers and all of my competitors left on property here at Eliminations. Tail lights, pretty please. Tail lights, gotta have them. Tail lights, if you would please. Make sure everybody got their tail lights on for us. Make sure we can see you, make sure everything's safe. Tail lights, pretty please, pretty please. And also we have a little bit of quiet time. Beyond Racing Products round number 2, best losing package. was Jack Collier. Jack Collier. Well, the bad news is you were defeated in Beyond Racing Products round number 2. The good news is you get $500 in a small Fling check for being the best of the losers. There in round number 2, Jack Collier. Your best losing package in Beyond Racing Products round number 2 is $500 and a small Fling check. There for your efforts there in round number 2. Dustin Smiley and Steve Cisco. Dustin out of Piedmont, South Carolina. 95 Grand Prix. Dustin had a really good run yesterday. All the way down to the semifinals in that Grand Prix. 553 the number for Dustin. Steve Cisco in the S10. 6:18 is what Steve has decided. Let's try to get a couple on the right side of the number here. There's been a slew of double breakouts. Steve will have the opportunity to leave first. Red light start for Steve Cisco. Dustin Smiley, 20 at the start. 552 on the 553, and what would have been another double breakout as both competitors were underneath the predicted performance. Cisco red by 2. Little teeny tiny ones, and then goes 6:17 on the 6:18. As Hank Uliston and Jared Pennington. Hank out of Salisbury, Maryland, the 67 Nova left side. Jared out of Alabama in the slow Nova. Green and green. Jared looking over to the left. Hank is in a bit of a tight predicament. Jared Pennington, 10 green, 1 above 2. Will get the win. Hank was 47 on the green light start, and Jared had him packaged up, being 22 total. Jared will hustle back around as still has the other entry to compete in round number 3 as well as Doug Milner and Sean Carpenter. Milner out of Laurel, Delaware. Sean Carpenter to Elm City. Camaro over there in the right lane. Both drivers are 13 green. Winlight, Milner dead on 4. Beat Sean Carpenter's dead on 7. Doug Milner, 13 green to be 3 thou in front. Will get the win. Both drivers, identical reaction times, are both 13 on the tree. And Doug Milner, by 3 thou, takes out Sean Carpenter, Donnie Smith, and Mr. Jeff Verdi.
Left to run is Mr. Lou Greco.
Donnie Smith, South Shore, Kentucky. The S10 left side, 660 the thou. Jeff Verdi, Glen Allen, Virginia, in the GTO. Lost very early in the Top Gun Firebird earlier today. He's behind at the start. 620 is the dial for Verdi, but Verdi ends up right on the number. Drops to be dead on 3. Donnie Smith got to the finish line first by 26 thou and under by 7. Jeff Verdi, we'll see in round number 4. Howard Westbury and Brian Adkins. Westbury out of Harleyville, South Carolina, the 67 Chevy 2. 464 is the dial. Brian Adkins, 642. The predicted performance for the Nova over on the right side. Staged, tree, and a red light start for Howard Westbury. Brian Adkins, 12 green, and a look at 642. Ooh. How about both drivers right there? 6:36, under by 6 for Brian Adkins. Howard Westbury, oh, he was holding 7. With 7 red and then goes 5:57 on the 5:64. Yeah, it's just a hair fast. We're just saying. I mean, there's been a whole slew of double breakouts. I'm just saying, pay attention, people. Donald Brown, Curry, North Carolina, the 92 Beretta left side. And Cameron Fredrickson, Riverview, Florida, that Malibu wagon. 620 the dial for Cameron. Donald Brown, 534 the number. Cameron and Donald, 4th thou separate them on another double breakout. Both drivers under by the identical amount. The difference in the race was the difference on the starting line. Cameron Fredrickson was 4th thou better. 13 green to Donald Brown, 17 light. And 4 thousandths of a second, the margin of victory there for Cameron Fredrickson on a double breakout. David Young and Lucas Walker. David out of Philadelphia, Tennessee, the 62 Chevy 2. 591 is the dial. Lucas Walker, Murray, Kentucky in the Mustang, 604 for Lucas. Lucas, 500ths advantage on the starting line. And a double breakout win to go Lucas Walker's way. 006. And 1 hunt under. David Young, 52 on the green light start and under by 3. So Lucas Walker on the right side of a double breakout. Billy Weber and Tanner Miller. Billy in the 66 Chevy 2 out of New York. 610, the number for Billy. Tanner Miller, Mooresville, NC. The Vega wagon right side. Billy, good at the starting line. And good at the finish line. Completely shoves Tanner Miller out of the way. 002 dead on 9 is 11 total. Tanner Miller, a little bit late, was 32 green. And all Tanner was doing was wasting fuel on a casual little 104 mile an hour parade lap. Because he was not going to win that drag race. No way, no how. Robert Holton and Steve Collier. Holton out of Monarchs Corner, South Carolina. 551 the dial for Robert. 656 the number. There for Steve Collier. Huber Heights, Ohio, the S10 over in the right lane.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
Retrieved. We'll clear up there off the top end here in a second. Robert Holton, Steve Collier. Fired back up and lining back up. Collier, he had started by a couple of bulbs. Weighing away. Holton, 008 on the green light start, and is going to get the win on another double breakout. 008 under by 5 thou, 550 with a 5 on the 551 for Holton. Steve Collier, 23 green under by 3 Hun. As Robert Holton has the right combination of numbers to turn on a win light. It's Chuck Sanders and Dean Miller. Chuck out of Point Pleasant, West Virginia. The 94 S10. .618 the dial for Chuck. Dean Miller 493. The dial for Dean out of West Virginia. The old Cutlass over on the right side. Chuck Sanders has Dean Miller sawed in half on the starting line. And a run dead on 3 to lock out Dean Miller. 18 up front, dead on 3 at the back. To be 21 on the combined. Dean Miller, 36 green. And no chance to turn on a win light. Fully locked out of the show. Kendall Little and Michael Norod. Kendall Little out of Killeen, Texas. 608 is the dial. 629 the number for Michael Norod. Pegram, Tennessee, the 85 S10 for Michael. As we are pre-staged. Yeah. Separate them on the starting line. Kendall left side, Michael north side. Another breakout win. Kendall Little under by 1,000. 607. 17 on the green light start. Michael Nora was 13. A little bit better at the and under by 9 thou, true margin of victory, 8 thousandths of a second there, Peter Biondo.
Attention in the pits. Any dragsters that are still double entered, we'll take you to stage lanes 1 and 2 now, please. Any double entered dragsters still in competition for round 3, bring them to 1 and 2. Drags up early, and then we'll put the rest on stage. Chris Gillette and Jason Sizemore. 16 dead.
You should probably stay in here because that's the first time we'll break out in about an hour and a half. Chris Galitti, 16 up front, dead on 1. Jason Sizemore was 37 on the green light start and under by 8 thou. Chris Galitti will cash today. Michael Combs and Chuck Miner. Combs out of Bluff City, Tennessee. The white S10, the left side. Miner, the S10 over on the right side. 7 thou separate the two drivers as they make their way down the track, and Chuck Miner ends up on the right side of the number. 617 on the 614 to be above. Was 15 thou on the green light start. Michael Combs got to the finish line first by 33 to break out by 8 thousandths of a second. Michael Combs. Chuck Miner will advance. Logan Westmoreland and Matt Cook. Westmoreland out of Troy, South Carolina in the Camaro left side. Matt Cook, Hendersonville, NC, is going to break it out in the Vega wagon. Logan, dead on 1. 19 green is good. Matt Cook got to the finish line first by 14 to break out by 7 thou. Needed to take 7 or less. There for Matt Cook. Mark Payne and Odell Davidson. Odell is perfect. Are we going to give away another coin and $50? No. Double breakout win for Mark Payne. 23 green, under by 3 thou. Odell was perfect at the start and goes 664 on the 665 to be on the wrong side of a double breakout. Mark Payne. Moving around number 4, Justin Logan and Ken Clark. And all my friends in the chat bleachers, Nick Hastings is in the water box, since 86 of you ask if he has run yet. He's in the water box, so pay attention. Justin Logan. Out of West Virginia, 635 is the dial. Ken Clark. 653 the dial for Ken, out of Virginia. 17 green for Clark and another double breakout. Justin Logan. Under by 1 thou. 634.9 on the 635 to get the win. Ken Clark got to the finish line first by 18 thou to break out 8 and be on the wrong side of a double breakout. It's Brian McCown and Nick Hastings. Nick in the T1000 out of Ohio. 613 is the dial. Brian McCown, 634. The best appearing car of the Fling last year out of Kentucky, who will leave first. Red light start for Nick Hastings by 0.03 of a second. Brian McCown, 009 on the green light effort, and 1 above 4. To get the win, Hastings was 3 red and 3 fast. It's Jonathan Edwards, Josh Kessler. All right, so all my friends in the chat bleachers, there were 640 cars, and Nick Hastings is no longer in competition.
Okay.
Jonathan Edwards, 669 is the dial. The S10 out of Ashland, Virginia. Josh Kessler, 95 Cutlass out of Ohio. There for Josh. Leaves second in this pair. And Josh Kessler is going to get the win. 008, 5050 on the 504 to be 2 thou in front. Good lap there for Josh. Jonathan Edwards was 004. 1 above 6, but 2 thou shy down at the finish line. Shane Maddox and Tommy Cable. Shane out of Piedmont, South Carolina, the 86 Mustang. 548 is the dial. Tommy Cable, Hughesville, Maryland. Camaro over in the right lane for TC. Shane left side in the blue oval. Tommy in the bow tie, give it to the bow tie. 14 green, 1 above 1. Will work. Dialed 617, goes 6181.
I got this.
Maddox was 11 green. Got to the finish line first by 15 thou to break it out by 1 itty bitty teeny tiny thousandth of a second. John LaBouse and Benny Ulmer. John out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee, 635 is the number. Benny Ulmer out of South Carolina, 527 is the dial. LaBouse in a dominating position on the starting line. And will get the win light. 004, 636.7 on the 635 to get the win. Benny Ulmer, 39 on the green light effort and 1 above for the loss. As the Sidewinder, Stevie Dustin and Mark Price. Dustin out of Maryland, 593 is the dial-in. Mark Price, 562, the predicted performance. for the super cool Mustang over in the right lane. Dustin, better at the start and good enough at the end. 009, 2 above for Stevie Dustin. Mark Price, 57 green and dead on 4. Will get the win. Anthony Bertozzi and Chris Smith. Bertozzi out of Virginia. 599 the dial. Chris Smith, big wheels up launch of the S10 out of North Carolina. Bertozzi, better and better. Gonna get the win. 007 601 to be 6th thou in front to light up the win light. Chris Smith, 592 on the 591, but was 23 up front and 6th thou behind at the finish. Travis Colangelo and Chase McKay. Colangelo left side. Chase McKay, the Camaro out of Romulus, Michigan. 638 the dial for Chase. Green and green. 007 for McKay. Colangelo's 21 and Chase McKay shuts out Travis Colangelo. 007 and dead on 7 makes 14 total. Travis Colangelo was 21 thou on the green light start, and it was all academic from there. Chase McKay locks out Travis Colangelo. Caroline McCarty and Lou Greco. Caroline and the Wheel Standing Rambler wagon out of Georgia. For McCarty Auto Parts, 606 is the dial. Lou Greco and the GTO 576 is the dial for Lou. Little one separate them on the starting line, and Caroline McCarty is going to get the win by 0.04 of a second. 15 green. Dialed 606 goes 6076 to be 4th thou in front at the finish. Greco was 14 green, 2 above 1.
All dragsters.
To be on the wrong end, Caroline McCarty will advance. Garrett Griffith, Ernie Elam. All right, round number 3. Let's get all my dragsters up here. Round 3 dragsters.
Lost.
Let's get you up in the lanes, please. Round 3 dragsters. Let's get you up in the lanes, if you would, please. Red light star for Ernie. Garrett Griffith will get the win. 640 with a 6 on the 641. Garrett took 2 entries into round number 3 and exits with 1 remaining. Walt Baker and Stephen Dunn. Walt out of Nicholasville, Kentucky. 682 is the dial for the Camaro left side. Stephen Dunn in his gorgeous 67 Camaro right side. Out of Jackson, New Jersey. 5 thou is the difference in the starting line. And Stephen Dunn is going to get the win. 568 on the 567 to move on. Snugged it up to a thou down there at the finish line. Walt Baker was 23 green, 1 above 3. As William Rosenbaum and Joe Julesrud. Again, all dragsters, round number 3. Let's get you in the lanes, please. All dragsters, let's get you up in the staging lanes for round number 3, please. William Rosenbaum. Joe Julesrud. Green and green. Joe and William. Julesrud left side or right side is going to bow out to William Rosenbaum. 39 green, dead on 4. Joe got down there and sent William through. William ended up being dead on 4 to get the win. Julesrud 28 green, 3 above. And out in round number 3, Tony Hall and Jay Hill. Tony out of Cedar Bluff, Virginia. The Nova left side, 76 model year. 639 is the dial and 569 the number for Jay Hill. 97 Honda Prelude. Green and green. 7th out, separate the 2 down here on the starting line, and a double breakout win to Jay Hill. 568.0 on the 569, under by a Hun. Tony Hall dialed 639 and goes 634 to be under by 5. Jay Hill closer on that double breakout and will get the win as Na Moore and Matt Dattis. Na out of Atwood, Tennessee, 582 the dial. Matt Dattis out of Vermilion, Ohio. They're in the Starfire. Lost 1 entry to Caroline McCarty early here in round number 3. Here he's looking to carry 1 entry into round number 4. Once again, every win light here means you cash for the day.
Both drivers lost their first entry.
Both drivers took 2 into this round. Who's going to be the only one left? It's going to be Na Moore, 26 green, dead on 3 to be 7th thou in front. Matt Dattis was 19 at the hit, 1 above 7, and 7th thou behind. So Matt Dattis took 2 into round number 3, takes 0 into round number 4. Does Matt Dattis. It's Jared Pennington and Sean Carpenter. Final 2 door cars of the round. Mr. Pennington out of Alabama in the Nova. 6 flat the dial for Jared. Sean Carpenter, Elm City, North Carolina for Sean's Body Shop. 589 is the dial. Pennington well in front on the starting line. They're going to get the win. 601 on the 6 flat. Jared was 008 at the rip. As Jared Pennington takes 2 into round number 4. Sean Carpenter was 80 up front. 587 on the 589. In that round 3 defeat. As we move into our round number 3 dragsters. Nelson, Shane Thompson. Shane for Team Silver State is going to get the win. 30 green. 463, 9 on the 463 will advance. Mike Nelson dialed 503, goes 5052. Gave up 7th out at the start. Was 37 on the reaction time, and Shane Thompson will cash for today. Chris Ferguson and Kerry Long.
Keeping track of how many dragsters have run and how many haven't?
Yes, I am.
For the doubles?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Chris, 457, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The Miller Prepared Machine over on the left side. Kerry Long, 470 the dial. Roxborough, North Carolina, the Miller chassis for Kerry. 005 to be 001 in front. 4719 on the 470 for Kerry. Good job both ends. Chris Ferguson, 21 green, dead on 4. And 1 thou behind at the stripe. Kerry Long will advance. Steve Collier and Greg Hicks. Collier out of Benton, Louisiana for Team Manpower. Greg Hicks, North Las Vegas, Nevada. Team Genco Plumbing. Hollywood has 476 on the Motor Mile scoreboard. Both drivers have 2 entries here in round number 3. One little teeny tiny one, the difference on the starting line. Greg Hicks on the right side of a double breakout. 19 green, under by 8 thousandths of a second. Steve Collier was 20 on the green light and under by 12 thousandths of a second. True margin of victory, 4 thousandths of a second there for Greg Hicks. Scotty Meat and Cody Witt. Scotty out of Columbia, Kentucky. I mean, not to get ahead of ourselves, Scotty Meat and Cody Witt, but the pair that's coming up in the water box, scale of 1 to 10 is about 26. Scotty Meat left side, 502. Cody Witt right side, 491 for the West Virginia runner. One little one separated the 2 drivers on the starting line to win. Cody Witt, 39 green, dead on 0. We'll get it done. Scotty Mead got to the finish line first by 13 thou to break out 12 thou. Needed to be dead 0 to move the win light over on his side of the racetrack. Didn't do it. Cody Witt will advance. How about Jeff Serra and Peeps Pennington? Third round, final round. Right here, Jeff Serra. Adamstown, PA, 478 the dial. Peeps Pennington, 3 Rivers, Texas, over on the right side. My good friend Bill Kidd, that is a negative. Negatory. We are staged. Almost. Now we are. Tree. Red light start for Peeps by 2 thou. Jeff Serra was 008, 1 above 6. Pennington, 002 red than under by 5 hun. 462.9 on the 467. With Serra, 008, 479. And definitely off the gas early. Pennington, red by 2 thou there alongside Jeff Serra, David Brown, and Shane Carr. Brown out of Greenville, South Carolina, 485 is the dial. Hashtag 26, 448 is the dial for Mr. Carr. The sugar. Red light start for both. Not a true start situation. David Brown left first and was 15 in front of the green. Shane Carr left second and was 003 in front of the green light. So David Brown left first and was much more worser on the red light. Shane Carr will be back around. Corey Gullity, Cameron Manuel. This one is also pretty special. Corey Gullity out of Tumble, Texas, our winner on our Tuesday dragster shootout. 457 is the dial for Corey. Cameron Manuel, 475. The dial for Cameron, Louisville, North Carolina. Teeny tiny one, separated drivers and leave the starting line. Double breakout win. Gonna go to Corey Galletti, 11 green, under by 2 thou. Cameron Manuel, 008, under by 8 thou. True margin of victory, 6/1000ths of a second. On another double breakout, we'll go Corey Galletti's way. Josh Owens and Race Kid. Josh out of Hampton, Tennessee. 487 is the dial, Race Kid. For Kid Performance and Dyno, 469. The number for Race out of Boise, Idaho. Owens will be off and away. A little head start there. Race Kid will be in hot pursuit.
Best seat in the house right here.
Josh picked a bad time to be Richard Petty on the starting line. Race Kid, 17 green, dead on 6 to be 23 total. 6 thou in front for Mr. Kidd. Josh Owens was 43 and wasting like, what, $14 in race gas right there? It's Donnie Quisenberry and Noah Lewis. Quisenberry out of Virginia. 479 is the dial for Donnie. Noah Lewis in the two-face car out of Tennessee. The American chassis machine. Noah, 452 is the dial. Donnie will have the opportunity to leave first. Noah in that winged American dragster right side. Got to chase him down. The difference on the starting line, and the win light for Donnie. 27 dead on 3 to be 15 thou in front. Noah got down there and threw the anchor out and got behind. 19 green, 2 above 6. Donnie takes out Noah Lewis.
Oh no, I'm letting Big Jet in.
Wayne Vernon and Zach Henry. And just as Jared Pennington walks in, we have one of those like all 4 names could be first names. Wayne, Vernon, Zach, Henry.
Absolutely.
Winston-Salem, North Carolina for Wayne, 562 for Wayne in the dragster. Zach Henry out of Junction City, Kentucky, 493 the dial for Zach. Red light start for Wayne Vernon. Wayne red by 7 thou, Zach 20 green. And we'll move on via the red light of Wayne Vernon, Ian Woods, and Donovan Williams.
I feel like if I had to make a time, just let go and point at the scoreboard, I could.
Ian out of Powell, Tennessee, 477 is the dial. Donovan Williams, 466. For the young man that has been an absolute beast in 2022.
Let me get 30, 40 pair or something, let you rest a little bit.
Donovan gave up a little bit on the starting line, trying to overcome. Nope. Double breakout win, going to go to Ian Woods' way. Both drivers under that dial, 476.8 on the 77, under by 2 thou. Donovan under by 6 thou. Gave up 9 on the starting line, and Ian Woods ends up on the right side of another double breakout. Another double breakout.
Have there been a few of those, Mike?
Like 497 out of the last 505 pair. Danny Bennett and Ken Batchelor. Danny out of Hampton, Virginia, 485. The dial in there for Danny, and Ken Batchelor out of Leland, North Carolina, 441. The dial for KB. Batchelor in a good spot when they leave the starting line is going to get the win. Ooh, 11 total for Ken Batchelor. Danny Bennett was 27 green and was the windshield to Ken Batchelor's, no, was the bug to Ken Batchelor's windshield. Or Danny Bennett was the hydrant, Ken Batchelor was the dog.
I understand that.
All right, coming in hot after 2 win lights in round number 3. Hey, you know what? That means you cash in both entries.
Holy cow.
You turn on a win light, I mean, you were like smoking hot.
That might be the first time I've won any money in maybe all year.
All right, Jared Pennington, rock and roll, buddy.
Thank you, Mike. Greg Duffield, be my first one in the left lane, dial 488. The champ, Stephen McCrory in the right, dial 469. Champ giving up 1900 head start. We just gave up another one, make it 20. And the left lane gets it done right there, 19. Wow, 19 and 5 above. Don't get by Champ very often. Not sure what happened to his hot rod, but it laid over, gave up. He's 30 and 2/10 above, sending a win light to Duffield. Looks like he's pulled over. That one went 111 miles per hour on that 490, so it gave up early. I can't tell if Champ's getting smaller or not, but it looks like it's sitting still. I got the rabbit in here. His eyes are, he sees dead people, so what you think, Rabbit? It's sitting still, isn't it? He says it stopped, dog. Should finish. That's a wonderful thing. We are in FTI, round number 3, where our great friends at FTI are going to put a $500 prize in the best losing package, the racer with the best losing package's hands. We appreciate FTI for all they do. Been a long time supporter of ours. We're certainly appreciative of Troy and Gary and Donovan and all the hard-working folks, the FTI on site. Those guys are here to help you. Got some transmission issues, need some parts, pieces, advice, service. They do it all. Now, they're really mean on the racetrack. They're really nice out in the pits when you need help. When they get on the racetrack, not so nice. They're good guys, but they treat you bad. But nonetheless, we appreciate all the folks at FTI and all they do for us. This is ATI Performance Products Thursday, $30,000 on the line. I'd like to thank the great folks at ATI Performance Products. That's a legendary brand, been winning races and powering winning racers for literally decades. We appreciate ATI Performance Products.
You take over and we start breaking cars. Yeah, I call that.
My bad, Mike. Got the Jigs and Mickey Thompson. Motor Mania TV live feed. Speaking of legendary brands, both of those brands synonymous with performance, power, and paydays. We appreciate those guys. Thank you to everybody in the chat bleachers. Thank you to Mark and Joanne, the folks at Motor Mania TV. What a great product. We really appreciate you guys and how you showcase the big buck bracket racing out there for people to watch around the world, literally around the world.
Jim Gleason is stunned that you were in the left lane.
Well, that was not my choice. So, Jim, good call. It is the RAD Torque Systems Fall Fling here at Bristol Dragway. 13th event here on the mountain for the Spring Fling brand. Peter and Kyle are the brainchild to this amazing series of races across the country. And I remember it well. Three-way calls way back in 2009. Those guys bouncing ideas off of one another. They let me kind of sit in on the calls to maybe give just a different view or a different angle, third opinion, if you will. And my goodness, what a product this has turned into. Obviously, we're doing it today with heavy hearts, minus our great friend and loved one, Kyle Seipel. Big Nasty. Big Nasty lived for this race. This was so special to him, and certainly put his heart and soul in it. And before he left us, he helped Peter build an amazing product. Peter and Emily continuing on with the product, and obviously 640 entries strong today. It has got a lot of power. It has got a lot of momentum, and it's got amazing support from all you racers and sponsors, and we're so thankful for each and every one of you. As it appears, we're back to action with with Jack Ostrowski and Kobe Hodges. Ostrowski giving up 2/10 head start to Hodges in the right lane. No additional burnout. They sat there a little while, but they're stuck to the racetrack. Rolling through in the left lane is Jack Ostrowski, 15 and 12 thou above. Hodges, 32 on the tree, 10 thou over. 15 thousandths behind at the stripe as Jack Ostrowski moves into round number 4. Here's Greg Maddox next up in the left lane. Greg on a 490 dial out of Piedmont, South Carolina. Got that 2000 model Horton dragster. Going way back in the time machine to pull that one out. Still getting it done with that 490 dial for Maddox. QJ Arnold, 472 in the right out of Maryville, Tennessee, and a 2017 Maddox chassis. One thou pink for Greg Maddox. QJ Arnold advances 10, dead 3. Maddox is 1 thou red and 5 thou under. So it looks like we're starting to figure out how much they've picked up, and we're dialing for it. I like it. Next up, Vin Domino. Little Vin out of Staten Island in the left lane. 457 is his dial. Denise Young in the right. Young dialed 451 out of Knoxville. M&M chassis over there. I like the red ones and the green ones. Young giving up 600 head start. Thank you, Rhonda. We trying. JJ's at home. Had to go to school yesterday, or today and tomorrow, actually. Sorry. Got that school. That crazy old school always getting in the way of our fun. Young out in front by 14 thou. Young gets the win light. 005, 19 thou over, 24 total. Young gets to the stripe, 3.5 hundredths in front. Vin, 19 up front, sets down to 3 above, almost 4 above. 39 thou to be exact. Big Vin gave the stripe up big time there, and it did not work out. AJ Ash next up in the left. Brand new Mullis chassis over there. 466 is his dial. Sydney Wiggins in the M&M chassis, right lane, dial 446. 2/10 head start. Going to AJ Ash. $5,000 advantage for AJ, but breaks it out by $4,000. Got there 33, needed to take 29 or less. AJ gonna be tore up from the flow up by that one. Sydney Wiggins, 16, 24,000 over, 40 total. AJ needed to trim that finish line up by 4 little bitty old thou. Yeah, it does, Rhonda. It always did when I was in it, I can tell you that. Jack Collier in the left, 447 is the dial. He's out of Louisiana, 2018 Miller chassis. Dale Thaxton, right lane. Thaxton dial 544. Dale's going to get almost a full second head start. $8,000's the difference. Right lane, Thaxton had the advantage up front and holds it all the way to the stripe. 22, 17,000 over, 39 total. Collier actually got there. He's 30, takes 17 to be 8,000 under. Needed to take 9 or less. Basically needed to trim the finish line in half. Which doesn't matter really how much finish line you take. Trimming it in half, can be challenging. Collier got a little too much of it, and Thaxton goes to round 4. Douglas Marsters in the left, out of Hartford, Maine. Douglas in the undercover chassis, dial 491. Mike Coltrane, out of Boise, Idaho, in the undercover chassis, also dialed 482. 900's head start going to Marsters. How often do you get to the hills of Tennessee and get somebody from Maine and Idaho squared up? Still on mountain time. That one left him no chance. 23 and 14,000 over, 37 total for Marsters. Coltrane's reaction time, had he went dead zero, would have left him 160 in the hole. Steph Fuller next up, 475 in the left, out of Nebraska. Right lane, Frank LeCates. LeCates dial 459 out of Maryland. Both drivers in a 2014 Miller chassis. Yeah, Rhonda, JJ will miss some as well for racing, but usually it's the stuff that we're doing together, putting on, and kind of needs to be there. But this particular one was a want, not a need, so he had to stay home, get his lesson. Big advantage here in the left lane for Fuller, and a wind light over there for Steph Fuller. The Cornhusker moving into round number 4, 21 and 22,000 above, 43 total. 46 on the tree for LeCates, left him locked out. He goes dead 9 to still be 12,000 behind. He was mathematically ineligible. I think that's the first time I've said that since I got here. I've been trying not to, but facts are facts. Colin Estes in the left lane, 512 is the dial. Old buddy Lou Greco right there in the right, out of Edinburgh, Pennsylvania. Lou in the 70 GTO, dial 577. Estes giving up 6,500 head start, going to try to chase him down in that brand new 2023 Nelson chassis. $15,000's the difference. Lou got some work to do right here. Double breakout. 4th thou breakout in both lanes, ouch. 15th thou up front was Colin Estes at the starting line. He takes 15, which is exactly what he had to do. Both cars break it out 4th thou. And Colin Estes moves on. Lou Greco comes up a little short right there. JJ just texted in. He said, trust me, I'd much rather be there than at home doing this essay. I understand, bro. I wish you were here as well. But that pep talk got the old man just kind of rolling along. Red by 1 thou for Kobe Fuller. As Josh Ludke moves into round number 4, 10 and 6 thou under. Not a bad lap at all for Ludke, probably exactly where he thought he was going to be. Yeah, I was going to say, Kobe Fuller stepped on that one just a little. That 1 thou pink got some nitrous on the plugs. Oh boy. Derek Hubbard in the left, T.G. Pascal in the right, Hubbard. 006 dead 7. 006 dead 7, 13 total for Hubbard. He moves into round number 4. Pascal's 10 and 23 thou above. 20 thou at the stripe going Derek Hubbard's way as he advances to the next round. I'm going to ease over here to this other chair and just make sure. I heard there might have been some issues with a microphone or something. Am I coming through clear out there in the chat bleachers? Trip McCarty Auto Parts entry, dial 477. He's in the left. Cliff Carr in the right, dial 488. Carr with a slight 11 Hun head start. And he holds that all the way to the stripe for the win. 16 dead 2, 18 total for Cliff Carr. Trip McCarty had a slight advantage up front. He's 14 to a 16, but sets her down to go 5